I'm back to what Ben was saying. You're dishonest.
So how am I dishonest with answering those questions you just asked?
If you can't hear it yourself, brother, that is
because the answer doesn't make sense. It has literally
because you don't understand what's happening in Iran. That's why.
Sasha,
because you don't understand the culture, you don't understand what's been happening to these people for 47 years.
By your own admission, you are 30 years out of the country. You are paying for 500,000 civilians are worth the cost of unseating RGC in a scenario that is improbable, right? So it's not only that cost is justified, that cost is because the scenario is just improbable, right? And 50,000 American dead, and then no blowback from it, right? It's just, come on, as you said, this is a child conversation. It's not serious.
You're a grown-ass man, dog. You ain't no child.
Okay, another question. Are you listening?
Sorry?
Are you listening?
Yes,
no,
I am.
No, he's not listening. He got some junk that's doing a master's in education at UPenn, and he's up on that brown skin 4 times a week. I know about Philadelphia. I'll be there in 3 days. He's not enlisting in anything except some ass.
Okay, I have another question. Sasha, were you the one that called Trump and told him, please bomb us?
No.
Okay.
What kind of questions are these?
Well, the other day Trump was giving a speech. He said somebody told him and said, please bomb us. It's not coming from me. It sounds ridiculous because it's Donald Trump, but it's ridiculous times.
Anyhow, thanks for the stage. Thanks for the time. Again, I just tried to provide you guys what Iranians think.
This is normally what happens.
Found somebody.
It's time to get out of here.
Sasha, can I ask you a quick question? Sorry. You said that the RGC members and also their supporters should be killed. So that's 2 billion total, you said earlier. Is that what I heard?
They asked me, they asked me how many IRGC members. I gave them a number.
What's the number?
About 2 million.
No, it's 170,000. But they also said plus their supporters.
What?
Yeah, I just saw that.
He's including Besiege and like everything else.
Oh, we're talking about the entire military. But then you also said their supporters. What does that mean by their supporters? People that vote for them, the people that...
Not everybody's in the military, right?
Yes.
Again, let me put this. I'm not the spokesman for the Iranian people altogether. I was just trying to give you perspective. What I would suggest, if you just want to understand what Iranian people are going through and how this regime is, understand the Persian culture. I'm not a politician. I'm not a Secretary of Defense. I have no military background. None of that, right? I don't want anybody to die. Again, I was just giving you a perspective why Iranians support this war, wrong or right? So in order to do that, instead of smashing on one person, I'll be gone. You guys be having a blast about it. Understand Persian culture. Understand what these 47 years has done to these people, and if what they're thinking is with a rational mind, right? That is the point. And again, this entire thing could be wrong. Maybe it shouldn't have happened. Maybe it should have happened a long time ago. I don't know. It's the hope of Persian people that they're willing for anybody to do anything for this regime to be gone.
So go over there and do it.
Trying to say.
So go over there and do it.
Yeah, that's not true.
If I could, by myself, maybe I'm too chicken shit to go do it, right? That could be a possibility.
Wake it up.
Right? I was getting some truth, the perspective. I was just giving you the perspective of Persian
realism,
and all I was hoping is to understand them and then make your decisions. Whether you want to help them or not, or you think this is not going to help, that's a different argument. I was just trying to tell you what Persians have gone through in the past 47 years. That's
okay,
all.
I understand that.
What's your American views?
again, you had some caveats that you were not speaking for all Persians, and now where is that caveat now?
I started saying I'm not a representative of people. I was just giving you the perspective. I started by saying that.
Perspective of all Persian people?
Persian people, majority of
There are
Persian
many in the
people.
Persian opposition that are opposed to war.
Some are all. Some are all.
That are against IRGC and are also against the war.
I'm sure you guys have seen the rallies in US, in Canada, in Europe in the past few months.
Is that all the Persian people?
No, these are the people outside of US.
We've talked to people here. We've talked to people that come on Clubhouse and share with us the total opposite of what you're saying.
I understand that they're
Yeah, I mean, so it's you can't just say that all. You know
Let me give you the numbers.
what?
How many Persians live outside of Iran?
I don't know.
Do you have that number? No. Do you have that number?
How many? A million? We
About
have no
6
idea.
million. About 6 million.
So 6 million would want 93 million to
Who
be
cares what they want?
Give me 1 second. When you look at the rallies in US, in Canada, in Europe,
okay.
they're numbers, right? The total number of these people that have rallied outside of Iran, tallies up about 4.5 million.
No, it's
Okay.
not.
No.
There's not been
no, we're talking
4.5
about
million people
inside
at
the
these
country.
rallies. Stop it.
Okay. I'll send you the links with the
You
numbers of each rally.
There's not been 4.5 million people.
There was every time Canada and Toronto, every time they had a rally, it was about 500,000 people going to a rally just in Toronto.
Okay.
In
So
Germany,
what?
in
I've
Germany,
heard the- exactly, so what?
700,000 people.
That's a complete
I'm
lie.
giving-
Wait, hold on for a second. Canada only has 280,000 Iranians across Canada. So what if 500,000 come in fucking Toronto?
They brought their split personality.
That's the thing.
You know, you not just be lying. 500,000 people in a rally in Toronto? Come on, why do y'all do that? Just be saying stuff. I know what it is. He saw the black people moderated, thought we were dumb. I get it.
No.
And some of you are dumb, to be fair to him. But that's what happened. He figured they don't know. We know it wasn't 500,000 people at those rallies. You just said 4.5 million people rallied. That's what you just said. Figured the dumb Negars wouldn't know the difference.
I seen it.
I seen it, check. It was a laser. It was a laser that hit Michael Jackson. There was blood everywhere. They took about 450,000.
This is just one of them.
Chris, why are we starting?
No, we needed it.
What was that song you said? You playing to my grandmother.
We needed
That's because you don't have the information. You interviewed me.
You know, I just wanted to say, like, really quickly, even if it had been like 50 million Iranians outside of Iran protesting, I personally think that that's irrelevant. You don't live in the same conditions as your people. You don't live there. That's not going to affect you. Like, I find it really rich. Like, you're in America, you're in a first world country, and you support the indiscriminate bombing of your people. You know what I mean? Like, people like some of these Iranians online, they are Iranian dissidents, right? No loyalty to their people. It's one thing to, like, be completely against your government, but it's another thing to support, like, you know, an all-girls school being bombed. You know what I mean? This guy, I'm just keeping it so real. He is what Persians would refer to as Kunkash. He's literally Kunkash. You know what I mean?
So your source, he's on the phone getting more talking points from Mossad. Your source, the one that you put in, the source you put in itself says an estimated 350,000, and they wouldn't all be Iranian or Persian, huh? What are we doing here? Y'all gotta start changing y'all PTRs and get the. I realize this. In order to get a higher level of conversation and a more honest level of conversation, you can put your thumb down all you want. Y'all gotta change y'all PTRs so you don't look black. it was 500,000, and then put something in the thing where it said 350,000, and it wasn't all Persians. Y'all need to change y'all PTR. Find a nice Republican white man from Oklahoma
With glasses.
PTR.
With black shades on.
Do you know bad?
They just think you're dumb.
Yeah, he wants to play with our intelligence, right? I'm from Toronto. We didn't even have 500K people protest, right, for Palestine, which is a lot more like global. And he's trying to convince us that there were 500,000 people that protested for like, you know, against the regime. You know, all they do is lie. These people are bots, honest to God.
Somebody talking?
Fox News is reporting, this was Brett Baer, said he talked to the president earlier today. He talked to Donald Trump earlier today. I just called Donald Trump. Spoke to Donald Trump earlier today. And I'm going to read the quote. I just got off the phone with the president, and he called, and I said, listen, if you were to put odds on it, what are the odds it's going to end up being a negotiated deal? He said he wasn't going to put odds on, but he said 8 p.m. is happening. That's what he said. He said if we get to that point, there's going to be an attack like they have never seen. Now he's sticking to this at this point. Now he said if negotiations move forward today, and there's something concrete that could change, but at this hour, he didn't want to put odds on it, but he said it is moving forward with the plans that we had. That's a huge deal. And obviously we all think that it's a thing that he's putting out there to say, don't do this. He says he doesn't want to do it, but he is at this hour sticking to it and saying it might be likely if they don't come to the table. End quote. What does that mean? Is he getting tacos ready? What's going on? This is how the president speaks? Who speaks like that?
Is it mobster?
An 80-year-old
But not a good mobster. Let me say something about that. Y'all gonna have to stop insulting this organized crime. People do it all the time. You say, oh, this is theater. Oh, this is the mob. All this political theater. Oh, this is stuff. Oh, he's a criminal. Criminals are smarter than this.
The mob had rules, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, y'all gotta find different things. It's singular. Stop doing that.
I know what it is. It's a reality TV show host tuning in an hour to discover the finale, whether Iran would be nuclear bombed.
Yes, that's a better analogy.
The great negotiator, they told us. They told us he has businesses and he'll be out of the deal.
Did y'all read his latest Truth Social post? Did someone read it for y'all?
Now read it for us.
All right, and good afternoon. This says April 2nd. I don't know why, but this one says a whole civilization will die tonight.
That's what we've been talking about.
Oh, okay. I'm making fine. Okay.
By the way, Neil, did you take your Soviet package of nuclear attack, like Geiger, counter, everything? I'm ready, Neil.
You read it?
Yeah, I took it out from my grandfather, I'm ready.
But they are updating that clock. What is it called?
The doomsday clock?
The doomsday clock.
Showing up at noon with breaking news is so fucking hilarious to me.
Neoliberal, are you there?
Yes.
Have you recovered from the epic crash out yesterday?
You wish it was epic.
Oh, it was epic. I've never seen you so flummoxed before. It was wild. It was quite unhinged.
I'm happy you were entertained.
You crashed yesterday, Neil?
Not really. He's convinced convincing himself?
I've convinced myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need any more convincing. I'm completely convinced. And that's all. Hope you're doing well. God bless.
You could hear like rage in his voice, but he was still calm, you know.
Brother, what are you labeling as a crash with Neo? What would happen?
There was a persistence about the way that he was engaging. I forgot who the person's name was. He's actually quite insignificant. But there was a persistence about the way that he was pursuing the conversation. That's what it was. It was wrong. It was the helium. He kept asking about the mines and the factories, or is this discoverable on Earth? There were a few questions, and the persistence.
That's what he's calling a crash.
See, don't do that. Like I know that just because it's not an American version of a crash.
Why are you crashing?
You say. But just because it doesn't look like a typical American crash, doesn't mean it wasn't a crash.
At this point, neoliberal holds an honorary African American Express, so I'm pretty sure.
Oh, don't do that. That's the quickest way to get him canceled. We all start bestowing shit on non-black people. Don't accept it.
Backwards service, not going to be protected. So at this point, Neo holds an honorary African American Express and target on his word. He's well versed enough.
That was a very California black statement, Gemini. Could have put you on time, more brother.
We're in Brooklyn.
He's more of a California black than Trent, so I'm standing by that. And I think he's well versed enough in crashing to identify one. So if he says it's not a crash, I'm going to side with that.
No, it was a crash, Gemini. No, I know Soviets. That was like a rage, they want to nuke you. It's like a subtle, but you're in danger, So if Muhammad was next to him, he was slaughtered, I know what expect.
Is Orban going to lose today?
Hopefully, unless they rig the elections. Yeah.
What's the polling looking like?
Not in his favor.
So bad that he's trying to plan some so-called explosion thing, using that as a thing to rig the election.
No, that was true. That was true. And it's not happening in Hungary. It happened in Serbia on the border with Hungary. So I don't know what he's saying, but it was like a big shit here.
I'm not disputing that there's a possibility that could have happened, but in the midst of an election, all of a sudden someone decided now is the perfect time to attack Hungary.
No, it's not Hungary. It's like a pipeline that's going from Turkey through Serbia to Hungary. And then last month already Serbian police and the special forces and all that are kind of defending that. And then like 2-3 days ago, they find and arrest some people for the bombs and shit. And they say it's not from the Ukraine, blah, 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 all that shit, right? So
have you seen the statement from J.D. Vance today?
I missed J.D. Vance today. But I'm saying what is actually factually true. So it's like very near the place that they have some friends. So yeah, it was like a big shit show for 2-3 days. And nothing to do with Hungary per se. It's just close to the Hungary. Maybe like 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers from Hungary.
Yeah, so JD is attributing this to Ukrainian intelligence. I have a video of him saying, quote, yeah, we already know that, there are obviously attacks trying to disrupt this election over here. I mean, it's happened in the US as well, attributing it to Ukrainian intelligence. The point is, I guess what I'm trying to make is things are not going well for Orban. It's bad enough that he is trying to pull all kinds of shit in the midst of an election. I don't think he's going to postpone the election or any of that, but
I understand. I'm just saying that actually our government get out and decidedly said it wasn't Ukraine. We had like a big stuff, and they say it's not Ukraine. There is no any indication it's Ukraine. So it's like basically, if they are saying that, it's totally different than what we are saying here. That's what it is.
I'm looking at the polling averages. I mean, he's losing pretty bad.
I don't mean to simplify this, but I'm a little confused. Isn't Orban in bed with Putin, and now we're in bed with Orban? Like, why are we, not we, why is the regime over there pushing to get Orban to stay in office? What's in it for us?
Right-wing, white nationalists, anti-white, anti-white. I mean, all the, like, it's everything's there. I see polls that have him down, his party down, as much as 20 plus points. I see a 23-pointer here. There seems to be no way that he's going to win. He's been in power, it says here, 16 years. I see a 12-pointer here. Very bizarre for the vice president of the United States. Oh, by the way, Trump called in to the rally, the Orban rally.
I saw that. No. That is bad optics, man. That is bad. That is bad. That's bad. Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of people who will be voting in this election who, in their, based off this article, I'm just skimming. I'm just skimming it. So I'm not saying I know this at all, but it looks like a lot of people were kind of were kids when he came to power, and they're all looking forward to ousting him because he's been in power for 16 years, their entire lives, and they hate it. So a lot of people are voting for the first time or the second time, and they're very happy to get this guy out.
That's personal.
So that's encouraging.
Yeah, Hungary's one of those weird places where the men are better looking than the women, just based on.
No, Ben. Wait a second. Hungary is my territory.
Oh my God.
You're right, you're the expert. But I'm looking at these photos and.
No,
Hungarian women?
Hungarians men are just fat and happy,
Oh,
The Hungarian women, they're fit. Trust me what I'm saying. I know what I'm talking about.
I don't know, but there was this article on the college students, and the young guys they weren't fat. They were handsome, young, strapping males, and the women, well.
Yeah, when you come here, you take you to Hungary.
I'm never coming there, ever.
No, you can't. No.
Budapest.
I'm never going. Those days are over. Like, all my friends went to college. I realized if I didn't go to college, they all did the Budapest thing. I didn't do that. The Eastern European. I'm never going to do it.
No.
Sorry.
It's
in fact, that's generally true of Eastern Europe. Let me make a general point. I'll mute up. Eastern European men are better looking than the women. The only women that look good are Ukraine. I'm done saying.
Oh my God, you're so wrong. We are so ugly, Ben. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, it's not true. Like, the Eastern women are like beautiful. We are like orcs. Like, what's going on here? I mean, I appreciate it, man. But yeah, you're not right on here.
Crash.
Maybe after
When you get two post-Soviet subjects to crash 2 days in a row, you've won.
That's true.
Come on, that's not crashing. Eastern European crash involves vodka.
And guns. Yeah, but it will be very interesting. And by the way, on Orban, don't forget this. You guys don't see that in the polls. So a lot of Hungarians who living in Serbia, Croatia, Romania, and stuff like that, they have like a dual citizenship. And mostly, like in 90% of the stuff, they are traveling to Hungary and voting for Orban traditionally. So that also can like change the situation on voting, and that was a problem for opposition against Orban for a long time.
Trent. Just say you want to talk to Trent.
Oh my God, Bob. That's insane.
That was definitely a call out to Trent. That's wild.
I have a personal project to build a phased radar at home. Please stop. A phased array. And it's been a while, but essentially the small chips that do the signal phasing, they cost like $300 to $400 a chip. And I need like 10 of them, which kind of puts into perspective how crazy the radar that the US have in the Middle East and how expensive they are. But yeah, that's an aside. Yeah, isn't it worth like 200 million, something like that? Yeah, like the one for like triangle looking one was $1 billion and got hit by a couple of smaller drone. Just insane. Yeah, it would take years to build. It would be destroyed in 15 minutes.
Well, that sounds like an awesome personal project.
Yeah. The funny thing is that like for a lot of these personal projects, if you push your performance envelope too far, you can quickly get into ITAR territory just because of how the US, classifies dual use technology. So phased arrays, depending on their wattage, definitely fall under ITAR. It's just a good thing to know.
You don't want to get on the radar of the United States government.
No, I don't want to be disappeared as a permanent resident or something into the U.S. gulag.
Well, I don't know if you know about this, Mel, but that's how they killed Michael Jackson.
Some commercial Wi-Fi equipment can fall under that.
Yeah.
Misconfigure.
Yeah. If they get the wattage and power transmitted wrong.
Mm-hmm. I mean, not only wrong, it's just a configuration option in a lot of places because they ship also to other countries, same exact hardware.
Yeah.
Just different configuration. The software ones, I mean.
The whole stuff about drone equipment too, like the video transmitters leaving China, they ship the same hardware to Europe and the US. I mean, we operate on different bandwidths, and people a lot of hobby drone people in the US don't really care about it until somebody complains to them about it.
So where are you up to?
Talking F-35s?
No. How do I put it? There's a lot of things that can be done with consumer hardware right now that's not being done, and I want to try and do it. That's how I can describe what I'm doing.
Are you inspired by Iranians?
Yes, I'm actually somewhat inspired by how those drones have been, such a big thing in the last couple of conflicts.
This is a wild conversation to be having in public.
You might get a phone call.
I might get to knock on my door.
You were like, Yes, not just this one, but in all the, it's like, okay, y'all are just wow.
Well, we've learned a lot from Ukrainian.
Yeah, the Ukrainians really pushed the boundaries, you know.
That comment doesn't actually help the concern.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Ukrainian. Come on, man.
Sounds like you're inspired.
No. I'm just saying, like, you know, like, ever since they started using the fiber optics to get by in denied airspace, like, they started adding, like, these, like, chain wires that rotate on the ground to, like, cut fiber optic cables that are attached to drones. It's just like, you know, I guess the necessity breeds innovation.
Well, I'm just glad that we are cutting and reducing funding to institutions of higher learning, because that's the type of investment you don't need when you want, you know, innovation. It's amazing. Folks talk about innovation. And then, like, the thing that has created so much innovation in this country, like funding and like research, like investments in higher education, investments in, you know, in sort of, you know, to fund, right, these projects and things like that, you know. I'm so glad that we're cutting funding. There's a local, a regional university here that is cutting its mathematics department. So just imagine, like, mathematics and statistics. They're not reducing it. They're not combining it to one program.
Wait, they're just cutting it?
They're cutting it completely.
That's insane.
Now, it's obviously low enrollment, but it's one of the optimization strategies they're using. That's what they're calling it, to optimize and to become efficient with the money that they're no longer receiving, because it was woke. You know, some of the research, right? You know,
the Chinese must be so happy with what Elon Musk and the Republicans did to research funding in the U.S. You know, I mean, they couldn't be any happier.
Not really.
So you guys spoken about Kanye being banned from the UK?
No. Do you know what law they use to revoke his visa?
They just use the generic rule as in being threat to the peace and tranquility of the United Kingdom.
Is it true those images we see the Iranian people protesting, like they're all like surrounded the infrastructures, like protesting the bombing? So if he bomb it, then he would kill all those people protesting. They're like, I don't know if the images are real because it's that. They're like, all these people are like surrounding the infrastructures and they're waving the flag. And so if he bomb it,
yeah, I mean, those videos are on the concept of
yeah, damn. That means they're willing to die for their country.
There's an Iranian famous singer. You know, he was a protest. He sung some protest songs, and he's also singing in front of one of those, one of those facilities. So yeah, it's real.
Man, why?
That's wild.
Why are you asking me? I'm just asking a question. If you're gonna surround a bridge that's supposed to be blown up, then that means you are willing to die for your country. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, when we had the war, we did the same. Like on the bridges, nuclear plants and shit like that. People were standing there, so they're not targeting. So, and probably real.
Okay, doctor, raise your hand and I'll let you come up and you can speak.
It is crazy, Mimi. You're right. I don't know why they would give you an X. It's crazy that they're willing to do it, but they are. They're showing patriotism, holding their country's flag, surrounding locations that are obviously targets. So, I mean, I agree with you.
At this point, I'm ready to give people who are giving X's this out the room. Because, like, burning dropping your karma. That's great.
Exactly. That's what I'll be on to. I'm dropping my karma. Because I'm just making a statement. If that's what it seems. Oh, this is a mess, you guys. Donald Trump, like, who gonna save us from all this mental stress that he put us through every day? No one gives a fuck about Americans and everything we going through. I saw this young lady. She got a Toyota Camry, an old one, and she's in the Bay Area. She filled her gas tank up. Guess how much it cost? $83 for a fucking Toyota. Yes, and she used 87.
Me and Shady with it too. Like I have a quad, I have a Banshee, so I will fill up a 5 gallon when I go. Like I'll take the SUV and I'll have a 5 gallon in the back. And a lot of these places in LA, they got switches. Like so, if they see you with a container $6.49 per gallon, then you know exactly what it should be, right? When I went to do it, it came out to like $44 for fucking $6 and like 29.
See what I'm saying? That's insane.
That's shady as fuck. They are obviously not giving the amount that you're supposed to get, and it's already high as hell. Like the price per gallon is already high as hell, but just lower than the others. So I'm like, I'm going to this one because it's lower. And then when I did that, I realized it wasn't lower. And I went inside there like, oh, sometimes we have problems with our metering. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Right. And then the fact that if you use your debit card, they charge you more than cash. What? Like, that's crazy too. So my distributor that I get my hair from, they said every bundle, the hair is the $5 increase. Every closure is a $3 increase. My frontals was like $4. Like everything just went up. I was like, well, here it's starting. And who I'm going to pass it to? I ain't paying it.
To the clients.
Gemini, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the fire near the Panamanian Canal? Sorry, near the Panama Canal?
No, there's a fire near the right now.
It happened a couple hours ago. Oil tanker.
It was yesterday.
Sorry, man, yesterday. Oil tanker that was parked in a bridge. It's like the major bridge that spans the canal. Caught on fire. One person died. The flames hit the bridge, and you know there were some concerns about if it had been a bigger issue that the Panama Canal would have been taken out of operations.
How though? Like you got cement and water. I mean, I get the oil tanker is obviously the fire source, but how could it damage the canal?
Because the bridge spans the entrance.
Got you.
And so if like basically like in Baltimore, if the bridge falls down, then you have debris in the water and the ships can't move through, and et cetera.
That's crazy. I'm going to check it out. I've actually been to the canal a couple times. It's really interesting. Like we're on a boat and you go in, and then these gates close in front of you. Then all this water comes out of the holes in the walls. They got these holes in the walls, right? Like that's like the canal. And all this water comes up, and then after you're at a certain level, then the gates open, and then you float into the next one. Then the gates close, and then it does the same, and it closes behind you in front of you.
You saw that on YouTube too, Gemini.
It's on YouTube.
Brother, go tell that brother, because Gemini, I've been down here.
You ain't no Gemini's a Panamanian?
Yeah, done already. My wife's from Panama. We went. They call them the locks. It's the locks of the canal, and it's an amazing feat. It's good. It's hard work for the people that work the canal. It's amazing. They're actually, they're changing the sea levels, and some of those elevations are high. That's why they gotta fill the locks up with water to raise the ship so they could go through. It's huge and it's amazing. Yeah.
Divine, do you know who the vast majority of the laborers?
This person, Divine, you know what I mean? Like those gates are massive, bro.
Yeah, they're
Mill trying to get Jamaica in there.
Yeah. No, it's a fact. My wife's grandmother is Jamaican, so I always tease her. I'm not Jamaican. I said, yeah, your granny Jamaican, you Jamaican.
But they got a lot of, most of the only islands was up in there, I heard. Even Trinidad. Trinidad was up in there.
It's Panama. A lot of them came there because they were working on the canal.
Good, exactly.
Yeah. It's a lot of Bajans and Jamaicans and Trinidadians to the canal.
There's a joke we say in here in New York. They say, Panamanians ain't nothing but Spanish-speaking Jamaicans.
That's a fact, though.
The country was created just for the canal itself. So.
It was wild when in Panama, because I've been there a couple of times, military, and then after that. And the first time I went there, I always thought that the Panama City was on the Caribbean side. I never looked at it until the first time I went there, and I was like, holy crap. So to go to the Caribbean side, you have to drive all the way to the other side, and it was just, and then you get to the Caribbean side, and it's like, the Caribbean side is not even as developed as the Pacific. That's wild. I would have never thought that, because all the other Caribbean islands, all of the Caribbean countries are different. Everything is mostly on the. They have the two oceans. They're mostly on one side. Atlantic, they're mostly on the Caribbean side.
Well, ML, is Barbados even a Caribbean island? It's not touched.
Well, Barbados is out there by themselves.
Yeah. Let's get into it.
Here we go. With the diaspora wars.
My most vivid memory of Panama is my first time going there. Is when those airport doors opened and I was finally walking outside, and I felt like I just hit a wall. Like that air was so thick and humid. Like it was like I had to catch my breath. Did y'all experience that at all? Or no?
Yeah, it's extremely hot. It's very hot.
It is very humid.
Did you go to Cologne? I went to Cologne. I was like, holy crap. Cologne is like, I guess that's
similar to what Amel is saying, it's where the majority of the black people live. It's still heavily underdeveloped, a lot of poverty. But the people are good, they make do.
They're very nice.
Damn, man. And man, I must be in some kind of time portal or something, because all my life, I thought the Panama City was on the Caribbean side.
Everybody.
That's crazy.
Before I tell people that,
That's crazy, bro.
I thought the same thing too, man, until the first time I went there. Like,
wow, that's crazy. Wow.
Panama City is dope. Like, very developed, skyscrapers, a lot of
network
yes, New York.
It is very nice. I love the food the food is kind of like a mixture of all the islands. That's why I like the food when I'm there. But I do like the nightlife. It's chill. But I love when the ocean, because I love going snorkeling when I'm there. The ocean goes out and the tide goes really low, and you could literally walk out almost a mile on the Pacific side because the tide just goes out. It's one of the wildest things you see. And if you're there in time, you have to be picking up fish off the sand if you're there while the tide is going down.
Yeah, and they have like you said, two sides. You have two sides of Panama. You can touch the Caribbean side or the Pacific side. Beautiful place, man. Me and Jim talked about it. Like, I may retire there. I'm looking around. We may retire there.
In recent years, as an adult, I need to go back. Have anybody been to Tobago, the island of Tobago?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I went there with my father. That was like a memory, because if you went there, did you take a small plane or did you take a boat?
We took a boat.
We took a small plane. I'm talking about a small plane where you could reach out and touch the pilot on the shoulder. You know what I mean?
A propeller plane, prop plane. Yeah.
That shit was scary. My mom was scared as hell. I was scared as hell. That's I've never flown in a plane that small ever in my life besides that occasion.
Hey, Mel, the Panamanians say that they invented reggaeton. You talk to the Panamanians.
Well, you ask the Puerto Ricans say, well, we got something to do with it too.
Yeah, they little fight, their little internal fight.
Because reggaeton came from dancehall in Jamaica.
Ooh, here comes Mel at the
No, the first reggaeton artist was that guy. What's his name?
He was Panamanian. I remember.
He was Panamanian. He was Panamanian.
Was it Yeah, okay.
And that's okay because the Jamaican dancehall artists are suing the pants off any reggaeton coming for our money, okay? Thank you very much.
Can I ask a stupid question? What Caribbean island is the best in your guys' opinion?
It's not Jamaica. We just
Jamaica is a big dog.
Mel gonna go straight to Jamaica.
Jamaica is a big dog.
Depends what metric you use. What metric you use?
There's a lot of islands in the Caribbean. Depends on what you're looking for.
Jamaica is
I don't think Jamaica is the best.
Emma is Delhi from the Caribbean.
It ain't no best. Hey, Igor, wherever the Latinas are at, that's the best one.
What?
Okay, passport, bro.
No, I like the food, nature, beaches.
St. Lucia. St. Lucia.
Jamaica has a lot to offer as far as nature, beaches, and all. I do give Jamaica that. They have a lot. They offer a lot. But one of the islands that I like the most, which is very undeveloped, and it's mostly nature, is Dominica. And they have a lot of rivers. So the big thing about a river in Dominica is if you're gonna go to an island, it's pretty cheap still. It hasn't been overrun by tourists. Dominica is actually a pretty good place to chill. Dominica is between Martinique and it's between Guadeloupe and what is it? I can't remember, but it's up there. It's next to Guadeloupe, yeah.
Somebody put St. Lucia's in the chat. My son was in St. Lucia's last summer. Lucia's a good island.
The food does not hit.
Yeah, that's the only problem. The food is not
Beautiful island.
Yeah,
for chill, yes.
Yeah, you just don't get you don't get the good food in the Lesser Antilles for some reason, Gotta go to Jamaica to get the good food.
What food is usually eaten? Like seaside food or?
Yeah, like some snapper and some parrotfish.
Somebody once told me Rasta pasta. Is water to elaborate on that?
Let Mel do that because he's
Rasta pasta is food that's eaten at some of the no other bougie places in Jamaica, like at Tracks and Records and touristy places. Actually, people don't eat Rasta pasta in Jamaica.
But Mel, what exactly is Rasta pasta? I've heard it, but I don't know what it is.
Rasta pasta is penny pasta. Has to be penny pasta. Penny pasta with a heavy cream and jerk sauce and some meat like chicken or whatever.
It is good, but people act like it's like this Jamaican delicacy. Like you probably, Mel is right. You probably wouldn't even find Rasta pasta in Jamaica. It's everywhere in New York.
But Divine, the only thing I like of Jamaica, I do love the way that oxtail. I do love the Jamaican oxtail. I think they've made oxtail such a delicacy. But I don't like jerk chicken. I like escovitch fish, but the Haitians do it better. You know, best escovitch fish. I don't like jerk chicken. I never did.
Oh no, brother.
Nothing wrong with him. I
never liked
karma a little.
I would eat it, but I don't like it.
It's barely Caribbean. I'm telling you, man.
He's a black bougie.
I might be on something. I like jerk chicken.
Wait, what is a jerk chicken?
Jerk plant.
I'll let Mel explain it. Go ahead, Mel. Tell them what it is.
Yeah, so you take pimento wood and you put the wood over a fire, and then you take the pimento spices and a bunch of other spices and you put it on chicken, and then you basically cook it on the wood for a couple of hours, and that's what we call jerk chicken.
Okay, that sounds great.
And then they have the jerk sauce if you can handle it.
Hard and spicy.
I think we all can agree on jerk chicken.
The wood has a special flavor to it also.
Yeah. Well, you have some places like here in New York, they don't have the wood, so they'll just barbecue what you guys will consider a barbecue.
Sometimes they be over spiced, and a lot of people just inundated to me with spice, and you're like just tasting spice. You don't even get to taste the chicken.
Yes,
and I think that's why I'm not a big fan of jerk chicken.
Hey, ML, see how you don't like jerk chicken? You know what I'm not a big fan of? I think it's a little overrated. I think oxtails is overrated.
Oh, no. You had some bad oxtail. If you have some good oxtail, expect to make it good.
Oxtails, but like he'll come back to the stage, but he needs to sit in the corner.
I know you gotta apologize for that.
Thank you very much.
He just had bad oxtail. If you got good oxtail, it's bad.
You know what I heard? Some people are making fake oxtail and they're saying that it's kangaroo tail. I don't know how the kangaroo tail got mixed up in this, but this is something that was going around.
Where they get kangaroos from?
Hey, but Gemini, he said he don't like jerk chicken, though. Come on, man. Come on, brother.
What is that, imported kangaroo? Like, do we have kangaroos?
This is a rumor. Yeah, they were imported. This is a rumor that was going around in the hood. Watch your oxtail. It's not real oxtail. It's kangaroo tail. I guess it's an urban legend. I don't know.
I don't know how you mix up kangaroo with like oxtails. Kangaroo is very gamey and meaty.
Yep. Any other animal or probably eat is gamey. I don't know how to do that. But think about it. You guys remember when oxtail was like just dirt cheap? And then all of a sudden, I go buy oxtail. It's like $40, $50, $60.
Yeah.
Oxtail is like real food now.
Oxtail right now, as we speak. Costco has good deals on oxtail.
Yeah, Costco. That's where I get mine. Costco or BJ's. And I'm like, even there, I cannot even go to the West Indian store anymore because they're expensive too now.
They got spots in Queens. There's a spot in Queens that's like wholesale that.
For your question, no, kangaroo. Like you can import kangaroo meat from Australia.
Okay, that's what I
used to
Yeah, I remember that place that was going viral.
they got specialties places now. Yeah.
The tenderism place.
Strong ass animals.
They had some really, really good oxtail. Believe it or not, they smoked it.
Where's that at, Gemini? Maybe I need to try that because the ones I had, I'm like,
that was, matter of fact, that was your number one. Well, I won't say was. It's their number one dish.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard there's what's Destination Smokehouse?
Destination Smokehouse.
but ML, how about when they do like the oxtail pizza and all that? I'm just not a fan.
That's
Hold on. Cuts and Slices in Brooklyn is a good pizza, good black-owned pizza place.
Oh yeah.
That's a good sweet chili oxtail pizza.
Wait, what's the name of Cuts and Slices?
Cuts and Slices.
You know, you said it, and hold on, you say brother. Brother was trying to say something.
Do you know who was just
Dash Bennett.
Yeah, yesterday.
But, that's right. He was talking about that. Oh yes, he did. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he did say that.
But he said what?
Yeah.
What he
had place that you just named Cuts and Slices?
Yeah.
He didn't name that was a great.
Sorry, Papa, what did you say? You broke up?
Oh, he said it was a great place.
Oh God, I can't go there again anymore.
Y'all just ruined it, man.
I'm gonna have to try it out. Not because of Manfinity's recommendation, because of Mill's recommendation. So when I go there, Manfinity won't be on my mind. He won't get credit for it.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but we never
get credit for it. Divine, you never been?
No, I've heard of it. I don't know why I blanked out. We definitely heard of it. I heard about oxtail people lying around the corner, people lining up, coming from all around. This was about maybe a year ago. They've been around for a while now, but they went viral. I guess somebody put up a post, and you know how that goes. But we never went, so maybe we'll take our drive over there.
Are you gonna take the bridge, or are you gonna take the?
I'm already here. I'm in the heart of Brooklyn.
I thought you were in Queens, so you're in Brooklyn. Okay.
Yeah, I used to live in Queens. I used to live in Far Rockaway. I'm from Brooklyn. Met my wife. We lived in Far Rockaway for a good while, and then we came back to Brooklyn. Like Far Rockaway.
So you're Puerto Rican?
No, my mother's from Ghana.
Why would it be Puerto Rican? It's like certain areas in Brooklyn, Puerto Rican.
You got some areas, parts of East New York, parts of Bushwick. You got some parts there where they tend to live. You know how communities go. Like my hood, where I grew up, is all West Indian. You name the island, they're there. That's where my parents are.
Have you been to Gowanus in a bit?
Gowanus?
Yeah.
I haven't been. What's going on over there? Gentrified?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man.
We have 12, 14-story buildings.
Wait,
canal now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do see those new buildings.
Hey, Divine, what you about Coney Island, man? What you about Coney?
Oh yeah, Surf Avenue is crazy. Yeah, them joints is crazy.
In Coney, and they got a footprint in Coney Island. We were talking about
on Surf Avenue.
My baby mom from Coney Island. Yeah.
What's cool?
Yeah, my went to my high school.
All of them, but Dewey, when we went there, that was like campus living.
Hey, well, ain't nothing like a Coney Island girl. You can get a Coney Island girl.
Listen, bro.
She had my firstborn. Hey, she had my firstborn, Divine. A Coney girl.
You ask anybody from Coney Island about Dupont, that's it. But anyway, shout out to John Dewey.
We gotta talk.
Definitely, yeah. Mr. Levine and his wife, they were English teachers.
Okay.
Yeah. That was a very innovative school.
It was a rite of passage. It was definitely a rite of passage. It was
they had a big campus. Yeah, there wasn't good at all. Like, that was.
Yeah, we went to school with every nationality. We had all kinds of schools.
Y'all ain't had no sports though. Did y'all have sports?
No, we didn't have any sports.
Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah, y'all ain't had no sports.
Funny you should mention that. I learned how to do the trampoline at John Dewey High School. I'm very proficient, like the L's, all of that shit, because they had the state-of-the-art facility. So I took to the trampoline.
So that was the sport?
Trampoline was a sport? Yeah. I play ball. But what I'm saying is, I'm nice on that trampoline. Like, shit. Believe me, it's not the same.
Jim Ramos said there's no sports.
He's just giving us so much content. He do the trampoline.
Trampoline is crazy. Yo, that was crazy.
Yeah. I got some video. I'll see if I can find some video.
As your manager, you shouldn't share that. I gotta tell you.
Yeah, Rambo, that was too much info, bro. You do the trampoline, bro. Come on,
man. That's culture. That's culture.
No, we ain't had no sports. We ain't had no sports teams.
Yo, he said
I did the trampoline. Yo, that's crazy.
Hey, Rambo, were you a cheerleader also?
No,
Rambo, were you a cheerleader?
Come on, man. Come on.
Y'all gotta leave my. Hey, let's go.
So I don't know the athleticism it takes to rock that joint.
We have a response from an Iranian government spokesperson. He's saying maintaining the peace and security of the people is the government's top priority, and threats will not disturb public calm. Threatening a civilization is more than anything a sign of ignorance of the history of a nation that has repeatedly overcome crisis and continues to stand. So they're saying that basically his threats are not opening a dialogue, and they don't see a path forward with the way that he's communicating, and they're not conceding to his threats. So that was just 22 minutes ago released by an Iranian government official.
I guess we're gonna wait until 8 p.m. then see what happens.
So I don't know what you
earlier. Where we at? Sorry,
we in taco time.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. What's the room consensus? Is he gonna taco?
He's going.
Or is he gonna do something?
He's going to the Iranians counter his offer. They offered him something too, and they were saying it was reasonable. So it's really up to Trump to.
Yeah, they only asked for 5 things. They asked for 5, and in that 5,
it's not 5. It's 10.
They didn't ask for.
They asked for 10
for the update, Lisa. But let me ask you this: on the updated 10, because I knew the 5, but I haven't seen the 10. Did they say anything about nuclear capability?
No.
Good, because they didn't say that in the 5, which was supposed to be the main reason that we were over there in the first place. So if they're not hyper focused on that, then was anything they asked out of line, like anything that you think that wasn't reasonable?
They asked for Israel to
But I was gonna read it.
Okay, I'm gonna just finish answering the question. They asked for Israel to leave, which I think is not gonna happen. They want them to leave Lebanon, and they want them to give all the land back that they have pretty much acquired since they've been over there, and they want all aggression in the Middle East against them and their friends to stop. That's 2, and it's. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna read it for you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is take it with a grain of salt in the words of our friend. But this is from Gemini, not Gemini in the room, but Gemini, my friend online. So guarantees against future attack.
Or synonymous.
Affirm assurance that Iran will not be targeted again. Permanent end to the war, a demand for final settlement rather than temporary pause or ceasefire. End to Israeli strikes in Lebanon, specific requirement that military actions against Iranian allies in Lebanon cease, immediate lifting of all U.S. sanctions, full removal of economic and potential sanctions imposed on Iran, cessation of regional fighting, and end to all hostilities against Iranian allies across the Middle East. So that was 5. Here's the next 5. Conditional reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will reopen the vital waterway only if other conditions are met. Damn. Shipping transit fees. A proposed 2 million fee per ship passing through the strait. Revenue sharing with Oman. Shipping fees would be split between Iran and Oman. Safe passage protocols. Iran would establish and provide the rules for safe navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. And number 10, funding for reconstruction. Oh yeah, gotta have them reparations. Shipping revenue would be used to rebuild infrastructure damaged during the conflict rather than being classified as war reparations. That's the 10.
Reparations?
That 2 million a ship is crazy.
What are reparations though? Hello?
Let me say this real quick. It sounds like, and when they did the first 5, it literally sounds like somebody that knows karate and wants to beat your
about that? I was late.
What?
That's a while back.
Couple of months ago.
Yeah, months ago. I did. Somebody put 10 points in the chat, so we can put it up top. So if anybody wants to check out the 10-point proposal,
I don't think the $2 million per ship is that crazy, right? Like a very large crude carrier is like 2.5 billion barrels. So you're charging $1 per barrel of oil. Like oil is $100, so you're charging 1%.
But how much is the Nile? How much does Egypt charge, and how much does Panama charge to transport?
Oh, so sorry. I'm saying like a tax on that region is crazy, completely. But like,
okay,
when I think about like how much they're asking for, it's not a large amount relative to how many barrels are being carried by each ship. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's per ship.
Yeah, exactly.
So when do you guys think Trump is going to tackle? 8 p.m., 9 p.m.?
I'm looking at this, but I don't see the 10 points in this article.
Unfortunately, I think he may actually do something. I don't know if he's going to do all of what he said, but I think if he does a tackle on this, I think he's kind of backed himself in a corner.
Exactly.
I just hope he doesn't do anything too crazy, but I think he's going to do something.
He has to. Like, he's putting himself in a position where if he tacos right now, right, and they just released their statement saying that they're not ready to have dialogue, so we can't use the dialogues are going so well that I postponed it, which is what he did last time. I think it was the 23rd. We gave him 48 hours and then said dialogue was going well, and they said we're not even fucking talking. What are you talking about? Like, that's what happened last time. I don't think he can play that card again. I think he's at a point where he has to do something. I think he's not dumb enough. I'm hoping he's not dumb enough to just randomly hit civilian locations. I think it's going to be strategic military targeted locations that are hit hard.
But like, how can he escalate from here though? Like, hasn't the U.S. already been hitting?
Yeah. You know, you're exhausted from the time that we hit.
Yeah. So like, what does he do next? Like, bomb a civilian nuclear plant? Like, I don't know.
They can do bridges, like you said. They can do bridges. Apparently, I don't have the numbers, but apparently they have a number of desalination plants. They have a number of like power plants. He could possibly hit some stuff and maybe not hit other stuff. Yeah. So there's levels probably that he can do. I just think that he's going to do something. If he doesn't, the taco term won't even be a thing. I just think that it's ego. I think we're really at a point now. Iran wants this because again, they want to do what they're going to do, and they've been waiting for this. They've had decades to plan for this because they've been under the thumb of under the threat of this happening for years, so they plan for it.
Didn't somebody say last night it's just not going to be us in this plan, that it's been leaked that it's going to be Israel, USA, and the UAE, and they're going to be hitting every 15 minutes. Did you guys hear that last night from the
Black Rabbi said that. I heard Black Rabbi say that.
Black Rabbi. They got the brand salt
on the house. Georgia, thank you for the link you just provided. That actually has the 10 points. The last link didn't. Thank you, Georgia. So the 10-point list that Iran is proposing is up top.
Why don't you guys play the clip from Al Jazeera that we played last night? That they went over all the 10 points. Can you guys do that?
Who's gonna
Al Jazeera? I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah, if you put in the chat, we can play it.
Hey, when is the NATO guy going to be meeting with Trump? Is it tomorrow or today?
I don't know. What even listen to NATO?
Well, they say homeboy is like the Trump whisperer, so let's see if we can whisper Trump down from his high horse. But
I'm sorry. Go, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so let me check when he's meeting Trump.
Why are you doing that? I was going to say the thing is with these demands. So anything with Israel, like stepping down, I just don't think that they're going to do that. Like they're talking about stopping against like Hezbollah and
Odenada's going to meet with him tomorrow on the 8th.
Yeah, that's after the.
Yeah, dang. So I guess Trump might be anti-taco this time.
This is honestly, and I'm not trying to be dramatic, in my opinion anyway, this is a very dangerous position right now. Like, he's a dangerous man in this position, right? Because the world is watching. He's made public statements. And if he does taco, it puts us it makes us look very weak, right? Like, this is the time we call NATO a paper tiger. Well, not we, he called NATO a paper tiger. Like, this is show and prove time. Like, this is crunch time.
We look weak already. Like, the strongest military in the world. And, you know what I'm saying? And just, we look like we getting dealt with or whatever. Like, even to go get like that pilot out or whatever, and like planes and helicopters get
we lost a bunch of aircraft. I didn't realize that.
Right.
I still think that the pilot story is a cover for something else, and I will take this to my grave. I generally do not believe that the U.S. put 2 C-130s
exactly
to get a pilot. It makes no sense.
What is a cover for, man? What's it?
They offer an alternative. Like, you can't just say it's something else.
Oh yeah, sure. My alternative is that they've been touting this like operation to go and get the uranium gas canisters.
I heard that.
And there's been, you know, conflict in the army with people saying, "Oh, this operation makes no fucking sense." I think they were making a statement in order to do that operation. It's a couple of kilometers away from the facility. The Iranians figured this out. That whole operation became a clusterfuck, and they pulled out.
You might have a point there, Ned, because they lost 2 C-130s and they lost 4 helicopters. That's a lot.
That's a lot. A C-130 can do like
for one pilot. One pilot.
Well, I mean, we do try to leave no one behind, but the point here being is that the C-130, and for that extraction, why would you send in C-130s to do an extraction?
Exactly. Unless you're trying to put the equipment down or put the terminal down. That's the only way it makes sense in my mind.
You know what? Somebody made a point about that leave no man behind thing the other day that I hadn't thought about. But the POWs in Vietnam, even like the whole John McCain story that like Trump talked about where he likes his people that weren't captured. We've had plenty of people that have been captured and held by enemies over the years in war. So I get that that's like the doctrine, but to put those kind of assets to get one person, it does ring that it could be something more than what they're saying.
Well, I mean, they do send, but the point here, the amount of aircraft we've lost. Because the thing about, I'm trying to figure out why would you, because it's mostly a helicopter could fly into Iran, fly through the mountains and get out. And I'm just looking at, you lost 4 helicopters. So that means the mission set was bigger than what just a normal power rescue, PJ rescue mission. Because you send in so many assets. So, Mel, you might be under something.
Did y'all hear the rumor that's going around? The rumor is they actually went in to try to secure the uranium.
Wow, nuts.
Somebody, was just saying that is, I heard that too.
Yeah, I said that on one of these. I said they was on a mission to get that uranium.
And it was some kind of wild battle.
He's crazy.
So, you know that we're going to have to hope because the whole thing with like nukes, right? Like, so we are going to have to hope that this thing about like not following illegal orders, if he goes too far off the reservation with this stuff, like trying to, we're going to literally have to hope that somebody's going to disobey the orders, basically.
Next.
What's at stake?
It's a mountainous region, and actually that is where they are known to store their uranium.
So how in the world? I know we're just talking in here. Nobody has no intel directly from our general, But how, or CENTCOM, how in the hell are you going to get the uranium out of there with a helicopter? And how many people is it going to take for you to actually extract the uranium from where they're actually keeping it? It just, that doesn't even make sense. You would have to send in what he's trying to send in, a large contingency of people on the ground and equipment to be able to extract that and get it on the qualified transport equipment, which are heavier than these helicopters. So I don't know, what are we doing right now? But I don't know what we're talking about.
No, because
they said they had large planes in the area as
the
well.
C-130
had such large.
The C-130s could
large planes. Okay, so who's going to go down there and get it, sir? I mean,
don't know. They're not
in the air.
Hold on.
Let's have a conversation. Go
The
ahead.
C-130s can carry the excavation equipment you need to dig out the canisters that are buried at the enrichment site. That's a fact. The U.S. had 2 C-130s in the region. And these two C-130s got bogged down and were destroyed by the U.S. The C-130s can also carry like 80 to 120 troops. Emma can correct me around that.
Yeah. Okay, so there were not 80 to 120 troops on those C-1s that went down at that time, sir.
They used to carry the helicopters.
We don't know. Hold on. We don't know how many troops specifically were involved in the operation. Trump himself said hundreds were involved.
I said, and maybe you're not listening to me because you at times don't like the sound of my voice or you think I'm stupid. But for what I was talking to somebody who's actually over there, they didn't have that amount of troops on those planes that they had to leave over there and destroy. There were not 100, nor were there 80 on either one of those planes.
The only reason why they kept the planes
and the question was, since you guys are saying I think it was you, you were saying that they were trying to, not Gemini, you know who I'm talking about. They were trying to go over there, and the rumor was extract the uranium at that time, and they were not at that time equipped our men to be able to do that at that particular moment in time.
No,
that's true. The only reason why they destroyed those.
Hold on, let Mel go. Let Mel and Lisa finish. Go ahead, Mel.
Well, we don't know what equipment was in the C-130s. I'm saying there were hundreds of troops involved in the operation, and we also lost America lost 4 helicopters as well. So it's a little bit incredulous that to extract a pilot, the U.S. would put down 2 C-130s and 4 helicopters and hundreds of troops.
There were not hundreds of troops on those planes. Tell him, Ty. I keep saying that over and over, and he's trying to try to make me look more dumber than he already thinks I am. But go right ahead. Go ahead, Ty. Yeah, you do.
Hold on, Ty. What problem do I have with you, Lisa? Please explain to me.
I think he's trying to suggest that we don't know the real story, that based on the reaction or the equipment involved.
One second, because Ty's been trying to get in there. Let me just say this real quick. Could it be that they were trying to secure the area where the uranium was and not necessarily take the uranium? We're going to pass it back to Ty. Go ahead.
So the 2 C-130s had helicopters in them, the attack helicopters, because the crash site where the pilot was not where the planes landed. Because they can't just land a C-130 just anywhere. They found a dust crop site, and one of the fucking C-130s got caught in the dust. These fucking planes are heavy. And so when they were trying to dig it out, which ain't gonna work. So with all the technology, every time we lose a piece of equipment, we don't just leave it there. Because they learned that lesson from, it wasn't Syria, it was another country during the Afghan war, where they actually start using this shit. It's kind of like what happened in 9/11 when people taught themselves how to fly the planes. That they can't use because that shit has top secret information in it. So they blew it up. And they had another plane come from Kuwait and pick everybody and take everybody back. But the C-130s are cargo planes, so they transport humans and cargo. And in order to do rescue missions, you gotta use helicopters for that shit.
and it's quick in and out. You know, you had SEAL Team 6, you had the Air Force, their rescue team, the SAR team. You had like 4 high-level search teams to find him and get him out of there.
So let me ask you, does it make sense that they were trying to save him, or does it make sense that they were going after the uranium? Which do you believe?
To save them, the number one thing is to saving them. Now,
But you just said you don't land. Hold on, you just said you don't land 2 C-130s and bring out all of that crap to save one man.
I wouldn't say that. That's exactly what they would do. That's why they didn't land exactly where they were on the opposite side of the ridge.
Got it.
So that's the only place that they can land. And then they used the helicopters to get him there and then go back to the planes. But the planes got stuck there, so they had to blow them up there. And I want to say one of the helicopters got shot. So they had to take their
They lost 4 helicopters and 2 C-130s. That's a lot.
So
I know it's a lot.
So
but actually, the C-130 is actually being phased out.
So they put the heli in the C-130. He had the C-130 in the mud. Took the helicopter out, reassembled the helicopter, right? Flew the helicopter high, picked him up, flew the helicopter back to the C-130. Disassembled the helicopter.
But the C-130 got stuck in the sand.
Disassembled the helicopter.
Put together like Lego pieces, but those helicopters, their propellers fold up so that
they fit in the same. Yes, they do fit. Some helicopters.
Some of them do. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Ty, how much money was left behind?
A whole lot of taxpayer money.
Hey, and Ty, they're not phasing out the C-130.
Yeah, they're phasing it out. They're not.
But you know what that tells me, Ty? You know what that tells me?
When? Ty, when they're phasing it out?
They already have the replacement plane.
What's it called?
C-130s though.
What's it called in your replacement plane?
Hold on a minute.
Because the last model was the J. The last model was the J when I was at Little Rock.
There you go. Thank you. There you go. All right. No, I forget. Patty knows the name of the plane. I forget. But the problem was they blew up the helicopters because the new plane wouldn't fit them. So you can't take it. You can't take it. You gotta leave it there. Well, they're not gonna leave that shit there. That shit.
The plane was overweight. Yeah, that was crazy.
So they blew up the C-130s because they couldn't fit the helicopter.
Yeah. Because
they got stuck too.
So Ty,
how did they get the helicopter there in the first place if it can't fit in the C-130?
No, it fit, Mel. The helicopters were made.
Remember I told you this, one of the C-130s got stuck and they couldn't dig it out the sand. So they brought the other plane. Well, the other plane wouldn't fit the helicopters in. Well, you can't take it.
Well, what's the other plane?
It's a different cargo plane. I forget the title of it. It's new. I've never ridden in one. I've ridden in a C-130 before.
Okay, so Ty, they're not replacing this already. They're replacing the H models with the J, like I said. Because the J just came.
No, well, put it this way: they're no longer they're not on the assembly line.
Okay, but I heard they're still replacing the J.
They're not going to crash them all together. They're just going to, as they one by one.
Yeah, I mean
they're not going to replace them.
Because I was stationed at a C-130 base at Little Rock Air Force Base for 2009, and that's when the contract was signed to bring in the J model.
Yeah, but they even models. Like we have J models at my base here, but they're no longer they're replacing them with modern stuff.
But what's the aircraft?
They're also replacing those fucking helicopters too, because those things are old.
No, but what's the aircraft that's replacing? Because the C-130 has a specific mission. I've never heard they're replacing that aircraft.
I learned this recently too.
Wow.
So I didn't know that they were no longer manufacturing them. Like, holy shit. Just like they're no longer really manufacturing F-15s, right? But they're still fucking flying. My base still has F-16s. Been around since fucking Vietnam. They're not making it anymore. That's why you had the F-35 and the F-22 to replace them. But as they're not destroying the whole entire fleet, they're just going to roll it until it dies and then not build a new one.
Okay, you're talking about the H model, because I just read that the production schedule is until 2040 for the C-130Js.
Yeah, I could believe that because those are the newest ones. Yeah. But which aircraft did they send in to? I'm confused.
It looks, from the far, it looks like a fucking Navy plane.
Because one thing I know about logistics and loadmaster guys, mistakes, and especially they wouldn't send an aircraft in. They know it can't fit the helicopters, because the thing about the helicopters, because of safety of flight issue, the helicopter, you have to train all the helicopters in the inventory. There is specific aircraft they could fly on, and that's it. So they wouldn't send in an aircraft to pick up to unless they know that they wouldn't make that mistake. That to me sounds like a mistake that wouldn't be made. That they send in an aircraft and then
me and you are in the same. I feel the same way until I heard this guy was an Army guy, and he said the young people understood that the people who really know what the fuck they're doing, that wouldn't make that mistake, are no longer in the service because they got the fuck out because of political.
Now loadmasters would not. And this is an Air Force mission. They wouldn't have made that mistake, and I'm Air Force. Air Force would have not, loadmaster would not say, we're going to send in an aircraft that cannot fit a helicopter. It's either they decide to leave the helicopters back there, period, before, but they wouldn't send in an aircraft that cannot fit a helicopter. That mistake doesn't happen. Well, under Trump, anything is possible.
It's a mistake, right? But it's not like we haven't, as a military history, made wrong choices. These things have happened, right? They don't happen often, but they say they don't never happen. People make mistakes or make wrong decisions.
Do we agree that the story is contradictory and does not make?
There are rules. I agree. That's what we're saying. Yeah,
we all agree on that. Definitely. Yeah. And then the analogy to this guy rising on the third day was wild by Hesed. That was. I know y'all probably spoke about that. That analogy he tried to tie with Easter was crazy.
Somebody wrote in the chat that the Marines are calling Hexaf Secretary of War Crimes. That shit was funny when I read it.
Yeah, he's up for impeachment, right? I saw something come across my screen.
I hope so.
That's actually a more factual title.
And he's not going to be protected. We noticed that he hasn't been out in front. And typically when we see such individuals in Trump's orbit, not in front of the camera, typically there's some kind of beef behind the scenes.
No, because I know if Trump's going to blame somebody for the fuck up of this war, it's going to be Hexaf.
Absolutely.
Because Trump already, we were taking bets that Trump's going to fire the Labor Secretary next.
Right now, they're saying more than a dozen Democrats in Congress have called to invoke the 25th Amendment.
Yeah, they don't mean that. That don't mean shit. That don't mean shit.
That's a lot. That's a lot in recent
history on the news. Don't attack me, brother.
I'm assuming that's a lot in recent history. Let's check that out.
Until his but they can call out all they want. It's his cabinet that have to invoke it.
So right now,
to follow that up, they say the vice president and the majority of the president's cabinet can invoke the amendment to seize power from the president if they feel he is unfit for office. Congress could also appoint its own body to review the president's fitness instead of the cabinet.
Serious? I didn't know Congress could do that.
They can form a committee. Yeah, they can form a committee.
Yeah, here's the thing though, with what you just announced with those numbers, history is going to record like this. We're like in uncharted waters. So I'm just saying, if you don't say anything now or speak out, I'd be surprised if a lot of people, the people that don't speak out, are really going to put themselves in a bad place historically. Because we're in a moment now that if you got it, you need to be opening your mouth and saying something and be public about it as well.
The committee doesn't have the power to be clear, but again, it's news. No need to put. I just had to look up the story from earlier. According to Reuters, 2 NC-130 aircraft had failures and were unable to take off.
Oh, so it was a couple hundred people. Thank you, Nia, but
yes, because that's the point. If there's a couple of hundred people, because power rescue missions don't take that much, because the whole you're trying to go under the cloak of you not being discovered. You're trying to sneak in and sneak out. Because the fact they're in hostile, especially a rescue mission in hostile territory, you wouldn't send in an aircraft with 130 with 100 people. That doesn't make any sense.
Because you're not going to endanger 100 people to save one.
Trump said it was about 200.
Yeah, so that's Mel, you onto something. That is a cover up for a fuck up mission. I'm starting to believe you.
They did not send 150 people on those helicopters.
Lisa, it's not helicopters, it's C-130s. The C-130s, the two C-130s, they couldn't fly out. They're saying that they were on those aircraft, not the helicopters. We're just playing with conspiracy theories. That's all we're doing.
Point is, we don't know. According to Trump the other day, the second rescue mission involved 150.
Stop talking over me. Stop muting me. And it wasn't 150 something people on that plane. Why that they had to transfer over to be rescued from the plane? Are we all on the same page or whatever? I mean, if I have to on my lunch break, I will pull it up. That doesn't happen like that.
Lisa, I agree that you can pull it up. There are contradictory sources. The one that I cited was Reuters. Like, I'm not saying it happened. I have no idea what happened. That's why I was saying
why
earlier.
do you need protection? Yeah. You're a grown man. Why do you need a woman to protect you?
What are you guys talking about?
No, it's me, Lisa, not Mel. I'm making a joke, Lisa. I do understand why you're beefing with me. We have barely interacted ever.
Like Lisa, we just believe our conspiracy bubble today. That's all.
Well, I know that we just clarify what's crazy.
Conversation.
So we're just trying to say that something sounds fishy because knowing the true mission set of a rescue, that's a lot of people to put in harm's way. And I'm saying, but then again, the Trump administration is known for just doing crazy shit.
I'm about to say, but it's this administration. It's like they do all kinds of crazy shit. Some of the matter of fact, speaking of crazy shit, some of the things that the Democrats are saying, the lawmakers are saying, is crazy. They're saying Trump, Rep. Yasmin Ansari said Trump has crossed every line and she is introducing articles of impeachment against Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Rep. Omar called Trump an, quote, unhinged lunatic who must be removed from office. Rep. Sri Thainagar said Trump threatened to slaughter 100 million people and Congress must do everything possible to stop Trump and this war. Rep. Mark Pocan called Trump too unhinged and deranged to have the nuclear codes. Like they're going hard.
You have to. Again, you have to posture. Even if you can't do anything, you can't be on the record as not speaking out when he's making these kind of threats about like killing a civilization.
At least they're going on record, and even if they can't stop it, they're going on record and documenting. They're saying some of the things that we wish we could on record, right? So there's that.
Do you think anybody in the cabinet would push back on Trump, nuking Tehran? I feel like Rubio would be the voice of disagreement.
Nobody.
I think nobody. Yeah, I don't think anybody on this cabinet would be good with the 25th. I don't think it's gonna happen from his cabinet.
It's not happening because that's why Trump made sure he put in sycophants in this administration.
Yep, they're all in it.
I know, but
like if this thing goes down, they're all in it to go down.
Maybe I'm naive, but there's a difference between being a sycophant and being like a completely morally inept idiot. And I'd like to believe.
This is the Epstein class. You can't really enter morality into your factor.
But to the point though, Marco Rubio, these people have given away like any integrity they had. They were all anti-Trumpers. They all literally said the things that he would do, and then they end up working from like J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio especially, or whatever, went against their core beliefs, things that they said they believe in, they no longer do. So I'm just saying they lack the
at stake too, right? So when you enter money into the equation, like we haven't even got to that point, but it's a winner take all if this goes any further. And
But just imagine that J.D. Vance had one time referred to Trump as America's Hitler. And it might be coming to pass. Who knows?
It truly is. Watching these people give up what they're giving up. Did anybody hear about this thing, to the point about billions on the line? This thing about the Pete Hegseth, the BlackRock fund with I think Raytheon and I don't know, McDonald's, all the defense contractors essentially, where he was trying to do something with that to enrich himself, but couldn't do it. Has anybody even heard about that or talked about it?
Yeah. He bought the wrong ETF. Well, not he. His advisor bought the wrong ETF.
So that, and then with the strike. So when with the thing where somebody had either bet on oil futures, and this, I'm not an economist, don't know anything about that. It's just just what I read or listen to. But I'm saying that there are people that are betting and getting money and playing this market based on things that they shouldn't know. So insiders essentially knowing what Trump or how this administration is going to move, and they're betting and making money on it, to the point about the billions that are at stake for this, and what probably the real reason behind it.
I know, but I still think that, maybe 2 or 3 cabinet officials can recognize that life continues after the Trump administration, and the actions that they do now can have consequences.
Who do you think it will be, though, that we know of on the cabinet?
Rubio is one. Let me think about the second one. Really? You think?
I just doubt.
Isn't Rubio trying to starve all the people in Cuba? Why do you say Rubio? But I think that he has the ability to think for himself and recognize that nuking a nation would be a step too far.
I would agree, but you remember he literally is one of the people that was an anti or never Trumper. The things that he routed against with Trump, he has completely done a 180 on all of his moral stances. So I just think that whatever he feels like he has on the line, if he thinks he's next in line to rule the MAGA party, there's some reason why he's given up his integrity. I just don't know. I hope that he would draw a line. I do. I'm not hoping for these people to not do something. I just don't see anybody on his cabinet that's going to be willing to 25th Amendment.
Maybe Tulsi Gabbard.
So Mel, can the SEC process those guys for insider trading years after it's happened? Is there a statute of limitation on insider trading?
I don't know, actually. I have no idea.
Well, Democrats better prosecute all those people, because we already have the evidence. We saw the spikes in trade. Before he attacked, every time he made a major decision, those guys were betting on the market. So the evidence is there. We need to prosecute those people.
Was it legal for them to send Kushner to work out this agreement in the first place?
Yeah.
Why did they send Kushner?
Because he's the president's favorite son-in-law. He's not a diplomat, though. It doesn't work. I know, but the president can appoint whoever he wants to appoint to negotiate,
Make a special envoy.
Right, but he also has a financial stake in the outcome of all of this.
Kushner is the money handler for Trump. So when he's talking to the Arabs and collecting big checks from MBS, he's doing it on behalf of Trump. And no one could say any different that, hey, Kushner just got $4 billion from the Arabs, because the fact that he does have a trading company, but he's registered, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we don't know where that money is going to end up after Trump leaves office. So the point here being is that when he brought in Kushner, oh boy, Kushner already got $2 billion from MBS. Let me see how many more billions he's going to get from the region before this is all over with. So, because remember, we keep looking at Israel and saying Israel pushed Trump to go into Iran, but also Saudi Arabia was one of the biggest backers of going in. They along with Netanyahu. So don't excuse them, because trust me, Israel is like their mortal enemy also, and they want to destabilize not Israel, Iran. They want to destabilize Iran, and they've been buddy with Israel. So is everybody against Iran?
Yeah, the Gulf nations are pretty much behind Israel and America on this one.
Oh, brother. Non-tap. Great.
ML is right.
Not all of the Gulf nations, but, yeah.
Mainly, I can't think of one that even Qatar got on board, and Kuwait and UAE. Oman always stays sort of neutral. They see themselves as Switzerland.
On this app, man, y'all didn't believe? Well, the Israelis, was right. The Israelis talking about hold on. The Israelis and Israel supporters have been feasting on and masturbating to some idea of Iran being invaded for years now.
That's a little excessive, maybe.
It's really not.
I wouldn't give Norm credit.
Just a little.
Netanyahu said that he literally was dreaming about this for 45 years. Like, who's to say one of them dreams didn't produce some nighttime emissions? I mean, come on.
America's been dreaming about it too. We've been planning it for 47 years.
These people are sick.
America has not been planning this for 47 years.
Oh, it's normal. It's what normal.
I don't give a damn.
Who said that, though? Nobody's admitted to that. No general.
Of the Middle East.
No general.
Normal.
No general. No nobody.
No normal. What is wrong with y'all?
Bro,
I
I'm trying to help you, Lisa. I'm trying to help you.
Divine, I don't care. I mean, it's like, it's strange. No, I mean, I don't care that they're interrupting, because the thing about it is El Normo is not the guru of the Middle East.
Correct.
Everything that comes out of his mouth is not the fucking gospel. So we weren't playing. Yeah, me too. Because I admit, I don't know I have to research like you guys do. I'm not quick on the Google like you guys are, but I'm not going to come in here and admit to shit like I'm some expert on all this Middle East bullshit. So but what I do know, just a little reading, that you saying we, meaning the United States, we've been preparing for this for 47 years?
Yes.
We have?
Since the crisis. Sure, we planned an invasion for Iran. In fact, we tried an invasion, if you remember.
It's painful for me to admit that Norm is right on Republicans in America, having a strategy about Iran. It pains me to say this, but Norm is correct.
Norm is right.
What's the strategy?
And he's been consistent.
What's the strategy?
He's right, but in war games,
You keep saying it's
we realized that it was unwinnable. That's why nobody was dumb enough to do it until we get to Trump. We even had Operation Praying Mantis. We had huge battles in the Strait of Hormuz in the 80s.
Address what Michael is saying, because I think that's Michael's correct as well.
Of course, it's not unwinnable. That's ridiculous.
By the way, I also called Venezuela
war games that they ran out scenarios, Norm, literally, and just about the Strait of Hormuz, about what would happen, and it was deemed to be unwinnable, and that's why nobody's done it until, like I said, Donald Trump, who doesn't listen to anybody.
Okay, Michael,
we beat them in the Strait of Hormuz in Operation Praying Mantis.
So, Michael, in 47 years, we couldn't come up with a particular strategy and plan to get this done. In 47 years, they say that they've been planning. These two guys on here said that we've been planning. And in those 47 years, we couldn't come up with a viable plan. Is that what you guys are trying to tell us?
It's unwinnable. Look at Afghanistan. Look at Vietnam. We haven't won a war since World War II. I'm just saying that, that people for a living, and I'm just talking about stuff I've read or seen, that literally they war gamed it out. People talk about this, and it was deemed to be just an untenable.
With military conflict in that region, of course. I mean, that's common sense. But But this particular, what we're seeing by this administration, I can assure you that this was not part of those plans. It's random, ad hoc action that wasn't thought out at all. Members of his team, they don't think long term. They move from their bravado and their ego, so on and so forth, and they're replicating the behavior more of Benton, BB.
Correct.
They're replicating his behavior versus what we came here in the United States. I promise you that. So that's
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that we're hand in hand, but I think when you look at like a John Bolton, and even like some of this, I hate to bring up like what this fool talked about, but even when Mancini talked about like these 75 generals, I think that this is something that America's been looking at since we lost the Shah, since the Shah of Iran got deposed, and we could no longer rule an area.
Queen, Q, hold on 1 second. So, Michael, because I want to be real quick, because somebody wants to speak. Those 75 signatures, right? That was compiled by a Jewish organization, right? The way that list was compiled and the methodology that they used to garner those signatures, I looked at the larger document, right? So this wasn't an action by 75 former generals that were just like, gun-ho, and they got together themselves. They were, they were massaged into signing this what you're talking about. And I think people should read it. People should read it.
I get what you're saying. We're not disagreeing on this, by the way. I'm just saying that people still want to do it. But I'm just saying that there's 47 years we can look that people were wanting to do this ever since the Shah, since America's puppet got deposed from the region, that we wanted to get back in the region, and therefore that there probably was a desire to do this. Not for the right reasons, but just to control the area.
Of course, there were ideologues that have been, again, dreaming about this for decades. When you mentioned John Bolton, and ML, I don't know if you're aware of his reputation, even when he was in the Clinton regime, where he really didn't have that much power, but he wasn't really considered in the mainstream as it relates to Iran. He was, called in to work on certain, because he was a hawk. He was a neocon hawk, but he was not considered to be in the mainstream as it relates to Iran. A lot of people have had this plan, and to say that there have been plans is not specific enough. You have to really state whose plans and on behalf of whom. Has it been a general consensus in America in the mainstream political agenda to go to war with Iran? I don't think there's any evidence of that.
Q, you are absolutely correct. Bolton just didn't get any motion. Yes, he definitely was a hard line. He definitely, right? And so what I want to say is this. So he wanted to go. He wanted to definitely go in there. I remember him talking about it. But the reason why we didn't take action over it was simply because the risk, the potential for it to become what it's become today, and it's a mess. So he was definitely of that. One of those rare. If Bolton would have got some traction, like in today's world, he would be probably Trump's best friend.
And we're not discussing the risk, adjusting how they're adjusting their citizens' lives to get ready for what energy crisis is going to look like, and that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? Not to mention what this will do to the power dynamics in the Middle East if they don't basically genocide these motherfuckers, right? Because that's what we're talking about doing, right? At this point, they have to
genocide anybody.
Normal. Your credibility. You have absolutely no credibility as it relates to this issue. Like, you're just repeating the talking points from the Netanyahu government.
The Persian people.
Not from the Persian. They don't want to be their whole civilization bombed. They didn't vote for that. Yeah, but that's what. Liberation through liberating from their physical bodies, because they're being bombed from the sky.
hope if there's an end. My hope is that if there's an energy crisis, we get to the point where the right and Republicans start loving green energy, and it spurs a revolution in green energy and green energy products, and somehow we end up attenuating the climate change crisis in the next 15-20 years.
Y'all got to remember, this was a failure of the CIA. Operation Ajax, for all accounts, was a failure. The reason why they wanted to be in that region, America, was because they contended that it was being occupied by, communists, that Russia was going to push up and have a geopolitical advantage in that region, right? So Operation Ajax was put in play, and it failed, right? So how did it fail? The Iranian people revolted and put who they wanted in power. And during that process, Iranians, and there's so many sects, so many different groups over there, they aligned under, together, right? And so... Okay,
Rambo, hold on. How was Operation Ajax a failure?
Let me land. Please let me land. So during that revolution, that nation was able to bond. All of them didn't get along. You had your various sexes. It's really complicated. But one thing they were able to do was to come together and have a successful revolution. That made them tough. They're tested. So to think that we can just come in there and just bomb away and these people's resilience won't show up, that's just a miscalculation. Like these people.
Okay, Rambo, I have to cut you off here.
To fight.
This is misinformation. Operation Ajax was not a failure. It actually was a success. So the CIA and also M16, they pretty much were actually went and removed a democratically elected, actually favorable leader, Mossadegh, in 1953. He was going to nationalize. Hold on. Let me finish.
But they put a puppet in place, and then they removed it.
No, what are you talking about? So how was it a failure?
That's the whole point.
How was it a failure for the U.S. and Britain?
So let me answer your question.
It wasn't. Hold on for a second. It was not a failure. Operation Ajax was conducted by the U.S. and the British. It was not a failure.
It was a joint effort, but the CIA led it. Like, come on now, don't make me go.
What are you talking about, Rambo? Please
They installed who they wanted to install, which was the Shah.
Thank you.
That's a success. That's a success
for the U.S.
It resulted in the.
Give me a minute,
Hey, you guys let RJ go because he's out here.
Guys, please, can you just go online and just go and Google Operation Ajax? Okay, I'm not here to fight. It came up because it's just unequivocally incorrect. It was a success for the U.S. and for the British because Mossadegh was not able to nationalize the oil like he wanted to. And this is where they were able to install who they wanted, the puppet, the Shah's father. It was a success. Operation Ajax was the revolution happened in 1979. The revolution took place in 1979.
Everybody hold on. I know y'all hear me.
Please, one mic.
Let Ace land and go to RJ. Ace, are you done?
I'm done.
Go ahead.
All right, Rambo, I'm just trying to talk to you straight up on this, man. I see what you're saying, but you're condensing a little bit too much here, and that's the problem. Ajax was a success because they got rid of the democratically elected leader, Mossadegh, and they reinstalled the Shah. Not only did they do that, but there was Mossad and CIA that trained the secret police there, so the Savak, who eliminated all of the political figures that stood with Mossadegh and eliminated the Communist Party that was in Iran. They were called the Tudeh. And the problem with that is, a generation later, once the students overthrew the Shah, no one had political organization or monetary organization in that. So what was a success, but the blowback hit us a generation later. So all I'm trying to say is, I get where you are, but you gotta separate it out.
Yes, you're absolutely right, RJ. Thank you. You're right. I did something.
Can I say something just real quick? Like, this is none of this, like, it's not been a secret. They, like, certain news outlets have been talking about this for decades now. The news outlets that I watch on a daily basis have been talking about this. I used to really follow Chomsky very closely, and he actually described this very scenario because he said that the United States was somehow psychopathic, like it's off the rails, and it's just accelerated with Trump's election. And he described a scenario where people would be looking to China for leadership and not from the American government. This was like years ago, and I just filed that shit in the back of my mind because I couldn't conceive of how that could be possible. But now, I mean, it's like I can find the lecture that he gave, like, because he used to talk about this shit all the time. Democracy Now!, the news outlet, talked about this shit all the time. Google Amy Goodman, go to their website. Like, they have, going back for years, different professors who were Middle East scholars, and different people who used to work for different administrations in the United States government. Like, we know that this has been talked about and that certain interests been planning this. So, like, it's not like...
Yeah, Quinn, it's called confirmation bias. Hold on. It's called confirmation bias.
It's not confirmation bias.
Hold on, because I can find...
That's not confirmation.
Yes, it is, because I can see the same thing. Hold on.
When people have...
Hold on.
She
was not. She was still talking when you came in and you said, hold on. And there's confirmation bias.
Did you know anything about Mideast policy from like the 90s? Like,
have you been
following?
Yeah, I know all that. I'm following.
You don't know nothing. You don't know
all that. Yeah, what I'm saying is, I can say the same thing on El Normal side. I can find lectures from the 80s and say, you know what? The United States is going to invade Iran in one day. That's why I say this confirmation bias.
No. But again, the interest. So Netanyahu is not a newcomer to the stage. His party is not a newcomer to the stage. So yeah, you're a lot of what El Normal parrots, is coming true because Netanyahu is in power.
I'm analyzing.
You're definitely
attacking Americans since 1979.
America has not been attacked by Iran.
Yes, they were attacked 2 weeks ago.
After we attacked them last summer, right?
No, they attacked America in America.
No, that's false. The motherfucking 9/11 was backed by Saudis. None of the motherfuckers were terrorists.
They hijacked our airplanes, they beat up our servicemen, they bombed our servicemen. They've been doing this relentlessly for 47 years.
I just asked that you be specific. Yeah, be specific.
You can say anything. The Green bombing, the Covert Towers bombing, obviously the hostage taking in 1979.
This is 2026. This is 2026.
What's that?
This is 2026.
And
they continue to attack us. No, they don't. There is no they continue to.
2 weeks ago in Michigan. Are you kidding me? You
are so ridiculous. After we bomb them people over the summer, are you kidding?
What do you mean?
Straight question. What aggression? Yeah. Fine. Go ahead. I want to talk to that motherfucker.
Okay.
They're going to rationalize attack on Americans?
I believe you, please.
I'm going to try to switch to something else. New York Times had an interesting article that has an account of how Trump was convinced to launch this particular war. I'm going to read from it. In a Situation Room on February 11, Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting that Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. At one point, the Israelis played for Mr. Trump a great video that included a montage of potential new leaders who could take over the country if the hardline government fell. Among those featured was Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah, now a Washington-based dissident who had tried to position himself as a secondary leader who could shepherd Iran towards a post-theocratic government. Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to a near certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in weeks. The regime would be so weakened that it could not choke off Strait of Hormuz, and the likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in neighborhood countries was assessed as minimal. Besides, Mossad's intelligence indicated that the street protests inside Iran would begin again, and with impetus of Israeli spy agency helping to ferment riots and rebellion, an intense bombing campaign could foster the conditions for Iranian opposition to overthrow the regime. The Israelis also raised the prospect of Iranian Kurdish fighters crossing the border from Iraq to open a ground front in the northwest, further stretching the regime's forces and accelerating collapse. Mr. Netanyahu delivered his presentation in confident monotone. It seemed to land well with the most important person in the room, the American president. Sounds good to me, Mr. Trump.
Who's reporting
Sounds good to me, Mr. Trump told the Prime Minister to Mr. Netanyahu that they signaled a likely green light for a joint U.S.-Israeli strike operation. Mr. Netanyahu was not the only one who came away from the meeting with the impression that Mr. Trump had all but made up his mind. The president advisors could see that he had been deeply impressed by the promise of Mr. Netanyahu's military and intelligence services could do, just as he had been when the two men spoke before the 12-day war with Iran in June. Earlier in his White House visit on February 11, Mr. Netanyahu had tried to focus the minds of Americans assembled in the cabinet room on the existential threat posed by Iran's 86-year-old Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. I guess this is the operational part of the New York Times article. On the it's a New York Times article. If you don't trust New York Times, that's
no. What's the source? I said not the New York Times.
You can read
reporting this. No, just tell me
it's reported by Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman.
Yeah, I know. Maggie Haberman is good. Yeah, but who is being sent these things? Where did they get this information?
Elormo, I put the link in the chat. Okay. It's a gift link for New York Times if you don't have a subscription. If you scroll up a little up, but I wasn't finished.
But if you don't know who's telling the story, but you don't know what the source is.
Just focus on what I'm saying, not what you want.
Can we hear the story though?
Yeah, we've been hearing it.
Yeah.
No, he said it was not finished though.
Can I add my comment?
Usually, before you tell a story, you say whose story.
He told you that it's a New York Times. Like, what the fuck is going on? Let people who want to hear, like, the rest. If you don't like, leave, Norm. Jesus Christ. Go on, man.
Anyway, the story
because you're a stupid rabbi.
The story is long. I'm not going to read all of it. There's a lot of on J.D. Vance's position too, etc. Miss Wiles. It's pretty good. But the important thing for me, reading from this is my commentary from this point on, in case it's not clear. Everything that Netanyahu told Trump was wrong. Did you notice that part?
How do you know he even said that?
According to New York Times. According to New York Times.
No, according to what source from the New
Elormo, you're free to go to the gift link and figure it out for yourself. So according to the New York Times, everything that Netanyahu said in that presentation was wrong. He said that Iran have no capability to attack U.S. interests in the region. That was wrong. The Kurds was wrong. The street protests were wrong. Ballistic missiles, wrong. Anyway, that's my comment.
Okay, so can you not say wrong and just say lie?
Well, sure, lie.
But we don't know if the story is true, right?
Well, if you figured it out, please tell us.
Well, you didn't figure it out, and you're the one presenting the
I'll wait
information.
for you. Please figure it out and tell us.
Did you put the link in the chat?
Yeah,
You shut the fuck up.
A story
He
has
said
a
that.
story.
He said that 4 times. He said that 4 times. He put the link in the chat.
Just
go read it, bro.
Go read it. Go read it. Shut the fuck up.
You want me to read it?
They really do not want this to come out that America was duped, that President Trump is an idiot. Well, we already know the idiot part, but as far as duped, we had all figured that out in the beginning. It don't take much. All they have to know, they know that Trump is very much ability to be compromised.
Neo, you didn't
Go
put
in
it in
and
the
tell him
chat.
that it looks good, smells good.
It's not in the chat. I was looking for it.
This is the same president that they said listen to the last person that he talked to. Hey, could you shut the fuck up and back channel? We don't care. Look for the link on your own. He told you where it was at. Go find it.
Don't be rude.
You the one being rude. You're trying to overtalk the whole space. You're trying to overtalk the whole space, bro. This not your space.
I didn't understand. What's the source?
You're still doing it. You're still doing it.
Here you go.
Yeah, shut up, Grandpa.
But what I was basically stating was, I'm not saying that he's an idiot, but we have been told numerous times from people not only closest to him, but in his own cabinet, is he listens to the last person he talked to. That's not the signs of an educated, well-spoken person. A well-read.
Okay, who keeps bringing this man up?
I don't know.
Bringing who up? It could be me.
Because he's being disruptive.
Good offense. Can I get a word in?
Was Chris finished? Was it Chris?
Oh, yeah. I'm done.
Sorry.
Like I said, I said what I wanted to say about this.
All right. Doctor?
Yes. Hi. Thank you so much for all your passionate feelings for the Iranian people, and both of us, our nations, we don't like this war. There's nothing good going to come out of the war. But then again, for 47 years, you've had a terrorist government that took over the country and depleted the wealth of the country. And every single day they're hanging on innocent people.
To the news. Like, I'm really sorry.
Any breaking news?
Why are you cutting him off?
The man literally said...
Because we don't know who he is, and a bunch of them come in and they say the same thing.
Okay.
The man literally said today that he is willing to kill a whole civilization of people.
That message was fake. That message was fake.
What?
That message was fake. I came in here with the same message.
What do you mean fake?
Well, what do you mean fake?
What do you mean fake?
It's
He's not saying that.
So I tried to read. When I came this afternoon and I began to read that Truth Social post, did you guys say no, Divine?
Said they
not real.
already.
We already talked about it.
I thought you guys said it was fake.
No, not right. Hold on. Because you're coming in late with
okay, I misunderstood. Okay, we all made up 3 hours later. Okay. Pencils have rewritten.
Too much on divine.
Interrupted.
You're always right. Easy, killer.
I done that a million times. I done came in with
Just
yes, one mic on Brooklyn. I apologize. It happens. Let's carry on.
Said that he is willing to kill, right? Destroy, get rid of a whole civilization. A whole civilization, y'all. Not just 2 people. Not 3. The whole bloodline of the motherfuckers. And they on here talking about 47 years. If y'all don't get the fuck out of here with this bullshit, I don't want to hear nothing about 47 years, not one more piece, okay?
But Crooklyn,
but we don't know.
Hold up. They got Iranians on here like last night who said that they want them to continue. They want this. I said, okay, so you cool with them bombing your mama, your daddy, your children, your grandmother, grandfather, aunts and uncles, and including your own damn self, back to the Stone Age? Yes. I said, oh, well, let's have it then, but just don't use my money to do it.
Nuclear power, no less, right? So we're not even like, people just don't know how serious this shit can get. And again, this has been talked about for decades.
And then
look it up.
And then why ain't nobody talking about how all of it? Why is Israel fucking with Lebanon? What?
Hezbollah.
They got terrorists.
Because they want to
Yeah, they got help Hezbollah.
To get rid of Hezbollah.
What I don't understand is why Doctor was cut off. And why Doctor is no longer here. Why'd y'all cut him off? Like, I don't want to keep hearing the same people say the same shit. So what's the problem with somebody else having a different opinion?
Neil said he didn't want to hear him. Neil literally cut him off.
What's going on? What y'all doing?
We just want to talk about good news.
Can I answer? I was trying to pivot the role that was.
Well, you ain't doing a damn good job because these people sitting here talking about their feelings and what the fuck they want and what they don't want. So why don't you cut them off and tell them you don't want to hear that shit and get back to the news? Because that ain't no damn news.
That's it, please.
Shut up, Mel. I'm on your ass.
By the way, the story is according to anonymous sources, Neil. Unreliable.
I read the story in a way that you did not. 47 years.
Yeah, he was about to do the 40. Yeah, he was about to do the 40.
And we just literally heard our president of the United States of America say that they about to wipe out a whole civilization of the motherfuckers.
He's not
so
going to
the 47 years could go. That's what he said.
I know that, but he's not going to do that.
But
he
that's
talks a lot of BS.
But it doesn't matter. He said it.
He said it, but he ain't going to do it.
That's what he said.
That's how we go.
Hold on, wait.
That's
The question I was posed earlier is how are you
That's what you want. That's what all y'all want. So y'all are full of shit.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
The question that was posed earlier was how do you guys become professionals to distinguish what is he talking the truth about and what he's lying about? Explain to us how you got. Explain to us how you got to the point to where you can read the president's mind without actually knowing him personally.
He's been pretty consistent, hasn't
he? Yeah.
Hasn't he? He's been pretty consistent, hasn't he, Chris?
Yeah, I think so. See, but y'all looking at Jerome. Y'all looking at Jerome. I said I think so. He don't mean.
All right. Then what are we saying here?
You don't mean. I'm asking. That's my confusion. Is why do we keep hearing people say, "Well, that's not what he meant. That's not what he's saying."
Because normal is
lying. That's not what they're lying. Thank you. Because he wasn't gonna say it, but thank you.
We learned
That's what he said. Just like BB been saying and doing a lot of shit, and you support him too. So I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear from you because y'all want to kill. Y'all are for killing a whole civilization.
Not correct.
Not a
Nobody supports that. Yeah, nobody supports it. Nobody supports it. I honestly say you can't say that they don't because nobody supports that.
Okay, hold still. Put your hands in the air. Waving like you just don't care. I'm just kidding. All right. So what? Let's just go with what she's saying just for a second. Okay. Listen to me. I don't want you to interrupt. I just want you to listen. All right. She's saying that if in fact there is a suggestion that we will take out a civilization, is that not comparable to what nuclear powers can actually do? Nuclear powers can actually take out a civilization. Is that true? Yes or no? No or yes? Yes or no?
Because there's mutually assured destruction, right?
Okay.
So it's not just about. It's not just
so
about
it's a
us.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a yes. Okay. Normal. You said yes, or did you say no?
Is your question, can nuclear power destroy a civilization? Is that your question?
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Cool.
But I'm quite certain that nobody has any intention of doing this. That's quite clear.
Okay, and I understand that you want to say that,
but the people have to go by what is being said. I understand that you're saying, well, that's not going to happen. But what did happen is that it was spoken into the atmosphere. It was spoken into the ether.
But
and that is what people are dealing with. I'm sorry?
He talks a lot of nonsense. You have to learn how to read him. What the idea is for the Iranian people to rise up and take their country back. That's the whole model.
But he even said the other day, I don't want y'all, he said, I really don't want y'all out there because I understand, now I know the people want to get out there and protest, but it's really dangerous. He even said he doesn't want them to rise up. So I'm confused.
Because it's not ready yet. He doesn't want them to die. We're avoiding the civilians. He says, stay inside until we're finished taking out the regime.
So will they be ready after 8 p.m. this evening?
No, he'll say when it's ready.
No. Will they be ready after 8 p.m. this evening?
I said no. We have to wait.
So they'll die before they're ready.
They're not going to die. They're staying inside.
That's not what he said.
They're avoiding civil. I know that's not what he said.
What you
have to learn to speak.
Come on, y'all. He been y'all president long enough. Y'all should know how he rolls. Come on.
Hold on, Phil. You have to look at what he does.
Why are you guys constantly making? Why did you elect him if you can't sit up here and abide by what he says? You gotta come in here and interpret. You gotta come in here and yes you do. You have to come in here and translate. You have to. This is the only fucking president we have to do this with, and it's to me. You guys have a problem with it because when you have that type of office, the CEO of my company, when he speaks, I don't have to go and tell. We don't have to sit there and try to interpret shit. Whatever he says is what's gonna happen. We go, and he even gives it like Trump needs to have it in crayon and some shit. He logs it down point by point of what's gonna be happening with our particular company, and that's what it is. No one has to get up after he leaves and translate it, unspool it, tell this is what he really meant. You guys are really dumb. I don't appreciate the fact that you're either playing dumb or you're playing me dumb. But either way, I'm not happy with it.
But Lisa, hold on. But Lisa, adaptability is the highest form of intelligence, right? And we know it's like your child, right? You don't treat every child the same. It's like presidents.
Oh, no, he's a child. Do you see this? Do you guys see this?
Hold on, let me finish.
Here he goes again. We just talked about you making excuses for the president of the United States. Stop doing that.
Listen, whatever president
we are paying him. He has the key to the nuclear. He's running our country. You, as a nobody, insignificant, should not be in here trying to whisper, be the fucking president whisperer. You don't even hold an office. You don't even have a cabinet. You're not even allowed in the front door. Okay. So be quiet and let the people like Trump and his advisors say what they really mean. Okay. You're only parking the cars and you're not allowed in the front fucking door. But you want for the population.
Hey, sometimes the guy parking the car know a lot of info. I will say this, Lisa. I will say this, right? Listen, and when he's talking about civilization, and Chris is going to talk right over me, right? Come on, man. Brother, you got Tourette's? You got Tourette's or something? God damn. What I'm trying to say is that when you're talking about taking a civilization, right? Let's unpack that, right? He means, first of all, the things you can see, infrastructure, right? Bridges, canals, power plants, right? Y'all love stuff you can see, right? But then more importantly, he's talking about the regime, the mindset of the current Iranian regime. He wants it how the old way was, right? He wants it to be more favorable, right, to our interests in the Middle East. And what's our biggest interest in the Middle East is Israel, right? If we don't protect an attack on Israel, it's actually an attack on everybody on the stage. But you guys don't want to see it or realize it. Go ahead. You guys, go ahead, Norman.
All I'm going to say is this. By the way, I also call Venezuela because Venezuela was infiltrated by Hezbollah. The Mexican drug cartels, there's an alliance with Hezbollah. This is well done. And in terms of Trump, after 6 years of this guy, and I agree, Lisa, it causes tremendous anxiety. This is why I voted for Biden.
Provide the source, please. Provide the source.
The source of what?
Hezbollah's connection to.
No. We're not gonna stop him to say do all that bullshit. Because you said you voted for Biden. Biden wasn't running. But he didn't run this last time, so it doesn't matter. You voted for Trump.
For him again.
You voted for Trump.
I would have voted for Biden, but again, when you talk about people lying at the top, Biden was lying. Biden was incompetent, and I fell for it. We all fell for the fact that we thought he was okay in the head, and he wasn't. And that's another example of politicians lying from the other side.
But Trump is okay in the head. Get the fuck out of here.
I didn't say that. No, I'm saying that Biden. We were fooled by the lies of the Democratic Party as well. That's all I'm saying.
All right, man.
Thank you, First Lady. I thought we were America first. Why was an attack on Israel and an attack on everybody else on the stage? That is
an ally.
It's our allies.
What's your fuss? Let Mel finish, please.
Many countries are allies to the U.S. Is an attack on Ukraine. It just doesn't make any sense how we want to throw away, the America First #MAGA movement and throne of whatever our quote unquote responsibilities are to Israel. That makes no sense. Secondly, it's rich that Norm is talking about lying and incompetency and all of that stuff. Well, he voted for Trump. It's just crazy that in one breath, he speaks about how the Democratic Party was so, full of deceit and incompetence, but at the same time, Trump raising our gas bills and Trump, fucking up the world is total competence and totally all right. It's disingenuous, it's mendacious, and it's frankly seated in his manner or his preference to sacrifice any other aspect of his life as long as what he thinks the U.S. presidency will do will be for Israel's interest. It's absolutely crazy.
This is not accurate, though. That's not my position.
That is your position. All
right. Wait a minute, zip it. Feminists, are you there? Aziz, you're there. Truth, you're there. Sable, are you guys wanting to get in the conversation? Yes or no? If not, I'll go back to hello, Truth. How are you? Feminists?
Yes, I can I'm just trying to get some perspective.
Okay. All right, cool beans. All right, go ahead, Truth. Jump in. No? Okay.
My phone on heat.
Your phone is on hot?
Yeah, my phone was overheating. I just finally got it to unmute.
That might have been my fault. I'm sorry. I get wound up.
Yeah, what's up, Norm? Doing the Lord's work, I see. No, I think, to be fair to those who are defending the Trump admin and his actions, they're going to be disingenuous because they can't tell us the truth. They can't tell us that they're pro-empire. They can't tell us that they like colonization. They can't tell us that they're moral supremacists and they feel that they're entitled to the world and that they have an obligation to eliminate barbarism because that's what they're dealing with, barbarians. And they're the civilized ones. That's how they see the world, and they sense no irony in it. And that's why you'll go blue in the face going, what are you talking about? The first day of our strike, we bombed a school. Oh, it doesn't matter because we did it. And in fact, we think they did it. Well, no, the evidence turns out we did do it. Oh, well, it doesn't matter anyway. What about this? What about October 7th? What about 3 years ago, 5 years ago? Anyway, yeah, so no, the name of the game for them is to waste our time. And I call it that because what we'll do is we'll actually bring up real points. We'll point at the hypocrisy and their logical inconsistencies, et cetera, et cetera. They don't care. I wish they would just mask off already and say, we white is right, might makes right, we're taking the land, get used to it.
The Persians are white people. Did you not know that?
That's not why y'all support the war. What?
No, I'm saying that the racial analysis doesn't apply here. This is about eliminating the world's foremost sponsor of terror. Let's be honest. Against American interest and everybody else. There's 12 countries that they've attacked. They've attacked all their Arab neighbors. They're the racist ones.
Genuine question.
They're the ones that take ones that want to convert the non-Shia Muslim. They do, not us.
So
They're the colonizers.
Norm, okay, we got you. Norm, genuine question. Do you think that if America had said, you know what, we apologize for what we did with the United Kingdom, doing the coup, we apologize for the aftermath of how it went down, we apologize for how we scapegoated you for the Iranian Revolution and sanctioned you, let's reset, a global apology, let's walk into a diplomatic issue as mutuals with respect. Do you think that would have just resulted in them saying to our face, yeah, sure, sounds good, but secretly building a bomb to nuke the world?
100%. Of course, that's what happened. We've been negotiating with them forever. We've been negotiating with them the whole time. We wanted peace. We didn't want to come to this. They take negotiation as weakness. They never offered to stop the terror proxies all over the world. The Hezbollahs and the Houthis. The Houthis attack everybody's ships, not just America, not just Israeli. America is responsible for guaranteeing freedom of the seas. We're the world's policemen, like it or not. And they're threatening the freedom of the right to do what they're doing at the Strait of Hormuz. That's not theirs to close. This is an act of war, what they're doing.
Why do you think that the world seems to disagree with you?
The world does not disagree with us. I don't know where you got that from.
Well, most of the world is blaming America for this, not Iran.
I don't know what you mean blame. They're the ones doing the bad stuff. They closed the waterways.
Well, no, I mean,
funny is, they're the ones committing terror.
No, he just defined exactly what you're doing right now, where you're trying to switch the topic.
We closed the waterway
and still
they didn't close waterways out of a vacuum, Norm. They were closed in response.
They have no right to do it. It's a violation of international law. They can't.
Why are you talking about rights?
Wait. We care about international law now?
Exactly.
After initially
if you're not pro-American, just say you're not pro-American.
Wait. Hold on.
So now it's a juxtaposition between...
Why are you introducing this hashtag pro-America argument?
Because America is at war with its enemy.
So just because America is at war means that we have to support the war, the American narrative? Is that what you're saying, Norm?
I never said that. I think it was you might want to support your country.
Then why are you questioning whether or not people here support America or pro-America? Why bring that up?
What's the question?
Why are you questioning whether or not people on the stage are pro-America?
I said if you don't support America, then what there to talk about? I'm not questioning your alliance.
We are discussing America's actions in the Middle East.
That's right.
We can vehemently disagree with the actions of America in the Middle East and still align yourselves with the ideals of America and Americanness. So introducing this whole pro-America, you're not pro your country, you're not patriotic, etc., just degrades the conversation, Norm. So don't do it, please.
I don't think it does. No, I think it's important to realize that we are actually fighting, and in some rare cases, thank God rare, dying for certain goals and ideals. And
the goals and ideals.
What they are. And you tell me if you disagree with them.
Go ahead.
Nuke, no ballistic, no terror proxies, and no slaughtering your own people. That's why we're fighting this war. And those are legitimate reasons.
Those can be
that is not a legitimate reason. Mel, please.
You can have those reasons, but every single reason has a cost to it, Norm. And so
that is correct. That is correct.
And it's perfectly okay for people to disagree as to whether or not these goals warrant the cost of are going to be beared by the people in the region and the people outside the region.
Instead of talking about nonsense colonialism, let's talk about the actual goals of the war.
Let's talk. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I just wanted to, you guys can't bomb your people, but if you guys don't open up the strait, we'll bomb your people.
If somebody would have said,
that's the logic. I guess we're going to keep talking past the logic that we're being told is supposed to be diplomacy. I get it. Yeah, sure. Don't hurt your own people. But if you hurt your own people, if you don't do what we tell you, we'll hurt everybody.
No, we're avoiding this.
Could
Remarkably, we're
Could you
avoiding the
imagine
civilians.
the president telling Israel that they will fucking get rid of all of their civilians? That would be anti-Semitic in some motion. And
That's what they get rid of all the civilians.
You said, yeah.
What
If the president was to say,
You don't have to answer what do you mean questions.
if the president was to say, I want to kill all of your civilization to Israel, you would be up in arms, okay? So don't even go there and say that this
But
shit is
Israel
right. This
is
is
our
wrong.
ally. The IRG is the bad guys.
I read it. The people haven't done anything to us. Nothing.
Well, no, that's the question. No, we're not talking for half a century. They've been attacking. Why are they our ally?
Norm, I want to question that. Why is Israel our ally?
Why or how? Why? Israel is our ally because we need a stable partner in the Middle East to keep the oil flowing. Somebody we can count on.
Saudi Arabia.
But they not show the way.
Israel is our ally. So
Go back to the World Trade
oil flowing in the Middle East.
We don't have the same problem.
You all know he risked on that one.
Hang on, I'm answering this question.
Hold on.
We don't have we have alignment of democratic government and alignment of values for a long time. And Israel has repeatedly represented American interests in a very dangerous region, a region which regularly sends terrorists to kill Americans. And Israel doesn't do it.
Wait. So we are allied. We are allied with Israel so that Israel can keep Gulf state nations in check. And that's not.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question again. I'm trying to.
I want to hear the last one.
Can you wait a minute? Wait a fucking second. Damn.
Interrupting.
Because Brooklyn and Mel were talking at the same time. Mel, ask your question again, please.
Sure, my bad. Okay. Norm, you said Israel is our ally because, and I'm paraphrasing, they keep oil flowing in the Middle East.
They defend our interests. We have an alignment of values, and we're representing the need to keep the oil flowing in the Middle East, 100%. Yes.
So basically,
stability in the region.
Okay, so we can't be allied with the Saudis over Oman, over people in Bahrain. Because
people, let them get it out.
Because they can't guarantee stability, but Israel and Israel in itself can guarantee stability in the region. So because we need the oil flowing, we have to be allied with Israel. Is that what you're saying, Norm?
No, that's not the only and exclusive reason. That is one of the many I made to you.
Is the primary reason, Norm?
No, it is one of a list of important reasons.
No.
We're allied with you. Our values align. Our democratic governments align. Our technology aligns. Do you realize how integrated we are with Israeli technology and Israeli intelligence? And Israel provides life-changing intelligence for every. Let me give the answer. Israel provides life-changing intelligence every single day.
And we're very integrated
around the world.
We're very for using your phone. You're not making a convincing argument why Israel needs to enjoy a special relationship with the U.S.
They haven't called it a special relationship. They say it's our most capable ally. It used to be England. England has fallen down, frankly.
And you're not making a convincing argument why the U.S. needs to be bogged down and care about the Middle East.
Because of oil.
And I think we should get rid of it.
The economy crying.
We have Venezuela. We don't need them. That's what he said.
Excuse me.
By the way,
can I answer your question?
Hold on.
I'm from Middle East.
We need to get out of the Middle East. I'm tired of the Middle East. I'm tired of Israel. I am tired of Israel. Fuck Israel. I'm tired of Saudi Arabia. Fuck Saudi Arabia. The country is getting bogged down in this region because of evangelical bullshit and oil. We have an answer to the oil. We have a fundamental answer to that. And the evangelicals are dying off. So So hopefully, maybe not in my generation, maybe not in my kids' generation, but eventually America needs to wean itself off the Middle East. I want to just to send out into space. Like it's exhausting the country.
Exactly. You know why the reason?
That goes through the Middle
Hold
East.
on. Let me tell you
We
the
have to
reason.
keep the waterways open.
The whole reason is not Israel or it's not anyone else. The whole Israel is ideology of Islam. I was born in Iran and I lived there till I was 10 years old. Then I moved to US and I was the lucky one. Islam, it says in Quran, and I can give you the exact surah that it says you make everybody Muslim or you kill them
Oh, get
or
the
you.
fuck out of here. Like, so what?
No, it's not.
Do it.
If you don't want to,
Let us finish.
okay, if you don't want to hear it, it's okay. But this is the truth. So that's why they were building nuclear bomb and they chanting death to America every morning in the school. When I was 7 years old, they told us we have to stay chanting that death to America. Why?
Yeah,
Because
I swear to God, this is bullshit.
it's not bullshit. You can't live there with me. If you don't like it, you say it's bullshit because you don't like it.
Because you're not a fucking Muslim, so then you
Yes, I am a Muslim. You are not fucking. You are fucking idiot. Okay, shut up.
For a second. I'm so sick of this fucking Islamophobia. The Quran does not command Muslims to kill all non-fucking Muslims. Can you
You're
stop
not
this
right
shit?
about that.
Shut up.
Yes, it is.
You
I
think it's
give
fucking
you the exact.
Okay, all right. We gotta have some decorum, one at a time. We're gonna go Ace, and then that lady that was talking. Go ahead,
The
Ace.
Amalek people talking about somebody killing somebody for religious.
Don't let that lady start talking again with the propaganda stuff.
It is propaganda.
It's 100%.
I
So why do we need a nuclear access, ma'am? Don't answer that. Just go ahead. Who was it? Ace, go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying, though, Lisa. Like, even still, right? Even still, Mel said that he wants us to be out of the Middle East altogether, which most people do because it seems like this fight is forever. This is a forever fight that nobody is ever going to win. Israel has been fighting, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, everybody has been fighting this whole right? So we won out. But these people are saying, oh, well, we want y'all to come over here and kill a whole civilization of people. And we supposed to be okay with that. Like, that's not cool. We're not cool with that at all.
Okay, just quickly, I need to clarify this because I keep hearing this nonsense. So the Quran does not command for Muslims to kill all non-Muslims, okay? It gets interpreted, well, obviously completely wrong. It has to do with times of when you're in, it actually refers to active combatants during times of war, where there's specific tribes that have violated treaties and they've actually engaged in hostilities against Muslims in active war. Now, when we fucking go to war, do we all talk about kill the enemy, kill the enemy? Al Darbo talks about it all fucking day long. This is not religious. It's not, oh God.
He had Seth Perry prayed for it publicly.
Oh, okay, so can I talk?
Go ahead.
Okay, so for the lady who just came and said, oh, if you're not a Muslim in Iran, they're going to kill you. Madam, there are Jewish people in Iran. There are Jewish people in Iran. Do the Iranians kill them? Fuck no.
There's Christians, there's Sikhs, yeah.
There's Christians there. Did they kill them? No. Stop lying. If you don't know history, you don't know history.
Your mic is low and you're going in and out, but we got the gist of it, and that lady is gone. Okay. Yeah, you're in the Matrix, Tomo. Thank you for your submission. I don't know how we got here. This is a newsroom. Let's try to find some news stories. Is Norm still here? Y'all move Norm down as well? Norm, come back up. Let's have the conversation, but let's keep it news based because I want to know from Norm, is Trump going to tackle out again, or is he going to do something at 8 o'clock? Because I feel like it's just yet another stunt. And feminists, I see you. That looks like Ali. Did you change your name? Is that you, Ali?
No, it's not Ali. It's Miraj.
You got the same picture like the dude they call White Jesus. That's crazy. Y'all all look alike? Sorry, forgive me. You want to say something? You've been on stage for a long time. Where are you, and what do you have to say?
I'm based in Dubai, so originally from Pakistan. So I'm just listening. I'm the guy who's into the mediation at the moment politically. So I was just listening, trying to understand the perspective.
Welcome to the jungle. Who's next? Y'all want to fight? We don't want to fight. We want to just have conversations. It gets real heated. I understand, but we have people talking about people's religions who are not of that religion. Like, stop. Like, I always lean on Ace. She's a resource. And I lean on Mel and ML. We have people that are in Mars that are here. ML, TT, Mimi, I see you, Ace. And everybody down below, we appreciate you for being here. I don't know what the latest is. If anybody has any updates, we know that 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there's supposed to be a deadline for Iran to make a deal. We have our president talking about blasting people back to the Stone Age. We had rumblings of war crimes. There's a lot going on. I think we're all a bit on edge. I personally believe we have a madman in the White House, and I believe he's asking, I could hear him asking, can we just nuke him? Call me crazy, but I think he's asking, can he do it? And I'm sure they're trying to talk him down off the ledge. This is not World War I, World War II. This is not Hiroshima, Nagasaki. I don't understand what the game plan is. First it was regime change, then it was a regime change. Now it's open the fucking straight, right? So it's a shit show. We have C-130s being left behind and blown up. There's rumors of they went to get the uranium. No, they didn't go get the uranium. They went to rescue the pilot. We have Iran trolling us with Lego videos all over TikTok. We have our president trolling back through Truth Social. Is this modern warfare? Like, what are we doing? What the hell is going on? So I'm going to yield the mic to whoever wants to go. Let's go one at a time. Try not to talk over each other. Thank you.
Makes you wonder about his ballroom bunker and why it's so imperative that get built, huh?
But you know what's wild?
I promise you that we need to start talking about these conflicts in nuclear terms, because let's not forget that Iran also has allies. Just keep that in mind. I'm not even being alarmist. I'm being real.
I don't know, Quinn. None of Iran's allies are going to do anything to the U.S. Come on.
China, Russia.
None of them will do anything. Like, what they're doing right now is likely, at most, providing intelligence. And either, providing satellite imagery for the Iranians or providing, RF intelligence. That's it.
Hey, Mel, what information do you have that you can provide that truth that you just spoke? That they will not hand them the gun. What information can you provide that you know for a fact?
Mel, aren't we talking about a rogue United States though? A rogue United States that the world is watching. Why would they not be justified in fighting back? Like, you think that the rest of the world is just going to roll over and let the United States and Israel do this?
I think the rest of the world is going to roll over and will keep going. But there's going to be consequences long term as it relates to how economies are connected and integrated. That's what I think, where the US will take the L on, meaning that China, as far as I'm talking about developing countries, looks like a more reasonable partner than the US. And the countries that have chosen to deepen the relations with China, as
over the next 5-10 years?
I don't think it's just easy like that. You know, the world has changed. The world is no more 20 years ago. People know America. People have already applied for America. So, you see, it's funny. If Iran was easy, it would have been like Venezuela maybe a week ago. Iran is not easy. Iran just showed the world that it is not the Iran that everybody has been talking to. That's why every government in America told they shouldn't go to war. Everybody understands that they should go to war. But this government thinks that, oh, Iran is just like Venezuela, it's just going 1 week and come back. Iran just showed the world. You can kill our people, but we know what we are doing. So, my brother, that statement you made is 20 years ago. Right now, it's a new era. The world is watching and the world is changing. Everybody now is buying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that...
Hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead.
So the new world order is changing right in front of our eyes. It's a miracle. The dollar right now, nobody is buying oil through the dollar right now in Iraq. Everybody has to pay money through Chinese money. That is the economy changing right now. That is the new order right now. So we're not going to see it right now, but it's coming. The people outside America knows what's going on. So please, that statement you just made was 20 years ago. Today's world is different from now. You have to open your eyes.
Wait, so you agree with me when I said that the consequences will be felt in trade over the next 5 to 10 years? We agree, right, Tomo?
We do agree.
Okay. And that's the only point I made.
So I just saw an article, a news article, which is what this room is about. And I just want to read, and this article is from Washington Post. And so the article is titled, Trump says a whole civilization will die as Iran freezes talks. Now, there's a portion in here that caught my attention that I just want to read. Let me scroll down. And it says, and this statement is coming from the Iranian president, in which he says, deadlines shouldn't cause us to have the slightest doubt in defending our country. And further in the article, he alludes that they have approximately 14, here we go. He's saying that they have more than 14 million proud Iranians have so far registered to sacrifice their lives to defend Iran. I too have been, am, and will remain devoted to giving my life for Iranian President Masoud I can't pronounce his last name. And then there are stories that civilians are surrounding a lot of these sites, hand in hand, children, so on and so forth, around these targets. I don't know how true it is, but I thought that was a very interesting part of the book. Again, more than 14 million proud. This is the Iranian president speaking. He's claiming that more than 14 million proud Iranians have so far registered to sacrifice their lives to defend Iran. I too have been, am, and will remain devoted to giving my life for Iran. United them, and they're battle tested, and they all don't get along, and some of them do have beef with the regime, so on and so forth. But nevertheless, as a nation, they know what it's like to go through these types of events and stand up. So they've been tested. So like them and the freaking Ukrainians who have stood up and fought for their countries, people are not just going to cower when somebody comes and tries to invade their country. And I hope that Americans seem to be the only ones that have cowered because we've allowed this president and his regime to do what they're doing to this country. So we need to stand up. Alain.
All right, I got some other breaking news real quick. This is out of CNN 21 minutes ago. Trump's Iran threat spurs calls to invoke 25th Amendment from an eclectic group. I'll read. Lawmakers have reportedly floated the method for removing a president as laid out in the Constitution in recent years, and Donald Trump's cabinet apparently discussed the option more earnestly than many initially realized after the January 6th Capitol attack. So let me get to the gist of it. Of course, it's the Democrat lawmakers and right-wing voices are expressing concerns about just how far Trump will take things in Iran with this 8 p.m. deadline for Tehran to cut a deal. As this deadline approaches, the president's threats to strike power plants and other civilian infrastructure have been decried as war crimes, and some even say they fear the latest comments are alluding to the use of nuclear weapons, which the White House has denied, considering it's mostly Democrats who are calling to invoke the amendment, more than 24 of them, in fact. That includes potential presidential hopeful like Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Of course, they have little to no power at the moment to initiate removal proceedings. So they're trying. This is for the people that always say, well, what are Democrats doing? They want to invoke the 25th. I think that goes along the lines of incapacitated. They want J.D. Vance to be the president. So with that, I'll go on.
Don't want J.D. Vance to become president, but I think that if we leave it up to the politicians, it might be too late for us to use our own voices to stand up against this issue. I think that I think J.D. Vance would be worse, no? He also has interests that he's representing. I'm not sure how we get out of this.
If J.D. Vance become president, our president is actually Peter Thiel, because that's who bought and paid for J.D. Vance.
Correct.
And if you read Peter Thiel's writings, you realize, holy fuck, he doesn't even believe in democracy.
Peter Thiel is very anti-black. I remember being in Silicon Valley in early 2000s. He and I forget the other guy. It wasn't Elon. It was Peter Thiel and
Was it?
No. It was Peter Thiel and I remember at Stanford, they wrote in the Stanford newspaper. You can how they think that affirmative action and voting rights, in essence, have failed. It was not a good thing. And he and that other guy, they're both South African or German folks.
David Sachs.
Thank you, David Sachs, they are vehemently anti-Western democracy for a multi-pluralistic democracy. And now Sachs and Thiel. Thiel was the one who, I've been in Silicon Valley for a long time, running companies. Thiel was the one who Zuckerberg went to back in the day after Thiel was a partner in PayPal. That's how long he goes back. He was part of that PayPal mafia, for those who don't know. It was PayPal. It was Elon Musk was in that group. The guy who started LinkedIn, he was in the group. He was part of that company. Who else was there? The guy that started YouTube, the Asian dude, Yang, I forget his name. He was there. It's all these guys, when the whole eBay thing broke apart, or they did a deal with eBay and they took their money and ran, they all started their own things. After that, what's the guy that started Napster? What's the guy's name? The guy that started Napster took Zuckerberg to Thiel to get funded for Facebook. So these guys have been around scurrying about in the valley for a long time. Well, the GOP was upset that Silicon Valley helped Obama get in office using technology and basically data. It's just simple data mining. It's very easy. And so they said, we're going to switch up and now have these guys join our fold. So it was Thiel who was one of the founders of Palantir. Palantir, the data mining company that has contracts with the U.S. military and whatnot, that has a huge contract with the UK. Palantir is a company that was put on Bernie Madoff. That's how they busted Bernie Madoff. Palantir is a company used to overturn the machines in those 7 states that Trump claims he won the electoral count. It was Palantir, Peter Thiel, that delivered Trump those 7 states over VP Harris, who only ran for 100 and some days at the end.
Just quick correction. Palantir loves to sell itself as, being used in investigations a priori, but for the specific instance about Madoff, they were used after he was arrested in 2008. So like Palantir itself didn't discover Madoff's transgressions. It was used in an investigation after he was initially arrested.
I think it's safe to say that
because Madoff didn't make any trades.
America has its own oligarchs, the tech bros. They are all intertwined. They've all started companies together or had ventures together, and a lot of them still do through AI. Maybe, am I correct in that? Because that's just what I call them. They are our American oligarchs, and they have purchased positions in the government.
I don't know if I call them oligarchs. I choose to be, well, anyway. But yeah, you're right. Bernie Palantir's software was used to help convict Madoff by analyzing decades of complex financial records to uncover his massive Ponzi scheme. Palantir wasn't out at the time when Bernie Madoff started doing this 40 years ago, or whatever it happened. But yeah, they used their data mining tech to assist the SEC in sorting through 4 years of records, accelerating the discovery of Madoff's fraud.
No. They already knew he was a fraud. Like he had been arrested. It's like further investigations were assisted with using Palantir's software. Like all I'm saying is that like Palantir likes to sell itself to the public as like an all-seeing God that can discover every single thing in the world. And this specific case, as well as others, were used after initial investigations had been done.
A problem I have with Palantir is the surveillance and data privacy, the role in immigration enforcement, their alleged predictive policing and ethical concerns, i.e., if anyone saw that movie, which I don't like to compare real life to actual movies, Minority Report with Tom Cruise, with this whole predictive policing based on which the profiles are written by Asian, East Indian, and white men in Palo Alto, which contributes to racist feedback loops in predictive policing policy. And where existing inequalities in crime data leads to further unfair targeting of certain communities. Their political alignments and anti-democratic concerns, specifically Peter Thiel, he believes that freedom and democracy, he no longer believes that freedom and democracy are compatible. And he has a whole, there's a thing going around, he's aligned with a certain billionaire coup intended to circumvent judicial democratic processes. Go look up Chamath Palihapitiya from Social Capital. Go look up these guys. I don't know them anymore, but it's a group of these guys. They lived in Silicon Valley, Palo Alto, Redwood City, Menlo Park, Atherton, and they've moved to. Some of them moved to Texas. Is that Austin or Austin around? Anyway, back to Thiel, Palantir. He says the antidote to chaos argument is Palantir is a very, into surveillance. They got to deal with the NSH, the National Health Service, for managing patient data. And it was in the UK, a huge lack of public consultation and transparency, raising fears about private health. And so ultimately, Palantir is bad for democracy. It just depends on what side they're arguably on. As someone who is a capitalist and a tech guy, what they're doing is bad.
Hey, Catalyst.
It leaves unchecked government oversight.
Hey, Catalyst, don't forget that every time we see him on national TV, he looks like a junkie. He can't stop moving. He has a tick that obviously come from some overuse or something.
Yeah, he hangs out with Musk. But I put in the chat some of what you were talking about as far as this position and disagreement that freedom and democracy work hand in hand. I did put some of my notes in the chat.
Thank you. I mean, he's big. They're very big on bank, medical, social media records. And are you all familiar with Section 213 of the FCC Act? folks have been trying to overturn that section. FCC, section 213, I think, of the FCC Act says that companies that allow for user-generated content cannot be sued or held for content that is on the platform.
It's section 230.
Thank you. I know it was in 3. Section 230. It's been a minute. And their whole thing is broadcast companies hate section 230 because the lion's share of money that goes as far as revenue that's generated from ad sales are Amazon, Meta, TikTok's way down there. Google's the number one. Google's number one as far as revenue generated. And broadcast companies can't keep up with that. Broadcast companies are saying, well, we have to go through all these FCC laws as far as what we can and can't say. And yet the dollars are being siphoned away, including newspapers are being siphoned away from us. So it's not fair that these technology companies should have this shield of Section 230 around them. And just a few weeks ago, there was a case. They didn't call it Section 230, but either Zuckerberg and Meta or someone was forced to pay money based on what some other person put on their platform. And the term tech bro, they use it in Silicon Valley as a pejorative, says that might makes right. A lot of these guys, I've been around for more than 20 years. These guys are partially Asperger-ish and hardcore video games, and which is not against that, but just how they think is just off.
I don't think it's that, Catalyst. If you look at their backgrounds, they all come from very specific backgrounds. You talk about capitalists. Elon Musk's father was in diamond mining. Like, he owns a resource. You know what I'm saying? Like, he owns mines. He owns the distributions of resources. These are the children of some of those people. And so they're coming from a particular political and social context because they're not us. They're not your average working class, got it out, the bottom, what have you. These are just the children of elites who had the capital to take advantage of all of the privatization of technology that was occurring during the late 90s and 2000s. So I think that it's more than that they're autists, but they have their marching orders, they have their interests, they've been guided, and they're just executing right now. That's all.
Here's the difference between Silicon Valley. I've been there for a long time. When you're smart, Silicon Valley has like 3 or 4 basic things that no other place has I've lived in or been to or visited. It has really, 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 really interesting individuals who want to change the world. 2, it has a lot of, it's very classless, meaning most places on the East Coast or even in LA or in the South, you are born to this class, you go to school, you do your job, and you're stuck in that class. Silicon Valley is completely classless.
Brother, come on, brother.
You can build something. Well, in the West, in the United States,
Silicon Valley right now is classless. It's completely insane.
And the third,
that was a hot take.
The third point, which is very relevant, there's so much money and people willing to invest in things off of a concept without having it built. There are very few places. Most places you prove, you got to show us a proof of concept. You have to do this. That place, you do not. I've launched 2 startups and had a few exits.
Wouldn't you agree that the majority of the venture capital went to, again, particular people coming out of Harvard, Stanford, all of the schools that the elite sit at? Like, this is the upper class. This is our country's elite, the richest people. Right, the majority.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. The wealthiest people in the United States are in New York, not in California.
This is going. This is. I don't know what's going on.
I said people who went to these institutions, not where they live.
I'm not just going to get. Just going to catalyst who said that Silicon Valley, in its current form, is classless.
Insane.
I didn't say current. You said current.
Okay, so
current.
So would you describe Silicon Valley as a classless society?
In 90s, 2000 up to maybe 2015.
To 2015, you know, A16Z was raising $1 billion funds in like 2008, 2010, around that time, and much of the funding that A16Z and other megacorp VC firms were going to people that had particular technological backgrounds who graduated from particular schools. Like, you couldn't go on Sand Hill Road in 2015, dropping out of high school, going to some, to some normal school and raise millions of dollars. It's completely insane for you to say that it was classless in 2015. Come on, brother.
So because I participated in several hackathons from people that have dropped out of school.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one, Cal.
Millions that have raised millions of dollars. I've actually seen it in SF. So anyway,
nobody is saying that investment capital hasn't gone to people. We're talking about, the few, the many. Like, that's why people talked about income distribution and the fact that the majority of the investment capital went to a certain class of individual. I mean, it would make sense, right? It would make sense that the majority of that money, like, people aren't giving you millions of dollars just to fuck around with it. A lot of those people knew that these people had the connections to make it happen. They had the know-how because of their backgrounds and their social circles. Like, people weren't just giving millions of dollars away just because. A lot of that was pretty much a guaranteed investment. And you can tell by, again, the people involved, the people who got that funding and that angel investment. These were people that you would bet on because they come from that ilk of society.
The problem is the propaganda is too strong. Like, the Silicon Valley folks have sold this propaganda that everything in the valley is meritocratic, and you just got to have an idea, and it'll all work out for you.
It's not meritocracy at all.
And then you end up with brothers like Catalyst saying that Silicon Valley was classless in 2015. Like, I don't know what's going on in American society.
Okay, so California receives more than 50% of all VC funding, largely driven by Silicon Valley Tech in 2026. And in 2015, when I was there, let's talk about somebody younger.
So you're not there right now?
I'm in San Francisco now. It's a lot easier.
So you're in a hackathon right now?
It's a lot easier to a person being in college, having an idea, and physically being in that ecosystem of building something, whether a sophomore or a freshman, and having an idea or a cool product market fit, and maybe or maybe not even having a customer.
You think?
And there are people, angel investors or small check sizes, rummaging around
millions.
Okay, but you said it was classless in 2015. Like you're trying to disaggregate.
What I'm talking about. When I say class, I'm talking about people.
You're trying to disaggregate. You're trying to disaggregate class and education, and
talking about
idealistically, yes, in the United States. And
go to college on the East Coast. So let's say one goes to Cornell.
Oh my fucking God.
Upstate New York, and they get a job in New York.
What? Just because
they're stuck in that profession. Whereas what I figured out from the Valley,
I'm being trolled. Am I?
It can matter what school you went to, but you don't have to go to that school in order to have a good idea and code something. That's the difference.
I think I'm being trolled at this point.
You should be.
I should. I deserve it.
You deserve it.
Because definitely should be a troll.
You don't take part in hackathons, but you decide to take on the conversation.
Right, and I'm not talking about. I'm talking about, like, let's think about some of the Black people that were involved early in technology, like the wave of this modern era, like the Y2K and beyond. Network Solutions was one of like the first domain name registrars in the world. Right? They were founded by Black men, 2 Black men. It still exists today. Do you think they were getting angel investors and all of this capital to function? You don't even know their names.
So
like they weren't giving. They weren't just giving.
It's okay.
That was 1979.
No. 1990s.
That was 1979.
Network Solutions first operated the domain name system registry in 1991. We're not talking about the 70s. I'm not stupid.
In Catalyx's world, you can be a broke kid from Brooklyn, college dropout, go to San Francisco and have an idea, and you have an equal chance as somebody from Stanford.
I didn't say equal, but you have an opportunity.
And you know where they got their investment capital from? The Department of Defense, from the government. They didn't get it from hedge fund, angel investors, and all of these people. Because that doesn't work. They don't give us money. It wasn't like what you're describing.
So for the guy that said I'm trolling him, I went to a public school, sir. That wasn't a named school.
I don't care.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy for you.
That dropped out of school. There's so many people that dropped out of school.
I don't care about your personal details.
You gotta let it.
You made a statement saying that people will only go to certain schools. And I'm telling you,
your story.
That's not the truth.
You got it out the mouth.
You got angel investment. Have you paid it back?
1 second. Catalyst, I don't care about your particular details.
I said something
talking about groups. Talking about 10 people, great. 100 people, awesome. We're talking about groups of people and how different groups of people have different experiences in Silicon Valley. And what I took issue with was you saying that it was a classless place, where and also implying that only the quality of the ideas mattered in Silicon Valley. In 2015, that was bullshit. In 2002, that's also bullshit. People live in Silicon Valley. Americans live in Silicon Valley. So I want you to think about whether or not you're framing of that location and the culture in that location is tainted by the propaganda that this location sells to the world.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
Can I remind you, because you talk about 1970s, this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. I'm in tech. I've been in tech since the late 90s. But I also did a lot of study about Black people who have been innovative during this time, because again, we don't know their names, but in the 2000s, there's a documentary created about these guys, 2 Black men, again, Stacy Spikes, Hammett Watt, and they founded MoviePass, right? Just Google their names and watch. It was an HBO documentary. It was insane about what had to happen for them to get funding and how the more investment they got, the more these people were trying to take over their entire company. Like, they weren't giving it to them for them to actually have a business and thrive. They were giving it to them so that they could take it over. It's called Movie Pass, Movie Crash. Two brothers in the 2000s. We don't hear it like it, and they even talk about how difficult it is for people, just regular, ordinary people, to get funding, to get angel investment from hedge funds to this at the scale we're talking about with these particular quote unquote tech bros. It's a different world.
And you know what?
I actually know Hamid Wyatt personally, known him for a couple of years. He walked me through that whole story, and he told me what happened and who did what, and his lessons learned, and a lot of it was proximity.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Hold on. Finish that out. What do you mean by proximity?
When I was talking about class and proximity, I was talking about oftentimes being Black in America, one is taught you have to go to a certain school and you have to have a certain job or a certain role in that job to do that. Hamid Wyatt, I met him in LA. Hamid Wyatt started this out of LA.
I asked you a simple question. Define proximity. I don't need the whole story. You're saying proximity. You're saying that you're getting proximity outside of the conventional way, which is through the networks, through institutions, higher education, all that other stuff. So how are you understanding proximity, given that you don't believe what King and Mill are saying? Define it like that. Don't give the backstory. Just define the term.
Why?
Yes, we understand that. You said
you mentioned Hamid Wyatt. He had proximity to where money was flowing.
Are we okay?
That's exactly what we're discussing. Catalyst.
So, Catalyst. I'm asking you. You said that he failed because of proximity. Define the word. Don't give us the story. What does proximity mean in this context?
He wasn't in the right circles.
Okay. How do you get in those circles?
You said you don't want a definition. That's a whole thing. But he wasn't in the right circles.
Okay. So now we know what you mean. So they have provided an argument as to how you get into those circles. You say you don't need that. So how do you get into those circles?
I didn't say you don't need that. This is a third.
I'm confused. Then what are you arguing? They said that one of the ways that you get into these circles is that you go to the right schools. You said you don't need that. You said that you can get it. Just by going there, you have a chance. You have the opportunity.
Proximity.
Okay. So how do you gain the proximity if you don't have the networks?
Oftentimes, being in the room, if you don't have the network, being in the room and having things done, people will find you.
What does that mean, being in the room? Because it sounds like so now we're getting sort of nebulous and vague.
Have you ever
get into a room?
All right, so you may have a concept. You create something, and you buy a table at TechCrunch Disrupt. TechCrunch Disrupt is being in the room. There are several high net worth individuals and angel groups and venture groups that will come by and want to see what you're doing and see if there's something that they want to put some money on. That's being in the room. That's proximity. You don't have the network. No one knows you, but you have something that someone may like.
Wait, I'm confused.
That's interesting.
So you said that this dude, wasn't able to go to places like TechCrunch, which are these like publicly available spaces?
I didn't say that. You said that.
You said he didn't have the networks. He wasn't in the right circles. I said, how did you get that? He said, well, you got to be in the room. I said, what? Okay, what is the room? You said TechCrunch. So he didn't have access. So I'm asked, okay, well, let's stick with the example that you were talking about. So I'm asking you, what did he lack You said the circles. I said, how did you get to those circles?
You said, how did he get to those circles?
Sir, were you talking about yourself? Or were you talking about this dude that you mentioned 3 times that you want to give us a story about?
And the guy who co-founded MoviePass had wrong investment hustlers around them. Particularly not Hamed, but the other guy. I forget who's in that documentary that's on right now.
He had the wrong people.
He had the wrong people around him.
Okay. And so you're saying, I'm just trying to, I've been listening for a while. I'm just trying to follow the conversation. Because you give things, I'm trying to have you drill down to specifics. So you're saying that what people need are access to other folks to get into the circles. And it is your assertion. I'm not disagreeing with you or agreeing with you.
It's the right attitude.
Okay, so now it's an attitude.
It's the
right attitude. Circles or the attitude? Like everybody, I don't even know what that means. Like
I don't know what
hard
this is.
Hard work is attitude. Like let's stop that. Let's stop
it's
that.
The right
let's
attitude
assume
of being in the right place, man.
The right attitude of being in the right place. So right that's attitude. What he lacked.
Right.
That's what this man lacked. He didn't have the right attitude.
I don't know what he totally lacked. He just told me what he felt, what happened. But I don't know what he lacked. He just told me what happened.
Okay.
Watch that documentary. It's
horrible what they did to him. Those guys.
So I'm just going to push forward. What you're saying is, you literally said access to the public spaces, right, and the right attitude.
I never said public spaces. You guys keep putting.
Is TechCrunch not available to the public?
It is. You can spend 10K and
you can spend 10K. Yeah, you can get a table there. You can spend money.
Okay. So you have to spend 10K, and then does that guarantee you particular spaces, or is this just
that's the base? Like the conference. That's the base fee to get a little table somewhere in the hall. Like it's nothing. The price scales based on what location you want.
Does it? Okay. So the price, but does that guarantee you access to meetings with particular people? Like, I'm just trying to work through. Okay.
Not at all. They have to be interested in what you got going on.
Okay, great. And so one of the ways that you can gain interest is having similarities, being connected in some way with other people, knowing people that know other people, right? That's what they're talking about. Like, you're saying the stuff that anybody can do. If I have enough money, I can have a space there. Right? Like, that doesn't guarantee anyone anything. That doesn't increase the likelihood of anything. I would venture to say, I would actually want to know how many people not having any access to networks, who didn't go to these schools, who don't have connections, who don't have, wealthy family, how many people go to TechCrunch and then, make, the multi-billion-dollar success that you're talking about, the classless society? I don't know, that's weird. But like, are there people that you can list that have this, at least an example? You talked about somebody who failed, right? Which is interesting, right? You talked about him as an example of the thing that you're talking about, but he didn't have the thing that Mail and King said that you need to be successful, which is the network and the circles. I don't know. That's wild.
Can I just, there's an article on Variety about this documentary. I love this documentary. I'm sorry. This is the last thing I'm going to say about it. But the details are crazy in the context of this conversation, because actually they never got any angel investment. This story says that as Spikes and Watts sought to source funding for their startups and grow their subscriber base, Mitch brought on as CEO by them at the behest of key investors, so they got some investment their company. So they never even got all of this money raining from the sky. Had they been a Musk or a T, or had that type of pool,
want to say this conversation began because of the statement that Kitover made at 2015. Silicon Valley was classless. Just to reframe it, because like I can name like I can quickly name some social structures. Like at Silicon Valley tech companies, engineers are the top dog. People who don't work in engineering are get paid much less. Across different founders, people who were backed previously by tier 1 VCs command better term sheets than people that were backed by angels or people that were backed by tier 3 VCs. They're even tearing in the VCs themselves. So like it's crazy to me, Kata, that you would say it was classless in 2015 or even before then, because it just makes no sense.
What does that even mean? It was classless. I don't like. Did somehow Silicon Valley exist outside of the larger societal structures that also exist in the United States? Does it exist outside of like classless society? Like they weren't using like money, and they were using some other alternative sources of like. They were like bartering.
It was the brewer handshake.
Thank you for the brewery reference. I want to check it out now.
Well, no, like not to get carried away with slogans and platitudes and vague words that you haven't like come up with a definition for. It's very, very weird to be talking like this, isn't it?
I'm just saying I blame Mail for this because he didn't go to a hackathon, but yet engage in a hackathon conversation.
That is 1,000% true, ML.
That's hilarious.
I don't know. I'm gonna say this. Coming off of Easter, where there's some people who believe in a literal and the figurative resurrection. The Christians and the religious folks ain't the only people who believe in, the voodoo stuff. There's a lot of people who talk this same stuff, but don't relate it to God. And if the religious folks sound crazy, so do y'all. I don't know, but you just have the right attitude. And you just think good, and it's like, then we're gonna have a classless society, and all things are gonna be better. Like that's silly as well.
There's so many silly people that have hearing deficits or can't process. I'm finding listening to this conversation. I'm saying it again for the third time slowly. Maybe some will get it. In the United States, when a human being goes to a school or trade or a space, that however they're going to do that class, whatever word you want to choose, and they're typically and they're good with that. That's their station. Let's call it station. So the class called the station. That's where they are. That's their station in life. And I have found, living in LA and New York City and in the Bay Area, that it's easy to move from one station to another in the Bay Area by just having a certain skill set, where it's more limiting in other parts of the world that I've been to.
Is this what you tell the transient and homeless population in the Bay? Do you just what skill does a homeless person need to be able to navigate fully and successfully? Like, what is the one skill that they need, that they lack? It's insane.
Why would he be talking to the homeless when he has all these kids in Oakland and Berkeley that need to be talking to? I don't understand what's happening. All these people in Menlo Park. I know, but it's already here. So it's already at this stage. So let's roll with it. So you got the Menlo Park people who are all Indian and Chinese, and it sounds like you're trying to help somebody improve their station. Why are you not coming over to Oakland, East Oakland, the Flats, Berkeley, all these places where young men need to be, stations need to be moved?
Why does technology not do it, or why do I?
Wait,
Somebody just says working on the homeless. What?
That wasn't the original argument.
Crazy. Working on the homeless. We're talking about two different things. It's the most ridiculous thing I've heard.
The catalyst, you changed.
He's just ridiculous.
Catalyst, you changed it though. Like you literally changed the whole point of the argument. That's the whole. I just came up on stage because you changed the whole perspective of the conversation. We were talking about venture capitalists, and now we're talking about changing jobs. What are you talking about, Catalyst?
Okay.
We went from talking about getting access to capital for venture capitalists, super duper rich things, and now we're just talking about changing job occupations. Like, what are you talking about? Hello? Are you there?
All right, and I'll say it slowly. No, I'm not going to say it slowly. I'm talking about individuals or groups of people having the ability to build companies. I don't know where the homeless thing came in about, and I don't know.
We don't gotta focus. We don't gotta focus on homeless. You talked about changing occupations. So you said use the term acquiring skills to change from one station. Yeah, a skill set to move from one station.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Because you said you talked about a skill set and changing your station in life. You said people are freely to move. You named 3 places where you found people were freely able to move their station in life, given me. And so then what I said was
stuck, just like LA, very stuck.
And you said if they acquire a skill set. And so I named a group of people who have a particular station in life. And I said, what skill set? Now, granted, this is beyond the conversation that we were having. What skill set do they need to acquire to change their station? Because you were making a larger argument about it being a classless place. And so I said, okay, well, great.
I said, so station meaning class, meaning you're stuck in that role. So to answer your question, what skills are in high demand right now in 2020, in 2016? AI literacy and the ability.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Exactly. That's all I wanted.
Data analysis and literacy.
Skill set.
Cybersecurity.
AI literacy is what they need. The basic of shit is what they need.
Emotional intelligence.
AI literacy. You mean AI to read?
That's actually all I wanted. I just wanted you to name the skill set. You did.
Healthcare.
Go ahead.
Practitioners.
Lisa, you got it. God bless.
Technical healthcare. HVAC technicians, electricians.
I thought y'all didn't get here to begin with. I thought y'all was talking about Iran and America.
Man, Catalyst is cooking, man. I've learned. Come on, Catalyst.
It's hard. It's hard.
That's all I wanted.
Staying after the kids.
Brother, you guys are appreciative.
I did exactly what I set out to do. Like, at the end of the day, these people are naming like the most basic level shit as a way to like navigate and like climb the social ladder, climb the level of prestige, and I'm like, it's absolutely ridiculous. All you need is AI literacy. That's what people are starting. We have long-term unemployment right now. People beyond 6 months of employment seeking jobs. And what they lack, the reason why people are not advancing because they don't have AI literacy.
Listening is radically fundamental. HVAC, construction, there's so many electricians, there's so many roles that are available, and those roles and those skill sets are needed in 2016. and all you heard was just that.
In 2016, in 2026.
Sorry, 2026.
Yeah.
Then just you got it.
Anything else? Can Johnny ask the brilliant scholar a
Full
question?
stack.
Can I ask something?
Full stack web development. Risk.
Can I ask something?
Yes, sir. Comment at me again. That was a good.
Denise, how's your dashboards going?
Oh, they're going wonderfully. Thank you.
What did you use?
Concrete. Stepping on the
Microsoft
content.
Power BI.
I'm talking to Johnny's, bro. Chill. She's responding. Chill.
I'm just tuning in, so pardon me if this has already been discussed. But why does it seems to me that with Catalyst submission, the comparison or the reason is based on the assumption that the baseline is like homeless or underskilled or undereducated. So I feel like it's almost two different conversations. And as an example, at my station in life, this is, I have done the work of working with entrepreneurs that have an idea or that burden I will pass on to younger generations. I'm only interested in those that have established a business and need to get to their next station, as in business accelerators, or they understand the fundamentals of a business and are ready to go to the next level. They also want to improve their station in life so that they can help those behind them who may be homeless or underfunded or undereducated. But in order for them to help those behind them, they need to move up in their station in life. So I just want to understand where the baseline is.
No worries, Janice. That's a good question, Janice. The pushback is originally from that the conversation began with Catalyst saying that Silicon Valley was a classless place where all you needed was an idea and you didn't need a particular educational background or class background in order to get funding. That's where the conversation began.
You added that. I said classless as far as station. I redefined it. And so when I'm talking about station, I'm talking about if you can build a neural network, or if you understand machine learning or deep learning or Python and the libraries, you don't need a college education for that. Do you understand machine learning? TensorFlows?
Hold on.
You can actually position yourself in certain rooms.
You don't need a college education to understand neural networks or machine learning.
You don't need a college education to understand Python.
Yeah.
You don't need you do not need a college degree to understand
college education to
Python. Seriously?
Sir.
Python libraries. That was high school, bro.
Sir, you just said you don't need a college education to understand machine learning or neural networks.
You don't need a college degree to understand.
Or college degree or whatever.
To understand Python or machine learning. You don't.
Yes, because understanding to you means just, writing some code and calling some API and that's it, right?
Did Mark Zuckerberg graduate from college? Did he graduate from college? Did several people graduate from college? I don't use that.
He got you there, man.
Did these people graduate from college?
Hold on, did they go to college?
Some did. They dropped out.
Oh, okay. So they went to college. So do we assume that he had the networks, the knowledge, all of that happened before college? Like, why do y'all sit here and pretend as if knowledge isn't gained or accumulated, like, through the actual, like, being in college? Like, did he take, wait, hold on, let me ask the question. I don't want to assume. Did he take any courses?
You think Zuckerberg took any machine learning courses at Harvard? Like your premise was that you don't need a college education or college degree to understand. College degree to understand machine learning and neural networks. Like, I don't know what's happening to society. Like, there's this thing where people just want to the hammer and hit some nails and earn some money at the end. And just because they can use the hammer to hit the nail and money, it means that they understand what's happening and have some deep knowledge about it. Like, it's disheartening, brother.
And that's the thing about the rich and having that network, right? You don't even have to, like Elon Musk didn't build a Tesla, but he had the capital to buy a company, hire the people, the engineers and scientists that work there, right? Like, it's not even about you as an individual being able to create a simple program with an API, right? Like, it's bigger than that. I guess that's what we're thinking we're thinking big and you're thinking real small.
And another issue.
What's wrong with that?
This thing from Catalyst where, if you just use a tool and you get some money at the end, that's enough for you to understand it. I see it in how other VCs and how other people in the industry talk, where people at Palantir say, "Oh yeah, don't go to college, drop out of Stanford, come to our tech program in Austin, and you learn all you need to get a job." And it appeals to this thinking in my head where I'm gonna get some education so I can earn some money in, and that's it. And it's not good, Catalyst. Like, just because you earn money at the end of the thing doesn't mean that you should just forego the education and deep understanding of what's happening.
Wait a minute. I think they're two separate conversations.
Yeah, Larry Page and Sergey Brin.
Larry Page and Sergey Brin were in a PhD program at Stanford.
No, they didn't graduate. They didn't graduate.
They were in a PhD program.
I'm going to say it for the second time. They didn't graduate. Andy Grove didn't graduate. CEO of Intel. Paul Graham, the founder of Y Combinator, didn't graduate. Like, what are you talking about?
But let me add this.
He knows those people on a first name basis now.
Let me add this, because I think that there needs to be some type of delineation in the conversation. Because to me, what I'm hearing when I think of stations, like, you all are jumping from taking a couple of hours of code and equivalating that to an engineer graduating with a degree, and then from there going to creating some type of concept or product that VCs would be interested in. Y'all are like jumping stations.
That's not what
and you don't, hold on, let me finish. You don't need a college education or a degree or college exposure at minimum just to get your door into like technology and AI, which I think is part of what Catalyst is trying to convey. I named earlier up in the chat, like, even get to the college level or to the college enthusiast level, there are organizations that will expose you to code. And through those organizations, like, I think it's 100 Days of Code or 1,000 Days of Code.
Yeah,
there's Black Girls Code. There are tons of organizations that will expose you at elementary or middle school. And a lot of those graduates, they get to the stage where they have a concept for a product and are ready to move it to market and need funding without even having to go to like college or whatever. Like, I feel like you need exposure to code and to technology and jumping to equating it with the Mark Zuckerbergs that had some college exposure and have the network to get like the VCs. And I've seen I've seen success stories. 1 second, I'm almost done.
Sure.
I've seen success stories where they've gone, what is it? Y'all making me go back into my recesses of my memory. I think it's like with Y Combinator, there was another one that was like 50, Big 50 or something like that.
Y Combinator's awesome.
Yeah. Like, I haven't engaged with them since like the early, like 2010 or whatever. But there were a couple out there where the people that won those competitions and went through their accelerator programs, they didn't all have college exposure, but they had exposure to code. So I feel like you all are like jumping stations and skipping some stations, and there are success stories out there. They might not be the ones that have the marketing machine and PR machine behind them to show that they have successes, but you don't necessarily have to go to college. And yes, college, if you use Zuckerberg as the case study, he had, in addition to college, he had resources and a network, but that's not the only way to get there.
Okay, Johnny, so the reason I have such an animated response to Catalyst is because I'm going with this conversation in him saying that Silicon Valley is classless, and all you need is an idea.
That's not what I
said. That's what you said.
When I say class,
that's what you said. That's what you said.
Station.
You later try to clean it up by saying,
I'm not cleaning anything up. I'm making it. I'm explaining it for those who are slow.
We are afraid you're supposed to be an asshole, motherfucker. Please stop your language and please stop.
Thank you, Chef.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
So for instance, Lucy Gao.
No, don't do another
biography. She went to MIT. What are we doing?
Right.
No.
Carnegie Mellon. She dropped.
Or Carnegie Mellon or whatever. You're using. You use. You know what's insidious about you? You know what's insidious about you? You're using people. You know what's insidious about you? You're using people who went to elite. You're using people who went to elite undergraduate programs and using that to underscore your argument that you don't need college. It's gross. It's anti-education and it's also anti-Batman. You're using these individual people to try and make an argument.
All right. This is boring.
NYU, Jack Dorsey.
All right. We got it. All right, get into an elite college, drop out, become rich. We got it. Can we get different topics? We're tired of hearing you name schools you never got into.
San Jose State.
Carlos, what school did you go to?
Doesn't matter what school I went to.
None of them. Shut up.
What school did you go to? What school did you go to?
You named at least 3 of them I went to already.
Okay.
All right, so I know. So there's my answer. So it doesn't matter.
So you went to San Jose State?
Not that one.
You went to UCLA?
A lot of examples from Newton University where kids dropped out and decided to start a company.
Come on, but what's the point of? Okay, so if you keep
making a point,
Harvard,
the guy who started went to San Jose State.
I got it.
The guy who went to Uber went to UCLA.
I got it. And a lot of people go to San Jose State and drive Ubers. Can we move the combo along?
Michael Dell went to University of Texas, Austin.
Michael Dell, isn't he old?
I'm just giving you examples.
Can I talk?
No, I'm talking Catalyst. Isn't Michael Dell? How old is Michael Dell?
He's like 60-something, right?
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Congressman.
All right, Catalyst. Look, brother, I hear what you're saying. I'm all for self-learning and not going through what some might say permission rituals, right?
Oh, come on, concrete.
Hold on, bro. Just chill. I got you. I hear you.
Go ahead.
And the argument, I'm hearing both sides, and I obviously I can what's the word? I can identify with both sides, right? The academic route and the forge your own path route, right? And the issue is Catalyst, and I think you're very well meaning, and I think what you're saying has a lot of validity. But what's happening is we're looking at the wins in terms of possibility, but we need to be thinking about probability, especially with vulnerable people who, as you say, are trying to appeal to, like, are in the lower rung or underserved part of our society. You don't want to steer them in a direction of low probability endeavors, right?
I agree with you 100%.
All right. So let me just. Okay, appreciate it. So that's, I think, so the other side is being very intransigent, emphatic about that position, because I think it could be looked at as reckless. Because dreaming has a burn rate.
It's not reckless, it's a lie.
No. It is reckless to tell somebody that this is a route that is possible.
You cannot play the game.
One second, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Please, this is the
I'm just talking about. Let me just land. Let me land. Please, thank you. I appreciate that co-signing. It is reckless to prescribe to people who are vulnerable a low probability possible route, right? Low probability, like extremely low probability.
You're right.
So what we have to do is find like a happy medium or some other prescription that is a little bit more prudent and possible or probable. And for us in the Negro community, it is most definitely going through these permission-based systems where you will be vetted and you will be tried out and brought into the fold if you perform well, right?
Agreed.
Now, for those of us who are going to be trailblazers, we're going to trailblaze no matter what. But it is what it is, right? And there's something else I wanted to say, but you get it. And I hope you can tailor your submission to the concerns of the other side, which are very valid. And because me personally, I would not recommend you don't go to school, even though it's possible as a self-learner to learn all of these things, because you could end up building some habits that are, just not conducive to the bigger picture and being a part of that bigger picture.
That is
the school is for all right, you got it. Cool.
I recommend all Black young men, especially when I used to tutor or I had a program I had, all Black men, young Black men, high school, everyone's college bound. 4-year and grad school afterwards. Everyone's college bound. Even if they are trailblazers. Absolutely.
I named a couple of Black trailblazers in technology. This is not a conversation about lowered expectations. This conversation started because we were talking about J.D. Vance and the tech bros that are behind him, and that they came in as elite, wealthy people. Just like Jonas said, you're absolutely right. When you're exposed to coding early and you can go to a program, well, what about if your father's he's a benefactor of Harvard or MIT, and he's having dinner with the professor over the computer science department, and you're meeting him for the first time, you're having dinner with this motherfucker. Imagine having contact with these types of people and you're not in high school. These are just the people that you have access with, and they stoke your interest and they start to guide you and mentor you from young. I'm talking about the person over the fucking department, not somebody, a 9-to-5 worker volunteering to teach you how to make control statements with some language, right? We talked about the fact that it's not a question of innovation, that these people did not come out of nowhere, and their ideas did not come out of nowhere, and their ideas are not based in the fact that they're autistic. Their ideas are based in the fact that they come from the elite. So like Epstein, they get to sit in the company of the most prestigious intellectuals. They get access to programs that you and I would never have access to as kids. That is the reality of the situation. You will not be able to provide your child with the same access Elon Musk's father provided him as the owner of Diamond Mine, right? And we know that all of these people, they run in circles, like Network Solutions. Google it. Google Movie Pass, Jonas, if you want to learn about Black folks who were innovative, who were the first to market with a great idea, who had companies that they had to sell because they did not have access to capital. Catalyst's remark was that Silicon Valley was classless, and we still vehemently disagree with that. And concrete, again, the reason why it matters is because you cannot play the game if you don't know the rules. and you don't know the other
What are you
players.
just addressing with what I said? What are you addressing with what I said?
Any breaking news?
Because you said that when we were talking to Catalyst, you said, "What does it matter?" And it does matter, especially the fact
It's okay. It's okay.
Well, I do really want to hear what she said. Concrete
I understand. We had some breaking news.
It matters. It matters that we're not marketing and sold propaganda.
Breaking news. Thank you.
Oh God. All I know is that it's a possibility that the Republicans are not behind the president. So it sounds like they might be backing away. That is one thing. And also it looks like the gas prices are coming down. Not sure if that is true or not. But I just wanted oil prices, sorry. To break the conversation up. If you guys don't help me, they're gonna go back. So yeah.
We was talking about how fucking Trump said kill the whole civilization of people. Y'all get there anyway.
He told you how J.D. Vance situation.
More breaking news. This is out of Istanbul. Damn it, paywall. If anybody could pull it up, there's been an attack on the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. Looks like one person has been killed. Let me see. Okay, here's AP. Gunmen attack police near building housing Israeli consulate. Istanbul AP. 3 assailants opened fire at police outside a building housing Israeli consulate in Istanbul on Tuesday, sparking a gunfight that left one attacker dead. Turkish officials have said the 2 other assailants were wounded and captured. That's it. Y'all can go back to writing about the madman.
No.
Pennsylvania. That's all I got. Oh, Trent's here. Oh, we got TNN. This is TNN. I don't know what he has for you guys.
What's the breaking news, Trent?
What about the lie about?
I appreciate that, Devon. There is possible breaking news that Pakistan has negotiated a ceasefire for 2 weeks. The White House has acknowledged.
Did you say Pakistan?
Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm asking, did you say Pakistan?
They're the mediator. They're the mediator.
Yes, ma'am. I said Pakistan. That has caused the oil market, I'm not going to say to fall, but to stop rising on this news that there may be a pullback from the cliff's edge.
What's good news?
Damn. So they're not going to bomb, they're not going to kill the whole civilization tonight? That's what that means? Because I'm stuck on that. I don't know.
He was never going to get back to you in 2 weeks.
Who was the last one? It was Alexander the Great was the last one to conquer them, right?
Napoleon Hill.
Was it Alexander the Great?
Oh, it was.
Yeah. Alexander the Great.
Sometime in the Persian. Yeah,
300 BC. So, to be fair, if he would have killed the civilization, he would go down in history books, to be fair. I'm just being fair. We should be fair. The Pope has come out to denounce the threat of genocide.
Here we go. Which one? The black, the gray, or the red Pope?
Well, the current Pope in Rome is a black man.
He's a black guy, exactly.
So the black Pope. That shit is wild, yo. The civilization will die tonight.
Tonight. We're switching the lights off.
I was looking for your early band. A friend of mine, the same trader that told me that the 118 of WTI told me that if there is any kinetic action this evening, you can expect WTI around 125. He also said the reason Brent is not higher is it's because it's being artificially suppressed. He went into a whole bunch of things about the Swift trading funds and force majeure that I won't bore anybody with because I don't understand it myself. But essentially, expect expects the WTI to remain $2 to $4 higher than Brent during this time period, where that's usually never the case. But if there's any strike on any infrastructure, because he thinks that will cause Iran to attack the infrastructure node of like our intel companies like Google and stuff, and so the other corporations that they'll target. And he said that will cause things to go off the wire. So I'll end right there.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead.
Why would Iran striking, Google's campuses in Israel cause things to go off the wire? Who cares about it? Go ahead.
I don't even know if he said Google. He was talking, there's multiple companies that you know of, but he said that that are there. He said if they hit those nodes, that would cause a chain reaction of different things. I can't, this guy speaks, he's high level, he's on a minute.
I get you're saying, but I just want to say, like, Amazon's ME02 availability zone is completely offline, and so I don't think them striking, other, pieces of infrastructure belongs to the major tech companies would change much, if anything.
Went into force majeure with JP Morgan Chase, and again, convoluted. I didn't completely understand it. The only thing I want to know is where Will is going. I mean, he said, look, if you just have any kinetic action, even if they don't construct all the power plants, if they hit 25% of them, they turn off the lights. You're talking about 120 BTI.
Not the Teddy Pendergrass. I found the Brent price to be strange. It seemed oddly suppressed, so I'm not smart enough to understand why, but it has been under WTI now for almost a week, if I recall, which is very bizarre.
Well, people in Texas should be happy. Oh, breaking news! You guys saw that the Civil Rights Division is investigating Cassidy Hutchinson, the aide who testified against Trump. She was one of the first to testify before Congress. Trump's going after all his enemies, man.
What are they going after her for?
Huh?
What are they going after her for?
They said she lied to Congress. I guess she lied about Trump. That's what they're saying.
I don't know. I'm at the edge of my seat thinking about this civilization ending tonight. I don't know. I just want to talk about y'all. It ain't gonna happen, but I don't know. He's working the whole tonight, man. Like ain't nobody saying nothing about it. It's crazy.
All hell would break loose if he did that.
I don't think he gives a fuck, though. I really don't, because why would he even threaten a whole civilization?
How do you kill a civilization?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think those are the tactics.
If I may, I just want to read it just so everybody understands. A whole station, that's how it is, will die tonight. Never to be brought back again.
Can you read it in his voice, please?
An extinction event.
I don't want that to happen.
Wow.
But it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows?
Man of wisdom.
We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion,
corruption and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran.
Wait, the great people
It's like a TV show
that he's about to decimate? That he's about
It's
to
a whole civilization.
Well, he's blessing. At least he's blessing you first before he.
He's going to erase your civilization from the face of the earth.
Would it be accurate to call him an extremist?
No, perfect.
No, it is the perfect term.
Do y'all understand what whole civilization implies, y'all? Do y'all get what that means?
Yes.
That is crazy.
Let's get what that means.
Let me ask you a question. I think he's going to talk a while, but let me ask you a question. What if he does do this? Who's going to do what? Who's going to check him?
Well, he would be removed from office by Friday if we were to authorize a nuclear weapon in the middle of Tehran. Do you know the kind of damage that would cause, not just in Iran, but throughout the region? He'd be out of office by Friday. That's what we would check.
The stock market would crash, and you know what I'm
And then we would be, and then you will be rescinding your retirement papers. Oh wait, you'll lose your job as well. This whole who's gonna Trump can do anything. Look, if Trump can do anything, why is Tish James still at the Fashion Nova? Y'all act like Donald Trump gets away with everything all the time. If Trump can do anything, why is Pam Bondi gone? Come on, man, we got to be a little bit more. He can't do everything he wants. They talk about who's gonna check him. So I love this. He can't get Tish James in jail, but he gonna drop a nuclear bomb.
Listen, Igor and Neo said they would get their nuclear kit ready.
I don't like Igor and Neo not standing by us and running away. Come on now. I thought we all was on one team here, people.
Well, they have nuclear kits. Do you?
Bet.
He over there safe in Serbia. He ain't thinking about
Now, I just want to say this: Brooklyn, you should have crashed because for Tish James, she gets Fashion Nova.
and I got a rainbow. You see what I'm saying? The nerve. Ben, you got to take it back, buddy. You can fuck me up. The rainbow shit. You gave Tish James.
When you get incinerated.
You gave Tish James Fashion Nova. I get rainbow. That's some bullshit.
Well, she's a city attorney general. Look, when you are incinerating, when you are being incinerated by a nuclear bomb, your last thought could be Bergdorf's or Neiman Marcus. But for now, you're the rainbow. You're the rainbow girl. Let me bring up Brian. Brian, I want to speak. Can y'all bring up Brian? I can't.
I sent for him. He didn't come up.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Brian says he doesn't cry wolf. He cries wolf all the time. He cries wolf all the time. It's true that after he bombed them, he's done things like destroyed military war. But I'm talking about what did he say he was going to do 2 weeks ago? And he gave a 48-hour extension and then a week extension. What was the one?
He was going to
be chickened out on.
He was going to bomb the diesel.
48 hours.
Yeah, there's a whole thing on Straight from Moose. Yeah, he's made many threats he hasn't followed through. To be fair, Brian, you might not be following the war, to be fair. Many people like to come in here and talk about that and actually following it, to be fair to you.
So did regime change already happen?
Yeah,
the regime change happened. What happened was they brought in new people, and the new people are more reasonable. They're not radicals. And there's that. I think they should be people open to working with the United States moving forward.
God bless the people of Iran.
Yet they haven't made a deal yet. And though the regime change was successful, we don't have a deal, but we're still going to remove their civilization from the world. Okay.
Wasn't our goal regime change? So it's mission accomplished, guys.
The goal
is to save the pilot. The former leader we killed, we're proud of that new regime.
The goal get moved every other day, child.
Civilization.
Yeah, we're supposed to liberate the people. We liberated the people.
No,
We get the regime change.
They said that Israel was going to attack them, so they attacked them first to neutralize them. Then that shit didn't work.
Brooklyn, and then they say the protesters were Iranians who really wanted a change, only to find out they were being armed to go and do that whole protest.
Yeah, he did
and
say
the
that
arms
yesterday.
went to the Kurds, who then decided not to join the fight.
That was another cry wolf, Brian. Here's another one for you, Brian. The Kurds. They said they were arming the Kurds. The Kurds were going to enter and take over. I heard Trump say the other day that they, armed the wrong people. I can think of like 10. Did y'all hear that one? I can think of like 10 things. But Brian,
yeah, he said he gave guns to the Kurds and the Kurds kept the guns.
Well, conservatives were upset about Biden leaving behind stuff that was negotiated to leave behind, but that not one of them has come in here and talked about Trump giving guns to the wrong person. Anybody notice that?
We have a next Iran-Contra affair.
Well, what greater liberation is there to liberate one from their own existence?
That's true.
I think, yeah.
John, hold on, you're missing something.
When we're talking about enslaved Africans, everybody was okay with jumping off ships. And everybody, that was the most noble thing. Well, let's liberate. That's what civilization.
No, hold on. The Iranians who are coming here say they were waiting for weapons, that they were ready to storm, and they were waiting for weapons. They hadn't been handed the weapons yet, and how they were told to stay away from the streets until the military was obliterated.
Yeah. Again,
away from
so we're going to help them. Trump is going to liberate them from their lives. And that is one of the most noble forms of liberation. Yeah, that's what people say.
But you know what's wild in the region? The West drew maps and got rid of Kurdistan. The Kurds don't have a country. And they give weapons to Kurds, then
they expect the Kurds
then Turkey is going to get mad at the Kurds in their country because Turkey figured you emboldened the Kurds in Iran. So the West is just fucked up that region, man. I don't know how we're going to unfuck it, but it's just the Kurds are in such a fucking precarious situation. No, I wouldn't take any weapons from fucking Trump.
You can't.
Well, the difference of this time they learned, they took the weapons, and because they didn't, Trump threw them under the bus the last time. So they were like, you know what? We'll take your weapons, but fuck
off. We remember Syria, bitch. Like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the report about the Hilux Toyota Hilux? How there's this report that they went and purchased 50 Toyota Hilux, and that the Kurds were ready to come in, and how they were being pressured, and the Kurds say, no, we're not entering this. You left us hanging.
Yeah.
But we're keeping the guns.
Yeah, that being said, regardless of what kind of ceasefire they might announce tonight, this thing is not going away anytime soon, because this morning the State Department issued a travel advisory for Saudi Arabia. They're extending it as far as the time when Hajj happens. So if you're an American citizen who's planning to go to Mecca this year, the State Department is saying you better not, because they are not coming for your ass. And that both the president and Rubio are saying, are calling on Americans that are in Saudi Arabia to leave immediately. So I have no idea what they plan on doing, but they are getting ready for an Iranian response.
I'm hearing reports B-52s have left the United Kingdom. B-52s, they're headed to Iran, have left the United Kingdom as we speak. They're supposed, according to reports, arrive at 7 Eastern time.
No, even not your B-52s. What are you talking about?
It's all online, brother. It's everywhere.
Wait, they a plane?
Yeah, B-52s. Yeah, B-52 bombers have left United Kingdom. It's a big news. Yeah, it's a report.
Okay, but what I'm so they're planes in the area. So Unpack it for us. You want to break the news? Tell us why it's important.
Love shot, baby.
That's how they gonna bottom line
announcements. Yeah, like y'all an expert. Tell us why that matters.
Give me the message. Oh, now he on mute.
Maybe
he said if your name ain't Smokey, then it ain't your motherfucking message.
He only read the headline.
Like,
it's all out there. I'm just doing something right now. I can't really talk right now, but it's all out there.
Everybody want to break news, but don't know what the news means. Stupid ass. It's important.
Baba, please.
B-52. Hold on, let me.
Y'all got phones. Y'all got phones, man. Look it up.
B-50. I just got to see how big this is because apparently this is going. Okay, and so what this gonna do? B-52 bombers. Are they not already there?
All right, let me read. All right, so this is India Today. I don't know how valid they are. India Today says multiple B-52 aircraft have been seen departing from RAF Fairford and others reportedly fueled and positioned on the tarmac before takeoff. The first bomb was believed to have left around 3 hours ago, according to flight tracking and Defense Link reports. U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratfortress bombers have taken off from the United Kingdom and could be within striking distance of Iran ahead of President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline, reports said. Multiple B-52 aircraft were seen departing from RAF Fairford, with others reported that they're repeating. Hold on. Let me see. It's just saying the same thing over and over again. Someone named Ed Doherty on X as well has said this. U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratfortress bombers took off from the United Kingdom and could reach Iran by the time President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline hit. Here we go, Iran should cave now. Trump is serious. Fuck around and find out. Watch on X. This comes at No, that's an X post within this article from Eric Doherty. I don't know who he is. Some of you may know who he is. This comes as tensions escalate after U.S. President Trump warned that a whole civilization will die tonight if Iran failed to comply with his ultimatum to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by Tuesday evening. Trump has set an 8 p.m. deadline, warning that the U.S. could target critical infrastructure across Iran if the blockade continues. Tehran, in turn, has threatened retaliation against U.S. allies in the Gulf, raising fears of a wider regional conflict. As the deadline approached, strikes intensified, reports of attacks on bridges, transport links, an airport, and a petrochemical facility, including key targets on Kharg Island, Iran's main oil export hub. I'm not going to keep going. The article goes on and on. It's pretty much more of the same. So I don't know if anyone knows of this. This article is alleging that things have already begun.
Well, we need evidence of
that. Apology, Miriam. Give me an apology.
Because no, I'm not giving you, because the thing is, Sturmer is refusing for the U.S. to use their base. And apparently they want to continue to stand on that position. And none of the leading agencies are reporting on this B-52 moving from the RAF base in the UK.
Keir Starmer is an idiot.
Where is that information coming from?
You just gotta wait on Trent to come back and break the news. It'll be official then.
Does it matter? That's all my question was. Like, why does this matter? Like, how am I supposed to, I'm not, people are breaking news in here. And I'm just asking, okay, one question is always great. Where are you getting this information? Right? Verify the source. But then, why does it matter? Are we just announcing something?
Well,
is there something that we should know?
Here's an answer. Here's an answer, Baba.
Now, brother, breaking. The 54th Battalion at Fort Sumter is getting organized to go attack. So,
There's a particular bunker buster that only the B-52H can carry. And maybe they're carrying, other. That's too heavy for any other bomber to carry.
Also carry nuclear warheads. Omar's breaking news.
Oh my God, man!
You gotta stop that. Well, they do. No, that's what I was asking. Like, why is it? It wasn't a gotcha. I was trying to figure out, like, why is this information?
Well, you said go to the Love Shack, baby.
That's why I'm trying to do a Google search, and I got that Iranian. What newspaper was that?
Any occupied bunkers that we could pay to get into just in case this shit go left.
People happen to use us
Wait, Brooklyn, you left New York, Brooklyn, and you know very well that how many buildings have nuclear fallout shelter signs all over New York City? But you're in Atlanta, and you should change your name to Atlanta.
No. If I listen,
Put the spliff down and relax, okay? Hey, we gonna be all right.
Relax, put it down. I'm having double time now.
You're paranoid. You're high.
Brooklyn, I'm sorry.
It's not gonna go right. I'm
worried. But can we go back? So potentially, right? And this is why I asked the question, like, why does it matter? I didn't know. Apparently, I'm the only one in the room who didn't know the significance of B-52.
That's normal. You're the only one not know.
Yeah, obviously, right? Like, I don't know what station means in the context of any discussion. But things that would go in corral stations. But like, okay, so this could potentially be absolutely insane if B-52s are carrying nuclear weapons? Is this? Do we have other nuclear weapons out there?
You can launch a nuke from a submarine.
There are no nuclear submarines in the region, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
Brother, your question wasn't even answered.
No, but you can do it from a sub, but I don't think there are any subs in the region.
Which is what is the source, the credible source that has actually reported that? That's because there isn't any.
Well, I'm just a.
Brother, we should go. When this thing started,
cognitive ability.
When this thing started, I said it. Dude, who thinks Trump would nuke him? And everybody was like, oh, hell no, he's not going to nuke him. I mean, I thought of it. Israel has nuclear capabilities. I always say, I think Trump is asking the question, this man wanted to nuke a hurricane. What makes you think he doesn't want to nuke Iran? I mean, I'm just trying to put myself, I don't even want to say that. I just could see him asking Hegseth, well, why can't we just fucking nuke them? Right? Like, that's not far-fetched. Now, will they let him do it? Probably not. But we'll see what happens.
So you guys
Why would he
you guys see the
country and have to deal with the fallout to the other countries?
Doesn't give a fuck. Because he doesn't give a fuck.
He doesn't care about fallout.
You don't have to give a fuck when you're involving other countries. I mean, this is not enclosed only to Iran.
I think we're trying.
Brother, guess what? This so-called B-52s that were leaving.
Mm-hmm.
The alternative report is actually that they had engine problem and couldn't even take off.
Yeah, the motherfuckers didn't. Hold on. These motherfuckers didn't even take off.
Engine trouble.
Divine, it could be a partner.
Where's that source at?
Where's that source at?
From Express.
You didn't provide the source?
Y'all just be finding stuff, man.
No, this is Express UK. But they failed to take off because of engine trouble.
then there is another ship out that has engine trouble as well.
Yeah, something y'all don't like.
What are you gonna say?
I just want to say Brian C. is on stage, and Prime missed. I don't know who this is.
Subaru was making the planes.
It's close.
I'm gonna say Divine. I don't think he's actually a war hawk, much in the way that he would portray himself. I think I remember like his first term, he mentioned how he could have like taken more actions, militaristic actions in Syria, and he decided against it. And the reason, this is my recollection, and the reason why I think he decided against it, or if I recall correctly, is that he just didn't want to do that type of stuff. And I think that's the same person, given he doesn't have a history of, bloodshed, in my opinion, because he lived his whole life as a businessman. It's not like, a military. It's not the same thing as like a military man whose whole life is toward, these type of ends, to these type of measures. He's different. He's a business guy. He talks, he blow BAs, he gestures. That's what he's doing in this instance, I believe, more so than actually intending to do anything.
We could have potentially said that before the first two bombings. So now we know he's capable of doing some maniacal behavior and give out some catastrophic type of orders that will have extreme repercussions. So that there's no doubt in the fact that there's a madman at the controls. So I wouldn't underestimate anything coming from any Neanderthal that's in power that has never had power like that and never been exposed to that kind of power. It sends in, all of them, I've watched them go into a maniacal rage once they fully realize they have that kind of power. In the person of Bill Clinton bombing Iraq, in the person of George W. Bush bombing, again, Iraq and Desert Storm, the potential bombing Jimmy Carter and the situations in Iran early, how they had their own Desert Storm before. So we know that they're potentially, I guess they're on the streets yet, but we'll do something. I have no doubt, maybe you do, that he will do something.
I have a question. Years ago, the Locks, the music group, the Locks, they had a very good question that nobody really had the answer to, but maybe we might have it now. If you had 24 hours to live, where would you go? What would you do? Who would you screw? Who would you want to notify? I'm going to with your astronaut that you're
about to die.
I'm going to sleep.
What's telling Ketty?
No. Can y'all hear me? So, by the way, I don't know what you're trying to bump with that. Oh, did you see the link? Yes, that's what I read. The link you provided. It said one of the B-52s took off. The one was grounded. Yes.
Can we add a footnote?
Talking about. I posted it. But you said it was a lie. You posted it. No, I said where was the source. I went to search for a source. Yeah, you said that it didn't happen, that it was grounded, and it said one did.
All right.
Yeah, I brought the source. I went to search for the source because I said there was no source.
Well, there's more than one base where we have B-52s, because we do have B-52s in Diego Garcia. We have B-52s on the mainland, and they could fly non-stop from anywhere. So if that one didn't take off, they could probably take off another one from another place.
The other thing I wanted to add was that there is a UK HMS Dragon, which was heading to go and protect US bases in Cyprus.
Don't mention that, please.
It has minor technical issues. Why?
It's just embarrassing for the UK. The HMS Dragon had to go back to base because of technical issues.
Yeah, going to get there fast enough to protect their bases in case Iran attacks? I mean, is the US going to attack?
Remember a couple of weeks ago, on a beautiful Saturday morning, when news came out that there was an attack at Diego Garcia? Then I remember playing this clip from an analyst from the UK who basically said, if that was indeed the Iranians, then the Brits are fucked because they definitely don't have any kind of mechanism within English territory, within the UK. So that would stop a ballistic missile from Iran or anything like that. So,
remember, you were what you played seems to be correct, Lauren.
Yeah, I don't know. A couple of years ago, I think this was in 2024 that I saw this. There was a U.S. intelligence report that came up. Said they had done an assessment that concluded that the Ministry of in the UK, within a period of a decade, might not be able to take care of their country or militarily defend the homeland if there was an attack. I can try to find this, but this was something that was pretty common within intelligence circles, and I found it quite, as someone who came from, was a subject of,
of the Queen. Yes.
It was quite, not that I give a fuck, I'm American, so, I'm past that, but that was quite sad, just hearing that you became this imperial power and just turned out to be this useless piece of shit country, like Ben says, a shithole.
Every person gets their time in the sunshine, It's just, and eventually the sun starts shining on you.
It's quite sad. I think the best way to fully describe crossing the thing in her living room, that's just the fate of the US right now. Not the US, I mean the UK.
And what is wrong? What's wrong with Matt crossing?
In your fucking living room, dude? At the Saudi? Come on, bro.
The United Kingdom is one of the oldest kingdoms in the world. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's nasty. I'm sorry.
Dude, how you been to London? It looks like they got mice all over the place. And the rats.
I'm well aware, but
we live in a community with them. Don't worry. Well, okay.
Yeah, I'll feel some type of way if the leader or one of the most important leaders of my country was doing an interview and boom, in her living room. That's just wild.
Seen two articles so far. The WHO is talking nukes in this conflict. I'm hoping it's just fear mongering. I don't know, man. I don't think I quite understood what you guys said. But I'll try it again. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. All right. Trump nukes Iran. What happens after that? Okay, he gets arrested. Who retaliates? Who comes to the rescue? Who says, you can't do that? Bad America. You can do it. They tried to kick our ass. Who gonna check? Who gonna check us?
Russia. He would probably he would probably be removed by the 25th.
Yeah,
Congress would take too long.
Yeah.
When you say the 25th, the 25th Amendment, like what?
Yeah, it lays out a process whereby the vice president and I believe it's the majority of the cabinet members can remove a president.
The question is, if the VP doesn't initiate it or decide, who do you think is the cabinet member that has the balls to actually do it?
It doesn't matter. The vice president has to lead it, though.
No, I'm well aware he will, but what I'm saying is, who's gonna have the balls to pick up the phone and call the other members of cabinet and say, yo, we got to do this shit?
If he drops a nuclear, well, to do what he wants would have to be, I estimate, over 10. It would have to be at least a handful of them. I think all of them would, except maybe one, except Pete Hegseth. That would be a level of escalation we've never seen in our lifetime. I mean, everybody says nothing is happening, nothing will happen. I know, just like you all said, nothing will happen with ICE. That Pam Bondi would never go, just like you all said that Kristi Noem would never go. All these things, just like you said, James Comey's going to go to jail. I know. Things happen all the time. First Lady, we're back to that again. Now we're talking about a man incinerating people with a nuclear weapon and people think nothing will happen. It's always, I think it's good because it gets people scared to vote and stuff, so that's fine. But I'm telling you, he'll be out of office within a week. You just never seen it before. There was consternation about dropping the bomb in 1945. You know what happens to Israel if they do that at the bomb? Do they have? Let me ask you a question. Does Iran have bombs at the embassy in Mexico? Missiles?
Can you repeat that question?
Know? People don't even know what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's what I'm talking about. They got a suitcase bomb? They only check 1% of imports. Y'all don't know how the stuff is shipped in the embassies and y'all don't think there's you know what? Let me mute up. Just know when I die.
You're gonna scare people, guy.
Let me know when I get incinerated and burnt up. I'll be laying on some brown titties. I'm done speaking.
No snow bunny running.
I'll be popping a wheelie. I already told y'all.
No snow bunny. Absolutely no snow bunny. Oh, bunny said a snow bunny. He said snow bunny titties. Who said that? Probably Dr. Umar.
Jesus Christ.
Well, Mel would have double snow bunny titties.
Mel, I'm gonna have to call Dr. Umar on you, boy. Shame on you.
No, please.
Yeah, but he would be out of there within a week. I would actually be surprised. Well, they would carry out the orders because the president alone, authority to launch nuclear weapons. We've all seen the movie, Tide.
That's right.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If they don't do the nuclear, which say they won't, but they do these bridges and stuff that he's talking about doing, that's gonna be a shit show too. War crimes. Look, this is a person who is clear he's lost control. It's because people aren't listening to him. And it's clear what they thought would happen would not happen. For somebody to threaten a civilization shows you they do not have control of the situation. The Strait of Hormuz was supposed to be open 3 weeks ago. Remember that? Oh, we'll go in and open it. Not open. Huh? I've seen the check, and the check says it's still closed. What Mike on your tell us how?
Iran said they lost the keys. Did you see those tweets?
Yeah, I did. It was very funny. Yes, it was very funny.
Thought they lost the keys.
Bro.
Well, we can do a huge amount of damage just by blowing up the bridges and the power plants and the water salination. People won't have drinking water. I mean, we can raise hell there without nukes.
Yeah, and then Saudi Arabia will be first of the major allies who will feel it. They said Saudi Arabia goes dark if they go dark. They already said it.
Yep.
That's what I heard too.
Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, they all going down.
But also, if Iran is hit, Iran power plants, that is also going to make Pakistan,
yes,
Turkey, Azerbaijan, Afghanistan. In fact, all of that region is going to go dark.
Yeah, and the reason the Pakistanis cannot afford their place going dark because their population is
alive for a revolution.
That's what I'm saying. They're already pissed off that Imran Khan is locked away and all of that. So whatever you think was happening in Bahrain will look like an appetizer for what will happen in Pakistan.
Isn't the region also like very geologically active? Like in my mind, jumping a nuke on a couple cities sets off an earthquake.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
By the way, there was a bitch ass nigga on here at the beginning of the war countries would be central to this. France was one. Anybody remember what the other one was?
Pakistan.
Yeah, y'all gonna start listening to bitch ass niggas. I'm telling you. First of all, I know you remember. I said it from the very beginning. I said they will be the key to the whole thing. They're key to the whole thing. And I'm telling you, in the worst case scenario, as we would say in Baltimore, the worst case, here we go, yo. The worst case scenario. There's a lot of Shia in Pakistan. Huh? I think it's 15, 20-some% of the population.
How's that for irony?
Yeah. And today, millions of people are learning that there was a synagogue in Tehran.
Oh, yeah. People don't realize. Yeah, because when I was in Afghanistan, our interpreter was from Iran, but she said she was Jewish, and I was like, I was like, she was, Iran had the biggest Jewish population in the Middle East outside of Israel.
Right.
And I was totally blown away when she told me that. She's like, I'm from Iran. I'm like, you're from Iran, but So that's why they always say that Israel gets the best intelligence from Iran, because they have so many, they still have a lot of Jews who left in Iran. I thought they'd all left by now, but apparently
I think there's like 15 or 20,000. I could be wrong. I'm going to go look it up.
We have Persian Iranians on the app.
Almost like Iran is not as bad as they tell us it is.
Seeing a lot of social media of Iranian people trying to, let people know. And look, this is not me. I've seen several posts. We don't have a problem with you everyday Americans. When we say death to America, we're talking about your government, we're talking about your leaders, we're talking about national interference. I don't know how true that is, because people come on and say they mean death to people like me. So, I don't know. This shit is all like copy and pudding in my eye.
Wait, so you haven't seen those AI videos where they basically talk, show you a depiction of they're attacking America, so to speak, in those videos. And a lot of it is just their policy, nothing to do with their people. Like, they even had, they showed some kid on Epstein Island as basically retribution to what was been. They're attacking America as retribution to all the things that they've done. Nothing to do with you and I, the people.
You believe that?
The state. Yes. Why? Listen, why do you believe the narrative so much?
He got his white flag up. He said, you're not going to sue me.
I don't know what to believe. That's my thing.
Well,
I don't know what to believe.
I think we can use some evidence to get to what to believe America versus Iran, death to America, the nation, or death to America, the people in power, and for the things that they've done. And it's just pretty clear that those people want to live their lives. They're doing, economic agreements with China, which is basically a bright future for them. Why the fuck would they want to do something pretty much suicidal, right? If you were to think about Iran as a person, they have no prior indication that I could tell of suicidal tendencies, right? So I take it to be a narrative. I think they are minding their business, living their lives, and are prepared for war as they should be. And Israel and using narratives to excuse their nefarious agenda.
What if I say you've been propagandized?
I mean, it's not all a lie. In the sense that the Iranians, they fight against the concept of domination like anybody would. So the concept of debt to not debt to you is debt to the concept of America imposing itself on everybody else. So that's it.
Divine, I think you haven't come to terms with how bad America is. I think that's the only reason why you think it's
not true.
Legitimate.
Okay. That's not true.
Then you can easily understand. If you have, then you can easily understand how we could have a gripe with America and not the citizens, but the government. If you and I, as black men, have a the same type.
You're drowning, brother. But I get the gist.
I don't mind drowning. Okay, all right.
Saying you got a bad signal. You're going in and out.
I thought you meant intellectually.
No. But you're back. But I get your point. Wow. And I still stand on I don't know what to believe because we're given a lot of information. We're bombarded with images. We're bombarded with a lot. And I know that our country has committed some atrocities. I'm not that we haven't. But at the same time, I think either way, we the people, meaning non-governmental individuals, are going to get caught up in some bullshit that really has nothing to do with that.
NJ Great is trying to come on stage. So neoliberal says that am I breaking up?
There's somebody else off mic. Go ahead.
Oh, can you read what neoliberal wrote in the chat?
Sure. Drop site news. A senior Iranian official told neoliberal Shill that this proposal floated by the Pakistani PM for a temporary ceasefire is essentially the same as previous Trump attempts, which Iran has rejected. Iran has already delivered its terms for negotiating into war. Neoliberal, they're negotiating. I don't get it. So the proposal that Pakistan, so it's a proposal that Pakistan has floated that neither side has agreed to. Huh? Is that what I'm reading?
Uh-huh. That sounds right.
So we'll get to 8 p.m. tonight. I had stuff to do, but I'm going to count this bitch down to see if I need some hot sauce. I need some hot sauce or tomatillo sauce for this taco. It's going to be one of two tacos tonight. Let's just keep it a theme. We got two tacos coming tonight. One or two. Either we're going to have a taco with Trump always chickens out, put your beans, refried beans, your salsa, or since it's going to be the end of the world, y'all get your other taco. Get your lady, get the snappy nappy duck out. We're going to get one of two tacos in about 3 hours. So get ready for you. Now, some of you will have to go into the closet and get that silicone pussy that you ordered off of Amazon.com, the Temu joint.
Okay,
we got the AI. Let me continue. So y'all going to have to get one of your two tacos. It's Taco Tuesday for sure.
Why would you come with the country grit, brother?
I don't know. I don't have that. Regardless of whatever taco it is, regardless of what it is, I'm not washing my face tonight. So tomorrow at work, my colleagues are going to smell it.
Oh my God.
It's going to be all over my mouth. Huh?
And snappy nappy.
Let me, it's going to be all over my mouth. Let me, I'm not washing. That's what you going to say. All over my mouth. Ooh, that smells a little. If you smell that one, that means no nuclear war. And if one smells a little, well, you know. We got about a week to live. Get your smelling tomorrow. If you around me, it's gonna smell like taco up here.
You said I'm gonna have a little tang.
Yeah, it's gonna be tang for sure. It's gonna be tomatillo sauce or human sauce. It's gonna be one of them on my mouth tonight. I ain't washing my face all week. You can put that. You can put that 2% exfoliator from Sephora. Put that aside for the evening because I'm going in tomorrow unexfoliated.
What song y'all gonna play for the end of the world?
Me, my neck, my back, pussy, that's gonna be the end of the world song. It will be up in there.
Hey, Ben, you know what I'm gonna play? We didn't start the fire.
You actually did start it, brother. So I want to say one thing. This is it's related, but it's political. I need the online left people. They gotta have a meeting.
What happened? What did we do?
And the fact that Donald Trump, they have not invoked Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution, is not hitting. Is not at this point. They're actually exposing themselves as dishonest as we all knew they were. Hold on, let me read some of these tweets. Hold on. Yeah, so they have an old clip of Hillary Clinton saying she would attack him. Hillary Clinton never became president. Not sure why that's necessary. Somebody's off, and whatever that noise is disturbing. Let me see. I gotta find one. Hold on. Somebody's off mute. Sounds like they're dying. Somebody just had their whole
move on.
Move on. Please, I'm begging you.
Well, I'm not looking at my phone, but I can hear that.
Yeah, no, please move on. Move on.
That is a high pressure toilet. They don't make those anymore. They do not.
Y'all gotta move on.
Whatever
the restroom, please.
No,
I'm trying to do this.
The message trying to be the adult in the room.
Yeah, move on.
You ain't clogging that bad boy up, I'll tell you that.
You only get that in big office buildings.
Man, please.
I did what? I'm trying to find the thing.
No, I'm trying to help you. Yeah, I'm saying move on.
No, I lost it. Hold on.
Oh, this is a line too much for you, brother? This is the line?
That's how you lost it?
It wasn't me.
This line, are you upset because you have some environmental restrictions on your toilets?
I'm trying to move the conversation.
I got one. Here's Mehdi Hassan. This is an insane tweet. So Bill Clinton, from his Twitter, which obviously Bill Clinton doesn't control. The only Twitter account Bill Clinton has is Billy J. All he's looking at, Billy's Jugs. You go to Billy's Jugs. It's him. Bill Clinton tweeted, once again, the best college hoops team proved there's nothing. Once again, the best college hoops teams prove there's nothing like madness to get our jaws dropping, our hearts racing, and our brackets busting. Congratulations to the Bruins and the Ruins. The Bruins and the Wolverines. That's what we did after the game. It's a pretty good game last night, right? This is Mehdi Hassan, who we're supposed to take seriously. Anything that a former president is tweeting about college sports while the current president is pledging at 8 p.m. The inanity of the top Dems in a single tweet. That's what Mehdi Hassan is upset about. An auto-generated tweet that some PR firm. Who the fuck wants to hear from Bill Clinton, who hasn't been president for 30 years? This is the level of criticism of this. So Bill Clinton is supposed to do something that's supposed to move people. He couldn't even get us to vote for his fucking wife. Hello? Now he's, but Mindy has his expecting him. When I tell you these people are right wingers, this is what I mean. There's some other ones. 1 second.
Wait, Mehdi Hassan criticized Bill Clinton?
The tweet about the basketball game. About the basketball.
That's who we have smoke for?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them online. Hold on, I'm trying to find some
That doesn't sound like Mehdi, though. That's weird.
No, it sounds exactly like him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had some other ones. Hold on. See if I can find it. Emma Vigeland is mocking. Oh, that was 24 hours ago. That doesn't count. They're mocking Chuck Schumer because Harry Ent did a thing where Democrats' favorability overall within the party is lower than Republicans, even though Democrats are winning every congressional thing. They win 5. Harry Ent does a thing, and they all jump over Harry Ent. So there's that. Find some more. While you guys get some more stuff.
Wait, I got the co-ops and all the community organizing was going to be the thing that was going to save us. If we don't vote, but we just, do a co-op, and we do a potluck and their clothing, and that was going to get us all to this place where, we no longer have this two-party system. Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to work. I got to find one. I had one. I can't remember the guy's name. Oh, wait. He was calling for the Democrats Democrats to impeach and remove Trump. Because they have the numbers to impeach and remove Trump. Anyway, y'all got to get your online leftist friends together.
If I may.
In LA?
Family medical leave?
Is that what you said?
No.
Oh, here you go. Here's another one. Democrats could position themselves as the ones ending this historically unpopular war. They could force war powers votes after war powers votes. They're choosing not to. How can Democrats force war powers votes? They don't have the majority in either house. They voted on it 3 or 4 times in the Senate. Republicans shot it down every time. Are they real people, or are they legit controlled by, like, what's going on?
So they have smoke for the Democrats who aren't in power to rise up and do votes that they can't do.
Yes, there was one in particular where they called Article 2, Section 4 is the impeachment and removal clause.
So who's that
the Constitution.
Who's that last to?
Some leftist. She had like 80,000 followers. Hold on. I can't find any more. It's insane.
Everybody got breaking news.
Neoliberal says breaking news. A senior Iranian official tells Drop site that Pakistan's 2-week ceasefire proposal mirrors earlier U.S. efforts Tehran has already rejected.
So we're waiting for it to come.
Does anybody know Benny Johnson?
Yes.
The closet guy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's a closeted MAGA.
He tweeted, "The Middle East is the graveyard of empires. Greece, Rome, Napoleon, UK, Russia, it's the abyss. Our movement's precious political resources must be spent on American priorities. Filling the pothole on my street is far more important than making a new pothole in the Middle East. Pray for a deal as Iran negotiates with the U.S. while Trump's 8 p.m. deadline looms. This is a lesson proven out 100 times over in American political history. Peace wins, war loses. Importantly, our movement should reflect the best of Western civilization and Christendom through the words of Christ. Matthew 5 and 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God."
Stupid ass. So they're a bunch of hippies now. These right-wing nut jobs are a bunch of hippies. I get it.
Because the grandparents
He says, what have Dems done to win when they were losing before, besides not people? Well, I don't know, CC. What can you do in the minority? What can they do? Really strong. Again, I ask these questions. What can Democrats do? Well, you know what's actually funny? They actually got policy changed for ICE in the minority. That's what they actually accomplished, things that no minority parties done. But what do people expect Democrats to do? Sometimes I think, again, people think Democrats have secret power that when even they're in the minority, that they can use. What secret power here?
Democrats can present bills to the House and do debate on it. Yeah, we want to know what
I asked. To be fair, I wanted to know what she understood as winning. She's talking about Tucker Carlson and socialism, not talking about political elections. Yeah, if you scroll up, I asked. I don't get it.
So please pay attention to how Tucker Carlson is moving. Talking about capitalism and Christian. No, regular people in America don't.
So that's the losing that was referenced because I asked. I was like, well, earlier she said,
hold on. If Tucker runs and sells white people on socialism, wait, Tucker Carlson and socialism? Come on, yo.
You guys just stop back.
Come on, man. That's why that's why I hate the Democrat. Whenever the Democrat, that's why I didn't want to bring it up. Y'all's brain shut off. How can one of the most right-wing people sell anybody on the government seizing the means of production? Like, what are we saying? Tucker Carlson? Wait, he wouldn't even win just with white people. And I'm actually confused. Like, what is she saying? Maybe you haven't seen this. You know who also hasn't seen this last video? 329 million Americans. If Tucker runs and sells white, what does she call him? Tucker. I love that too. And they call him by their first name because they watch YouTube videos, they become friends. If Tucker runs and sells white people on socialism,
I said,
you're right. Eugene V. Debs couldn't do it. There's RJ here. Wallace couldn't do it. FDR couldn't do it. But fuck it, back when socialism was peak in America, but Tucker Carlson.
Rich boy, people baby Tucker Carlson.
Right wing is gonna run on Medicare for all. Are you insane? What are we doing here?
That's why I backed off. I said, thank you for the context. Don't understand it. Don't agree. God bless.
All right, this is what Cop tweeted. The President of the United States is threatening to commit war crimes and wipe out a whole civilization, all because he started a disastrous war of his own making and had no plan and no strategy for how to end it. This is a board and the American people do not support it. Somebody on Blue Sky, responded, hosting here won't achieve anything. Do something, please. Be the opposition. Get him arrested. I think Americans should be lined up. Your only ace is a Trump candidate running? What's that mean? Wait, Cece got to come up. I mean, she doesn't know anything about American politics. She's I don't even know what she means.
I don't either.
Your only ace is a Trump candidate running? What does that mean? Democrats have won more elections in my lifetime. Well, that's not true because Bush won it, but it's been 50-50. What does that even mean?
They're winning in state and
they're losing. There was a whole analysis today. The whole analysis today is that Republicans are worried about being wiped out in state races they gerrymandered in state legislatures. Now, I'll be honest with y'all. Y'all don't know anything about American politics. I know the big boy, but y'all must be saying stuff. Can Tucker Carlson even win a primary? Like, what are we doing here? Oh, let me guess, he's going to win a write-in campaign.
He won't even win Maine. Now he comes from what he leaves. Like, what's so big?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, like I said, you indulge this.
So y'all think that all of the candidates that's running?
Yeah.
Do y'all think that all of the candidates that's running on Trump policies, do you think they're radioactive at this point?
I mean,
as of today,
I don't think they're running on his policies. I don't think anybody's running on any policies. When we're in war, I think it's just a war, and then the effect of the war. I don't think anybody is running on policy. Oh, I got one. Why is Congress still on vacation as the president threatens to destroy the Iranian civilization now? Do you understand it's one party and they fucking hate you? He's implying that Democrats can call Congress back.
They ain't been paying attention to the news. That's what is going on. They was blaming the Democrats for the shutdown this whole time. They really think that the Democrats got a lot of power.
I don't even know what they expect Democrats to do. Every time I ask them, they never give me an answer.
I tell you now, that's an open question. I tell you what I would advise them to do.
Yeah,
it's like I'm doing. And that is, I would stay right on Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu harder than a blazing hemorrhoid on a mother that's dying from full-blown cancer. I'm just saying, we should be on and we shouldn't let up off it. Don't let the crook off the hook. It's plain to see they'll never change me. You know I'm a Panther for life, but I'm saying the Panther attitude, the Panther position is one of the best positions we could take at this hour to be actively using your self-determination to, I don't know if you have to surgically remove this guy. There's proof and evidence he will not leave quietly, so someone have to move and stand on.
Well, are you suggesting that American people go ahead on and go and rebel against the government? Is that what you're saying? Because I don't understand what you're saying.
I would strongly recommend that they would adopt a position of self-determination if it is a Panther attitude towards how serious are we in the removal of this guy.
So y'all want the civil war?
I think they need.
See? I know it.
Now, hold up. You said civil war. Now, I campaign right here.
Civil war ambassador.
Yeah, think about what I'm trying to say to you, though.
What does it mean?
I campaign right here for active campaign to stop the war on us, to stop the practice of the heinous hate crimes against we the people, against black people. I'm coming up with hangings in Mississippi, hangings in North Carolina, hanging in Georgia, only a couple of blocks outside of Atlanta. So I'm saying to you that something must change that dynamic. I'm saying if you do things differently and demand different results by mine.
So keep saying that. So this person just tweeted, Chuck Schumer has no business being a Democratic leader longer. The dude has completely lost the plot. And then so he's got to meet the moment. What does that mean?
Perhaps he's exhausted his usefulness for the we the people.
I know. So what does that's what I'm saying. So, okay, he's gone. What does that mean? The new guy comes in and Donald Trump is afraid of him? Like, what does that mean?
I love telling what it means to me. What it means to me, I would embrace a guy like a Hakeem Jeffries. I would embrace Al Green of Texas. See, we have been using our own political leadership. We should have embraced Benny Thompson.
They're not.
Just read my list. Read my list.
Come on, Ambassador.
Come on, read my list.
They're not in the Senate, Ambassador.
Check the map.
It actually.
Benny Thompson. Benny Thompson.
Come on, Ambassador. He's not in the Senate.
Check the map. Listen to what I'm telling you, Big Man.
In the Senate.
Big Man. Check the map. As you see the Lindsey Grahams of this earth, and you look at the Benny Thompsons of this earth, and the history of John Lewis at this earth. Now, when Benny Thompson prosecuted a successful case, we the people did not get behind and support Benny Thompson, but he's an excellent prosecutor for going after a guy like. I think the vision would change when we change our attitude towards our own leaders and using what we have to get what we want sometime. And that's been advice of many of our predecessors have told us to use what you have. What do you have in your hand? For an example, the Honorable Adam Clayton Powell said, what's in your hand? Use what you already have in your hands. And we're not demanding any more than what they have, but we should certainly not be prepared to accept any less than what they have. And when you have self-determination about your own leadership with your own family value systems, I believe there's no inertia, there's no power on earth that can stop you when you have self-determination and a made-up mind. You just haven't made your mind up about what you want to do just yet. And that's why we aid and assist, man.
What does that, what does it mean for any Democrat in office to meet the moment? I don't know what that means.
Well, I'm going to take it to the highest power. There's a woman named Jasmine Crawford. She was running for an office, I think, for a Senate race in Texas.
She's in office now.
Okay, she's running for some other office or whatever.
Yeah, but she's in office now, yeah.
She as a senator or as a Congress?
She's in
congressional rep. That's what I'm saying. She's running for a higher office. Now, she just launched her, I don't know if you caught it, but she came by my website and dropped off. I put money up for Jasmine Crawford recently. Yeah, since I've been on Politically Correct. And she goes, now my advice, now see, this is what I'm saying. If people give you advice, it's not advice and you take it and you use it skillfully and effectively. I'm telling you something here now. Jasmine Crawford lost, right? Now, I was I put an open, I put my cash app up, my money, and she had an open season to come back and get some more money. Okay, out of my cash app before Jasmine, because I felt she was outspoken enough. But now,
oh no, somebody moved them. Oh, that's crazy. Whoever moved that was crazy. What does it mean to meet the moment? Trying to understand. So the point is to get something done, right? What can anybody in office do with the president in control of the military in this moment? This is a serious question. What could I don't at this point, like, every time a Republican does something bad, to blame a Democrat, it's retarded. That's what, it's retarded. There's no other word. It's political retardation. It's retarded. Democrats do something that Republicans they know does, and be like, well, Democrats would anyway. Then why did they do it before? It's retarded. So in the first term, Democrats had the House. They convicted them. They impeached them twice. And every Democrat, including Chuck Schumer, voted to remove them, and Republicans didn't allow it. How are the Democrats to blame for Donald Trump? I don't get it. I need somebody to come up and tell me how this is the Democrats' fault.
I guess you didn't run a strong enough candidate. Didn't wage an effective enough campaign.
No, I'm talking about what's going on now. They're saying Democrats need to stop him. What can they do?
I mean, I guess for the layman, the non-politically inclined, they can, be more expressive about their dissatisfaction. Throw some shit on the wall or walk out, press conferences. I don't know. Be more demonstrative with their.
Oh yes, like an angry town hall.
They give
something like that.
If I ask you guys to tell me who the Democratic leader apart from Jeffries is, you don't know who they are. You don't know Kathleen Clark. You don't know Garcia. You don't know all those people. But the Democrats.
Maybe on the steps of the Capitol, pound their fist on a podium on the steps of the Capitol.
Yes. So they're not politically inclined. They who are delving into it because it got to such extreme circumstances. They're gonna want you to,
I don't know, it just seems to me that if you don't like what somebody's doing, for you to blame the opposition party that can't do anything, when it comes time to voting, you home in on this moment, and then you get the people who do the things you don't want them to do, as opposed to finding ways to get the people in the opposition party that you want. That's what I don't understand about. Let me give you an example. I don't know if y'all saw it. David Hogg didn't give money to a lot of people he was going to give money to. And did anybody read that story?
I read the story.
Did anybody read the David Hogg story?
I read the story.
Oh no, what happened?
David Hogg had promised all this money and everything. Never sent them the money. He left people in the lurch in the primaries. So you want this opposition party, you want the Democrats to do thing. You're not even giving the people the $50,000, $60,000. There's elections tonight, by the way.
The runoff in Metro Greens district. I mean, people don't follow politics.
Wisconsin too. I mean, I'm still tripping on Tucker Carlson becoming a socialist. That scrambled my brain piece. My brain has not been scrambled that much.
Would Tucker be open to a massive tax hike for himself, for example?
Well, he's probably offshore. It's just insane. Tucker Carlson.
Well, at least we know he's against the war. A few weeks ago, he had that he broadcast with, I forgot who that was, and they was explaining how Israel wanted to take over the whole East, and he was against it, remember?
Yeah, Mike Huckabee.
Yeah, at least he's against it. We know that much.
Okay.
Being a socialist is weird, though.
This is insane. Now, Ed Markey has a thing out saying that Trump should be impeached, and someone says, Ed Markey is now the lone senator calling to impeach Trump. He is setting a bar for the rest of his colleagues. War powers resolution and removing Trump. Democrats can't pass. It's failed 4 times. 4! By the way, a senator calling for impeachment is like me saying I need to, it's like Odie saying he needs better tampons because he has big flow. It's not a woman. Doesn't matter.
That was kind of funny. Where's everybody?
I don't know. It's like Josh Schumer's an old guy. So when he gets up in arms, he looks like an old guy who's up in arms. I mean, with all due respect, nobody in the Senate has swag. They're in the Senate. They all look like that, just younger versions.
They look like the guy in my PTR from the Muppet Show. That's what they look like.
I can't believe, I think Obama also tweeted about the men's basketball game. We still have culture. Obviously, you can't sit there. And obviously the old presidents don't do their own tweeting. They have a PR firm, and that's just kind of what they do. They were complaining about Obama's tweet.
Yeah.
That's what leftists are talking about now.
We care so much about what Obama had to say that, we didn't vote for any of the people that he advocated for.
So it's to vote for, right.
Yeah. We care so much about what Bill Clinton says that, I don't know, did we forget? I guess Jeffrey Epstein doesn't matter. I guess, he's a former rapist. And,
that's right.
Sexual assault is I guess all of
now we want to hear from Bill Clinton.
It doesn't matter. Now we want to hear from him. And he's got some special power.
That's right.
Got it. All the people they don't listen to, they want to hear from now.
Yeah, he was rambling at Jesse Jackson's funeral. And that's the guy you want to hear from.
Exactly. They didn't want to do that Jesse Jackson. Okay.
Yeah, and Obama made it political, remember?
Oh, here's Jill Stein yesterday. Power concedes nothing without a demand. That heartache. Oh, God. Force Democrats to earn your vote or face the consequences by registering green now.
We're in the consequences.
Oh, what is she doing? So that's wild. So she would just make a statement. He connected it with Korea. So she's not out there, she's not out there for any other reason than for her own political gain. She doesn't care about the issue. But you know what? Fuck it. Let CC come up. Because it was fuck me when I asked her to explain what she was saying. Because winning for her wasn't about, imagine talking about winning in a political sense, but you're not talking about elections. You're talking about some nebulous understanding of socialism connected to Tucker Carlson that's going to somehow catapult him to the presidency. That's what I should have known.
Got it. So she has a desk job, she can't yap. Well, at the desk job,
so you don't need your fingers? Because you typing a lot.
I know you're at a desk job, but you can type in the thing. That's crazy.
Did Tucker Carlson make an argument for socialism?
No.
I don't understand this. I'm still trying to grasp what the hell she's saying.
Well, sometimes, listen. Sometimes you just have to ignore people, okay? And that's just it. Just ignore it. Because she also wrote that, people are being mean to old people. So...
No, but it's useful. Somebody moved him down because he was yakking. I don't know who that was. It's useful because she represents the left that is actively working for Donald Trump and the Republicans to get reelected. Now, I want them to be reelected, to be fair, so I'm fine with it. But it's good to have her be a synecdoche of that, because it's odd to be complaining about former presidents tweeting about basketball games. So Republicans can bomb people and do all types of things. How come none of the leftists were complaining about the people on the right supporting Israel when Biden was president? Their critique only goes in one direction. That's low.
I think it's less about the politics and more about the engagement more than anything, because it gets people talking, so why not tweet something like that? But that's just how
I don't know. I would think they would spend their time getting ready for the primary. I don't know. Whatever. I hope Donald Trump wins. I hope they all win.
Do you have a Jacobin party here in the United States yet?
No. It's just odd because these centrist Democrats, they all impeached Trump the first time, twice, all voted for him. And now they're saying they don't support his impeachment removal. They impeached him over a phone call with Ukraine. A phone call. I don't know, man. Y'all, this is strange. Very strange. Whatever.
Well, people have an expectation of the Democrat, and if it's not met, then they criticize. But they don't have the same expectation for the Republicans.
No.
And they don't do that. And they don't understand how hurtful that is to the party. You think you're helping because you want to call out something that you see as flawed, or you don't think they're doing enough, but you're also not helping the situation. You become a part of the problem versus a part of the solution. And that's what I don't think people really understand.
She says, asking you to suck less is not equivalent to wanting you. But I'm saying they never explain what sucking less means. All they have is speech. They have no power. They shut down the government for the longest shutdown ever. They shut down ICE for the longest partial, not ICE, DHS for long. They're doing things people are asking them to do. Centrists, so-called centrists are. What does CC and them want them to do now? Now, it's, we're about to get taco in the next 2 hours. All these ceasefire deals are going to be announced, and people still going to be blown up. So, I guess the taco you'll smell in my mouth tomorrow will be red sauce and sour cream. But what do they want people to do now?
Is it the spicy red sauce?
Mild.
Mild. It's the sour cream that's gonna be ew. It's not a pleasant smell.
Honestly, I can't understand why every single Democrat isn't calling for the 25th Amendment. That's what you want. You don't think the Democrats? You really need the Democrats to call for the? All of Democrats want Donald Trump out of office. So you want them to call for it to do what? That's not move, JD. I don't even understand what that's saying. I don't even understand that.
This is like jerking yourself off intellectually is what it sounds like. That's the equivalent.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna be honest. I think people are used to just talking, and maybe amongst their friends or their loved ones, and they've gotten positive reinforcement by the things that they say. And so when they hear people challenge them or ask questions for specificity, they find that hostile. They have to think through an argument. They find that hostile. They find that problematic. And then sometimes they might even find that the thing that they're saying that sounded good to their friends doesn't actually make sense with other people who won't blow smoke up their ass.
She says it sounds like you have the votes now. Where?
Not the votes.
That's what she said. It says.
Not the vote. What is she talking about? They don't have the votes.
She said, "What's going on with the war power vote? Sounds like you have them now."
Votes. Oh my God!
Listen,
I thought she was at work. So she's at work. She's at work, can type to us, but it's concentrating on work. But thinks she knows easy. CC, name the 4 Republicans in the Senate that'll vote on the War Powers Resolution. By the way, the War Powers Resolution does not end the war, just so people know. But anyway, watch this. Name the 4 senators, Republican senators.
Quickly.
And one of them better be soon.
And she's at work at midnight. Remember, because she's at midnight at work. Because she's in the UK. She's at work at midnight. Maybe she's girl 6. Hello.
Yeah, I didn't know where she was, but
Terrible murder.
Yeah, I know. The script was bad. It was written by Suzanne Lloyd.
I mean, great soundtrack, but over the top with all the Prince stuff. There was no thought put into the soundtrack with the Prince.
The 4 Republican senators.
That was a
and make up, and you probably need 5 because we have better fuck. But just give me 4.
That's how investment bankers work. None of you would know.
That's not true. My investment bankers don't. Well, my friends are managers. I'm older than me. My friends don't. They go home to their big homes in South Orange and Maplewood and their big apartments in Tribeca. They're about to hit the golf course.
I just bypassed a couple of them.
Yeah, they're not working at midnight. Now, entry level, people make $1,000 a year might be working like that, but I've been on that tax bracket a long time, boo-boo.
Not boo-boo.
Investment bankers. Name the 4 senators, Miss Investment Banker. Because it's 53-47, so you need 4. Name the 4. Watch this. Watch it. Watch this space. Since we have the votes now, name the 4. She's an investment banker, but thinks, we should get socialism. They be all over the place, yo. They be all over the place. She's an investment banker, but wants socialism. These people be all over the place. All over the place. It's almost like being an online leftist is fake. actually the rapacious one, feeding off the exploitation and alienation of the working class and make yourself feel better by being a Marxist, leftist, Leninist online. Huh? What does Marx say about investment banking?
It's all superficial, brother.
Still waiting to hear the 4 senators.
The black progressives exposed the superficial.
Well, she has responded 3 times now, and none of them have been in regards to the 4 senators.
Okay. So we have the votes now, but she doesn't.
No.
That's incredible.
Amazing.
It is amazing. I don't understand it.
Oh, wait a minute. Brian wrote Larry Terrence.
We need one more. Nigger Jim. That's the 4th one. Got off the raffle hook.
How? I'm really just about to read that out loud.
I almost slipped and said,
That was nasty.
I'm sorry. Y'all just be saying anything. I'm also, I'll say this. It is not just Americans who believe they know more than the people who live in the places that they're often talking about. It's not just Americans. A lot of people not living in the U.S. thinking they know more about what's going on in the U.S. than the people who are actively concerned about the things happening in the U.S., the country that they live in for once. It's real tight.
Oh, well, there goes that.
I just think the Democrats should just give up. Let the leftists have it.
I told you.
No, not change the name. I just think anybody changing the name doesn't matter. Let them run the Assad Pikers of the world, who says that red capitalist blood needs to be in the streets, that we need to murder the motherfuckers. Let him and their people be in charge and see what they win. They can't even beat old black lady Democrats in primaries.
Why does she keep talking about these bankers?
I don't know.
Are they going to do a vote? First she said about the war vote, and then they start talking about bankers.
She doesn't follow. She's just online. She doesn't.
Okay. Well, we're not going to read her chat anymore.
No, Cece's my girl, but this online brain rot. I've heard Cece complain more about the Democrats than Labor, and she's in the UK. Huh? They think the Democrats are pathetic. Shit.
Is that Hollywood phone say CC?
Yes.
Wait, Margaret Chase Smith just came out against the war.
Margaret Chase Smith. That's insane.
You see, we didn't do it.
India issues a shelter-in-place order for its citizens in Iran. I don't know why India hasn't gotten its people out of there by now.
Their call centers picked up some intelligence on American operation.
Or what?
too far off of my body.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that that the talks are centering around a deadline extension, not a deal. Great. So we'll have another 4 years. Well, this will work on to the end of the presidency. Fantastic.
But if it doesn't...
Where's Jake Tapper? Where the fuck is Jake Tapper? Doesn't he have a book to write? Where's Mr. Jake Tapper?
He's out there. I was cussing at his stupid ass 2 days ago, actually, because of a tweet. And I had nothing better to do, so I decided to just let it all out.
You stupid ass.
Where's Jake Tapper?
And better news, I found a website that has a map of fallout shelters if you all need if you all need the map, holla at me.
We got plenty over here, I'm not worried. Rokana and Martha McCallan brawl in Fiery Fox slugfest. Trump war threat.
I saw Tommy Vita shared that earlier, and he was basically saying why aren't many of them speaking out like Rokana?
God, did you guys see Todd Blanche's? I'm reading the quotes now. Did you see Todd Blanche's first did you? Oh my God. Yeah. I did not ask for this job. I love work for President Trump. It's the greatest honor of my life. And if President Trump chooses to keep me as Attorney General, that's an honor. If you choose to nominate me, that's an honor. If you choose to nominate somebody else, and I'll go back to being deputy, that's an honor. If you choose to nominate somebody else and ask me to do something else, I will say, thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Oh, I didn't see the I love you part.
I love you, sir. What is going on? What's the whole does this man have on these men?
I'll tell you what he has on
McKean Jeffries. Blame McKean Jeffries.
I'll tell you what he has on them. Remember those shoes he bought for Marco Rubio and everyone else? That's it. You put on those shoes, you're basically going to speak like this.
Those $150.
I blame Bill Clinton brothers.
Wasn't it your PTR for a few days?
Back in a pair of Joan and Davids, and you got me.
You put on those shoes because you're his bitch. That's why you walk around in shoes 2 fucking sizes too big.
You know what? I blame Jimmy Carter. Because he was in office.
Jimmy Carter? What?
For a year.
Let him do it.
No, his brain is amoeba. This is the second day in a row. I be just in the goo, don't say nothing, and brother's brain has gone. What have y'all done to him?
You got
them thumb shoes. That's what happened. You missed it already.
I came in here this morning and y'all wasn't doing nothing but listening to tape.
That's the morning show.
Brother, I'm going to take you one step further and blame Ted Kennedy.
Your mama, the people worry. He done threatened to wipe out the civilization of people. We worry. That's all it is. Everybody losing their mind. That's when I came flying in here. Like, where we gonna go? I put in the chat the map of the fallout shelters near you. It's one in every state. So y'all look at it and see. Brother, Jimmy Carter, if y'all, there's a definitive biography of Jimmy Carter that came late in his life. You have to read it, because if you read that book, you will know that he did not fail in Iran. You will know that.
Well, your mama, I'm singing Ain't Worried About Nothing. You know that song? Ain't Worried About Nothing.
Yeah, ain't worried about nothing. But wait a minute, I can't know because I'm not understanding.
I might as well get on that bike every day now.
Brooklyn, help me understand. Help me understand. Why are we going in the shelter? We get blocked.
Listen,
So if he takes out their civilization, you think they're going to return and take us out?
I think so. I think
They don't know where the real power is.
Yes. Come on. Another amoeba brain.
Hold on. Let me get into it. First lady. Now, you and I both know what Psalms 91 says. He that dwelleth where?
Oh, my God.
In the shadow of Most High.
I'm a heathen. That shit don't count to me. That don't count
Almighty.
Of the Almighty. Yes.
That's the problem. See, if y'all knew the Lord, y'all would not be concerned about these things.
Yeah.
I know.
You would not.
You would not. It's like, no, when you hear that,
listen, okay? I'm trying to tell you, okay?
Let me tell you, I know the Lord and He knows my cry. Sing that song. I know the Lord.
When the children of Israel were looking at that Red Sea, and all they saw was water on one side, and the Egyptian army coming on the other side, and they looked at Moses, and they were scared, and they started losing their minds. What did Moses say? Moses said,
we know what kind of church he went to.
The salvation of the Lord, okay?
Amen.
That's what happens. So. Y'all need to go in that word. That's what y'all need. Y'all can keep your mind right and not lose your mind and get a deeper brain. Like what's her name? Your mama say y'all got. Because I know I ain't got no enough. I ain't got no deeper brain. Breaking news. My mind is right.
y'all got less than 2 hours to get your freak on.
Okay.
Breaking news. Okay, I guess y'all don't want it. So breaking news. Neoliberal just put in the chat, massive strikes reported in Tehran. Massive strikes reported in Tehran.
Massive strikes in Tehran. Right, like as if we did. Like I thought they did striking in Tehran.
What things mean. You can't do that.
Brother, somebody wrap his lips up.
You can't do that. I've asked 2 people today what things mean. 3 people.
Put it in the chat. I'm just reading what neoliberal put in the chat.
Hey, son.
Hey, she did.
2 hours.
I gotta tell you something.
What's up?
Just remind me.
I will. Cause see, these blacks need to go back. They need to go back to their roots. Cause back in the day,
Stop laughing first, ladies. Stop laughing.
Back in the day when y'all got bad news, y'all relied on the Lord, but see, y'all don't go to church no more. That's why y'all are losing like
yes, preach. Tell him, brother.
Nobody still knows Jesus.
Now you get him confused with brother. No, he's still a brother, not the brother.
The wife is online praying to Jesus. What are you talking about? They was at the White House praying.
They're not praying to
They
Jesus.
know Jesus.
They
playing the white Jesus. That ain't the right one.
I don't know the difference at this point.
That ain't the right Jesus. The Jesus I know.
Well, that's the
Jesus I know, man.
This is where I got to go. Hamdulillah. See, this is why you play too much, Lord. You play too much. Hamdulillah.
Lord said, I don't know Jesus neither. How the fuck I'm gonna be saved?
You know that.
That's the real nuggets.
Exactly, the real nuggets. First lady know all about that. She's gonna grandmarize herself back into the Old Testament, okay? That's what she's gonna do. Okay? And what did Isaiah say? Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed where? On him. That's right. So y'all need to go back to y'all roots, because that word will keep your mind together. When you turn to your left and you see
You just gonna sit there and let the bomb hit you. That's it, basically. Once you go to Jesus.
No, what does the Bible say? 1,000 shall fall to my left and 1,000 to my right. But where will I be? Under the shadow of the Almighty's hand, okay? Now, if he decides that it's my time to go, then I will go.
Lisa Bluster.
Okay?
You know this room down bad. What is that supposed to mean?
Actually, y'all need to go back to y'all roots. Y'all have done too much pagan worship. I'm serious, part of you too, because you know you were raised in the church. You know you got it in you. Oh my God.
That man, I'm trying to tell you. Are you saying that the church is going to save us from the whatever fallout?
No. I never.
No, when your soul is anchored.
Right.
So we gonna die. So when we die, we going to heaven. That's what you say. As long as we know the word, that's what you're saying. I'm trying to figure it out. You know I'm even. So I don't know none of this shit.
You got a little bit less than 2 hours.
Well, you got 2 hours to figure it out, man.
We got to bring you to the word.
Go to ChatGPT and Bible your way through. You understand?
Learn from the Lord. No, ChatGPT. Listen, all you got to do, Brooklyn, is go to Acts chapter 16, verse 31. The prescription is right there.
He's wearing me out, my God.
She's mad at me because I know my Bible. Girl, leave me alone.
Well, the preacher came on CNN last night and quoted Jeremiah something. I don't remember, but it was in reference to the fact that the powers that be has the right to decimate a fucking country if they want to.
Oh, wow. That's what I'm saying. Y'all
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I need to know.
Which one is it? I took her back to the New Testament for your mom.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Because the God that God is mighty.
Turned their back and broke the ceasefire, right? So my overall arching point is we are allied with Israel, but I don't think we control them. They can do whatever they want. At any given time, we know that. They're a sovereign nation.
Well, you raise a great question. So, Israel from using